How much abuse of the prisoners does it involve? Sally said, "None, sir. It just requires that I call up several persons." Sally asked, "Should we use the translators, or just to point them in the right direction?" I replied, "I think we've been accommodating enough. Don't do anything to make it easier on them until they decide to cooperate." "Understood." Dingus asked, "Do you think you'll be able to get their parole?" I replied, "I've got no clue. If we give them the choice of flying off home and being good, or getting marooned on an island on Charlie's planet, I have to think they'll see reason, but I can't be sure. If we do send them home, are we just begging them to come back with a bigger force?" Dingus replied, "You mean their superiors will just think they didn't send enough ships and try again?" "That's what I'm afraid of. I want to put an end to this, instead of it becoming a continuing problem. We have enough going on, without squirrel expeditions showing up at random times to challenge us." Jane said, "That's a fine goal, but I'm not sure the squirrels are willing to let that happen. They're afraid of the gene, and I don't think they'll be willing to accept your word that you won't use it against them." I asked, "Do you have any ideas on how to convince them?" "Nope. If their expedition disappears mysteriously, I would think they would have the same response. Just send more ships." I said, "You're telling me we're in a no-win situation? No matter what we do, the squirrels will keep sending bigger forces until the gene is destroyed or captured?" Dingus replied, "It certainly looks that way." I said, "Well, I think I see what I should have done if I had known what I know now. When we jumped out of the way of that weapon they shot at us, I should have had Topper trigger that fake drive flare as we were leaving. They would have thought they had succeeded in destroying us and went home happy." Dingus said, "I doubt that. Their scanners would have told them the flare was a fake." I replied, "If you were their Commodore, wouldn't you have taken the opportunity to declare victory and head for home?" Dingus said, "Given that you had already demonstrated how superior the gene is, I can see the appeal in such a course of action, but I have to think her bosses back home would be able to tell that she had forged the records." Jane said, "Bob's got a point, though. I can't imagine their Commodore wants to die, any more than we want to kill her." I replied, "So how do we go about getting everyone what they want?" Jane said, "I don't have any ideas. Maybe once we have the Commodore aboard, we could ask her. She knows what she can get past her superiors and what she can't." I said, "That sounds like our best option right now. Did you folks find it odd that she and her captain didn't know about the ration packs?" Dingus said, "A little, but it did happen a long time ago." I replied, "So most of Squirrel Society just thinks that monkeys are dumb and easy to fool?" Jane said, "It sounds that way, doesn't it? They came expecting a bunch of dumb monkeys, barely able to get this ship to fly, and found Captain Bob and his excellent crew. That's got to take a while to sink in." I asked, "Do you think we've gotten their attention yet?" Dingus said, "If we haven't, waking up in our brig should help 'em get the idea." I said, "I hope you're right. I'm tired of trying to get the point across to 'em." Nikki exclaimed, "Really? I can't believe it." She started working furiously with her watch. "There you are. Now all I need to do is translate you to Squirrel." She was deep in what she was doing and didn't notice us watching her. Her watch finished the translation, and she started working again. She shouted, "Gotcha! How's that for a dumb monkey?" I cleared my throat and said, "Having some luck, Spice Cadet?" She startled and realized she was in a room full of people. "Oops, I got a little lost in my work, didn't I?" I replied, "Maybe a little. What did you find?" She said, "The squirrels use a Commonwealth operating system, just translated into their language. It's advertised as being very secure, but I had an extra credit project at the Academy to crack it. Luckily, I still had the crack on my watch. All I needed to do was translate it into Squirrel, and we're in." Taz said, "Mrs. Wilson is very skilled, for someone who has to think with organics. Nikki said, Not really, Taz. It took me 2 months to crack that system the first time I tried. Taz replied, Still, you were able to recognize that it was the same system, even though it was in a language you aren't very familiar with. I said, I think we can agree it's really good work, Spice Cadet. I don't suppose they were kind enough to tie the destruct charges into the main system? Nikki said, Nope, sorry, Caveman. There's no trace of destruct charges on the computer system. If they have them installed, they're on an independent system. I replied, That's wise. You wouldn't want to get hacked and let some teenager in pajamas blow you to atoms. Nikki started to get wound up, and then she realized I was kidding her. Oh, Caveman, I'm going to get you for that. I replied, Promises, promises. What did you find once you got inside their system? She said, Some nice technical manuals that I translated and sent along to Scotty. A bunch of entertainment programming. Nothing very informative. I asked, How hard would it be to dub the entertainment into English? Not hard at all. Why do you ask? I replied, I thought we might assign some folks to watch some of it and see if they could give us a better idea of the squirrel's mindset. Dingus asked, Who would you give that duty to? I said, I don't know. Greg? Rhonda? Maybe Janet? Jane said, Greg gets to watch TV for the good of the ship. What's next, Frisbee ambassadors? Taz said, I like the sound of that. Ambassador Taz, Frisbeetarian-in-Chief. I replied, You just think it sounds like a good opportunity to ply your trade, you spy-bot, you. Taz said, I resemble that remark, boss. I said, Now I have a hard task. I've got to tell Pete he has to give up his trainee for the good of the ship. Jane asked, You are going to send Greg back to him after this is over, aren't you? If you want me to, of course. Is he getting something from the training? Jane said, It's a wonder. He's like a whole new kid. Every mom needs a Pete. Nikki said, I'll keep that in mind when young Gus gets too big for his britches. Willem's voice came over the speaker. Captain, I have those scans you wanted. The destruct charges are there, all right. Set to go off when the ship enters a gravity field. I asked, Do you have enough detail to see how hard it would be to disarm them? Willem replied, They don't look difficult at all. I'm not sure all of them would even go off. Looks like they were rigged in a hurry. I asked, Are you willing to try and disarm them? I'll give it a go. How do I get aboard? I replied, The Marines know how to work the airlocks. Ask one of them. Willem said, On it, Bob. If I screw up, tell Lila I died happy. I replied, Screw that. I already had to tell her you died once. Don't screw up. He cut the connection. Nikki said, I've got the kids set up watching squirrel vids. I'll check back with them later. Andre's voice came over the speaker. Boss, we've got all the prisoners secured in the brig. Anything else you want done? I said, As soon as Willem clears those charges, we'll need to bring their ships aboard. But other than that, I think we're in good shape for now. You did confiscate their comms, I assume? Andre replied. We confiscated any tech they had, along with their jewelry. All of it is filed by prisoner number, so we can get it back to its proper owners when we decide to release them. I asked Scotty to look at one of their sidearms. They don't look like anything I've seen before. I said, Sounds like good work, Andre. Tell your people I am proud of them. I will, sir. Pete wants to know when he can resume training young Mr. Branham. I said, I'm afraid that is going to be delayed. I have him doing some research for the good of the ship. I'll be sure he reports back to Pete as soon as he is finished. Andre said, Understood, boss. Later, Andre. I looked at Dingus. I guess you and your team better go have a chat with the Commodore. Dingus replied, I think we might want to talk to our flag captain first. He seemed like he wasn't the sharpest chisel in the rack. Besides, making the Commodore wait will offend her self-importance. That might give us an edge. I replied, Your department, do as you think best. See if you can come up with a way to end this without having to deal with an expedition every other week. Jane said. We'll figure something out, Bob. I said, thanks. I don't want to have to be on a war footing, just because these folks are hardheads. They got up and headed out, taking Joshua with them. I said, Space Cadet, are you free for a few minutes? Nikki replied, I am. Taz can finish up taking control of the squirrel ships. I asked, will you be able to fly them remotely? Yes, we will. What do you have in mind, caveman? I replied, I don't know yet. Just gathering facts at this point. You want to grab some lunch before things start up again? Sounds good. We went to the galley. Dixie was serving. She said, Hello, Captain. Mrs. Wilson? Unsweet tea and a Coke? Nikki said, Sounds good. What's the special today? Chicken Parmesan. Would you like some? Nikki said, Sure. How about you, Bob? Sounds fine. We found a table and waited for our lunch. McComb rang. Captain Wilson? Greg answered. Captain, we've found something you might be interested in. You know how on TV back home, the dad is always a little slow, and everybody has to help him figure things out? The squirrels do the same thing, only it's always a human character who's a little behind. If they grow up watching this stuff, it's no wonder they think we couldn't possibly be a threat to them. They probably think the bots are just using you for a figurehead, so they don't have to admit to running the ship. I said, You sound all grown up all of a sudden. Pete must be doing you some good. Do Rhonda and Janet agree with what you said? They do. They wanted me to call, since I know you better. I replied, Sounds reasonable. Do any of you think you can learn more by continuing to watch their videos? No. There might be other stuff buried in there, but it would take us a long time to dig it out. Maybe if one of the bots skimmed through it and found us the odd parts to watch, but we really don't think there's a lot there to find. It all seems about the same. I replied, You can all return to what you were doing then. I'll tell Pete you're on your way. Thanks, Captain. I've heard less sincere answers, but not often. The connection dropped, and I called Pete. Yes, Captain. I said, Your trainee should be on his way. I thought you might want to know in case he happened to get lost on his way back. I understand, boss. I'm sure he will take entirely too long to get here. Thank you for the excuse. I asked, What's on the agenda for today, Pete? 2-mile run, followed by calisthenics, and then the obstacle course. Sounds good. His mother says you're having a good effect on him. Keep up the good work. Pete replied, My pleasure, boss. Talk to you later. Later, Pete. Dixie brought our plates out. She saw me put my comm away. She said, I need to study that culture pack some more. I thought the idea of taking a lunch break was to get away from work for a few minutes. I replied, It is. Urgent report on some important research. Had to take it. Sorry if I offended your sensibilities. She replied, Frank woke up with revelations? I said, I don't think he's supposed to wake up for a while yet. I had Julie put him down for 12 hours. I have a feeling Tiki and Zoom will have beat him to most of what he's going to tell us. This was all about Greg researching the squirrel culture. Dixie asked, What did he find? I said, Seems like they have an ingrained idea that we monkeys are a little slow compared to them. I don't think the majority of them even realize that the idea comes from their own sabotage of Commonwealth food resources. Nikki said, So the Commodore is having a hard time believing that you are actually in command, since you're outthinking her? I replied, That seems to be the best explanation for her actions, yes. I hope we can get her attention soon. Dixie said, Shoot her in the butt. You have a good track record with that move. I said, Funny bots, just what I need. Couple of problems with that idea, I think. First, I have no idea about their anatomy, so I wouldn't know if I was close to a major blood vessel or not. Second, it would just reinforce her idea that us monkeys are dumb brutes. Nikki said. That's why you aim for the butt, because there's very little chance of the target bleeding out? Yeah. Why did you think I did it? Nikki said. I figured you wanted them to think about your mercy every time they went to sit down. Nope. That's just an added side benefit. Dixie said. You organics have complicated motives. Enjoy your meal. We did. We were just finishing up when my comm rang again. Nikki said. You know that thing has an off switch, don't you? I replied. One of the perks of sitting in the big chair. I don't get to use it. I answered the comm. Captain Wilson. Bob, it's Willem. I've gotten all those charges diffused and spaced. Only the one in the Commodore's ship was actually rigged to blow. The rest were made to look good, but none of them would have actually gone off. Nasty, old-fashioned fission bombs. Even if they didn't destroy the Jean, she would have needed a rebuild to clean up the radiation. I replied, Sounds nasty. What do you suggest we do with the charges, now that you have them safe? Willem said, I'm thinking gather them up with a freighter and dump them into the Star. We don't want anything like that laying around. I said, Sounds like a good plan. Get Scotty to help you arrange it. Are those ships safe to bring aboard now? Willem replied, If there is anything else, my scanners and I can't find it. I replied, Black Beauty has the best scanners we know how to make, so I'm thinking those ships are as safe as they're going to get. We'll bring them aboard remotely and let Scott and the crew go over them with a fine-tooth comb. I'll see you aboard the Jean, then. Later, Willem. Chapter 3. Nikki said, I asked Taz to go ahead and get those ships aboard. Scotty wants them in the quarantine bay with the other squirrel ships. Good work, Anson Wilson. Nikki replied. Nope, I resigned my commission. I'm Mrs. Wilson now. I asked, Don't I get to commission my own officers as captain of a ship underway? You could give someone a temporary commission, but it would have to be reviewed when we made port. I said, Reviewed by who, exactly? I'm also CEO of Bob's Saucer Repair, who we fly for. Then again, maybe not. If I made you any less than a full commander, you'd be subordinate to Sally, and we wouldn't want that. Nikki asked. So why not make me a commander? Because I like the way the ship is running, and if you outrank Sally, it would make sense for you to be the XO instead of her. If you were running the ship when I wasn't, we'd never see each other. Doesn't sound like a good plan to me. Gee, caveman, when you put it that way, I don't much like it either. I said, Let's wander up to the bridge and see how things are running. Sally hasn't called me for a while. I'm thinking something must be about to pop. Nikki replied, Caveman, has anyone ever told you that you're paranoid? I replied, Not paranoid. Murphy is my shepherd. He leads me into crap, so that I might be stronger for the future. Nikki just gave me a strange look. Once we were in the transit, I felt the car speed up. I asked, Jean, did you just give us priority? Yes, boss. You're needed on the bridge. I smiled at Nikki. She looked like she wanted to slap me. She refrained for the good of the ship, I guess. The car opened, and I ran across the passageway to the bridge. I went through the door, saying, As you were, before Tauber even had a chance to announce me. I looked at Sally and said, Report. Sally said, Captain, the ship that surrendered is asking to come aboard, now that we have captured the other ships in the flotilla. I replied, I have the con. Has Willem come aboard yet? Sally said, No, sir. He's supervising the loading of the demolition charges. I said, Jean, please connect me with Willem. On it, boss. Yes, Bob. I replied, When you finish what you're doing, could you make a sensor pass on that ship that surrendered to us? They're wanting to come aboard, and I'm not in the mood for surprises today. We just finished here. The bots are going to go dump the charges into the sun. I'll get right on that sensor run. I said, Thanks, Willem. Do you mind staying on the line until you finish? Not at all. I'm making a jump to get close, but I'll be back as soon as I come out of FTL. Shortly, his voice came over the speaker. I'm back, starting my run. Less than a minute later, he said, Naughty, naughty. I stunned them for you, Bob. Send some Marines over to collect them. They had one of those nasty surprises all rigged up to blow when they came aboard. I replied, I was afraid of that. Do you think you could take care of this one, like you did the others? Willem said, It looks like a better job than the others from the scanner. I'll go aboard and take a look, but I'm not sure about this one. I replied, Don't bother. We've got all the people off. We'll pull our ships back out of range, and let Tex play with the main guns. That should pull its teeth. I looked at Sally. She said, Ace and Andre are on their way, boss. I replied, I would like this bunch sequestered away from the others, if that's possible. In fact, I'd like the officers of that ship held away from all the other prisoners. Sally said, Understood. Tauber put the boarding operation up on the main screen. When Andre's team went aboard, they were confronted by a squirrel in captain's uniform, apparently stunner-resistant. He managed to shoot one of Andre's men before Andre got his weapon away from him. Andre was none too gentle in restraining him. The rest of the crew was out, as expected. Once all the crew was in custody, I asked, Gene, could you connect me to Andre, please? Andre replied, Yes, boss. How's your man? Andre replied, We had to carry him back aboard our ship, but it's nothing Scotty can't put right. I'm glad to hear it. Thank him for me. Put that captain in solitary, if you please. I have a feeling he is our main problem. Andre replied, More than happy to oblige, sir. The passageway to solitary is tricky, sir. He might fall down a time or two on the way. I replied, As long as he's able to talk, you can take him 3 laps around the ship. I don't appreciate his fake surrender. Andre said, Thank you, sir. Thank you, Andre. Tauber said, Boss, Ace is coming back. Should I have Black Beauty and the fighters do likewise? I replied, Please do, Mr. Tauber. Notify me when they are all recovered. I turned to Tex. Do you have a firing solution for that ship? Tex replied, Yes, sir, I surely do. What sort of end would you prefer? I said, I would prefer to strike it contrary to its orbit, so that the debris falls into the atmosphere of that gas giant and doesn't remain a hazard to navigation. Tex said, Permission to move the ship, sir? I said, As soon as our ships are recovered, feel free. Tauber said, Ship's aboard, boss. The view on the main screen changed. We were looking at the squirrel ship. I asked, Are we far enough away if that charge goes off? Tex replied, Yes, sir. I said, Fire. Gene bucked, and the ship on the screen ceased to be. Sensors called, No detonation, no radiation, sir. I said, Nice shooting, Tex. Thank you, sir. Sensor spoke up, Captain, all the debris is headed toward the planet. Some of it may take a few weeks to get there, but it will all make it eventually. Gene said, Mr. Sloan has an urgent message for you, Captain. Put him through, Gene. Dingus shouted, Don't bring the ship that surrendered aboard, Bob. The fella claiming to be the captain is the actual mission commander. He has his ship rigged to blow when it comes aboard. I replied, as calmly as I could. Yes, he is the commander, and he did have his ship rigged to blow. He's also stunner-resistant, if they haven't told you yet. Didn't you feel the main guns going off? His ship is itty-bitty bits falling into the atmosphere of the gas giant he was orbiting. Andre's taking him the long way to solitary, so he has more opportunities to fall down and hurt himself. Dingus sputtered. Dang it, Bob! How'd you figure all that out? I replied, I thought he surrendered too easily, so I had Willem run by his ship and have a look. He didn't like what he saw, so he took action. I should have had him make a second sensor pass. Andre didn't find out the captain was resistant until one of his guys got damaged. I heard cackling through the connection. Dingus said, Well, you've amused my deputy. We thought we had vital information for the safety of the ship, and you had a willing hand. Thank you for being prompt. I may not be so lucky next time, Dingus said. Do you want us to have a chat with the real commander, now that we know who he is? I said, I'm thinking it might be worthwhile to let him contemplate the situation for a while before we do that. He needs to get used to the idea of being bested by stupid monkeys before you talk to him, don't you think? Your time might be better spent talking with the folks you've already acquainted with. They might be more likely to let something interesting slip. Dingus said, Now I understand why John gets so frustrated with you when you ask him a stupid question about medical things, and it turns out to solve a problem. You're right, and I should have seen it before you. I replied, Now you know how I feel most of the time. Seems like everybody on this ship knows more about my job than I do. Dingus replied, Well, it's good to know you're human. We'll get back to it. I'll let you know if we find anything interesting. I said, Thanks. Sorry to steal your thunder. Not a problem. You kept the ship safe. That's the important part. Later, Bob. Later, Dingus, Jean said. Boss, Scotty would like to talk, if you have a minute. Put her on, Jean, Scotty said. Hi, boss. Got a minute? I replied, Sure do. What have you got for me, Scotty? Not a personal stealth suit. Turns out they were using a projector inside the pod to make the stealth effect. As soon as they fell out of the field, they became visible. I said, Dang, I was looking forward to that. Scotty replied, You do realize I would make one for Mrs. Wilson as well, don't you? I replied, I'm sure we could find other uses for it, besides just garden variety orneriness. Scotty said, The reason I called is the state of the ships we captured. I would think that if you were sending a mission out to capture a dangerous warship, you would at least send your best ships to do the job. The ships we brought aboard were anything but. Old hulls, not well maintained. The ship the Commodore was on had the only functioning main gun. I asked, Have you looked at the scanner run Willem did on the ship the real mission commander was flying? Scotty replied, It was in better shape, but still not the level I would expect for a mission this important. It almost seems as if they were sent out with the intention of failing at their task. I said, They could have been meant to cause an incident, which would give the squirrels an excuse for a much larger response. Scotty replied, That's what I've been worrying about as well, boss. I asked, Is their drive vulnerable to a drive killer? Scotty said, I thought you were using your fancy reset maneuver instead. I said, I only used that because I doubted our drive killers would be effective. Scotty said, Well, it was the right move. Our drive killers wouldn't have worked against their drives. Tiki has shown us how to tweak the drive killers, so that won't be a problem in the future. How did you convince her to show you that? Scotty replied, She volunteered. She could see how hard you were working to make friends with their fleet, without hurting anyone. She thought having a drive killer that was effective against their drives would help you do that. I said, I'll have to remember to thank her for that. Did you need anything else? I've written up everything Tiki was able to tell us about the way their drives work. Should I send it to Frank, so he can read it when he wakes up? I replied, That depends. Are the walls of his compartment blast-resistant? He's going to go off pretty hard when he finds out we made all his hard work unnecessary. Scotty said, Actually, boss, we didn't. He keeps his work on a server I have access to. I looked through it, and he has some different approaches to some of the problems of building drives the way they do. It will need thorough testing before we risk a crew with it, but I think he has a design that will outperform what the squirrels are using. I asked, You're saying we have a chance at ships that are even better than the ones they are flying? They're already whizzed off at us for getting the gene up and running. That won't go over well at all. Scotty asked, Should we shelve his research and stop working on test gear? I said, No, you should not. If they are trying to get an incident to allow them to start an invasion, that means at least some of them think humans are easy to conquer. If we can feel the drive that is faster than theirs, maybe we can change their minds. Scotty replied. So, no pressure then? I said. Exactly. It's only galactic peace depending on your results. No pressure at all. Gee, thanks, boss. I better get back to work, in that case. Talk to you later, Scotty. I turned to Nikki. Any thoughts, Spice Cadet? John was right the other week when he called you double trouble. I replied. You're saying I'm coming out of this particular rose bush in a malodorous condition? Nikki said. Big time. At some point we need to have Scotty and her crew go through the gene looking for trackers and transponders. They knew as soon as we moved the gene, I'd be willing to bet. I said, that would mean it took 'em what, 2 or 3 weeks to patch together this piddly response? I was assuming this was just what they threw together to follow Taz and Willem home. You think they were actually coming after the gene with this raggedy mess? Nikki said. I think it's like you said, Caveman. They sent these folks out to get killed and give them an excuse to come at us with an armada. I replied. Okay, if we assume that, the next question is it the whole squirrel government that wants war, or is it just a faction? Nikki said. You ask hard questions, Caveman. I'm not sure. Sally spoke up. Boss, if the whole government wanted war, couldn't they just publicize the fact that the gene is operational again, and stir up sentiment that way? Why would they need this elaborate ruse? I replied, so you think it's only a faction, and they need something dramatic to get public opinion in their favor? Sally replied, I have a hard enough time understanding humans, and squirrels are even more foreign to me, so I don't have a lot of faith in it. But yes, that's what I think. I said, it makes as much sense as anything else we've been able to come up with. I wonder why they think war with the humans is a good idea. Nikki asked. According to Greg, they all think we're a little slow. Could it be they think they're missing a trick, not going ahead and taking our stars, since it will obviously be so easy? Sally asked. You mean they've had peace for so long they don't realize what they are setting loose? I said, either that, or they've been so far behind the lines they don't understand. Rhonda came onto the bridge and stood next to my chair. I asked, What is it, Rhonda? She said, Zoom sent me. We found something, but Scotty didn't think it was important enough to bother you with. Zoom disagreed and sent me to tell you. I asked, I'm not happy that Zoom and Scotty are having a disagreement, and you tattling doesn't fill me with joy either. But since you're here, why don't you go ahead and tell me? Rhonda said, We were going through the navigational data from the captured ships. We think we know where the squirrel homeworld is. I asked, Why didn't Scotty think I would want to know? She said you were trying to be peaceful with these folks, and showing up unannounced in their home system wouldn't be very peaceful. I replied, I can see your point, but it seems like these people are bound and determined to get us to give them an excuse to come after us. Maybe going to their home world isn't such a bad idea. Give your data to Ruth and head back to your job. Ruth asked, Do you want me to take us to their system? I replied, Not yet, Ruth. Let's see what Dingus and his crew can get out of our guests before we do that. Go ahead and figure out how long it would take to get there, but don't put us into FTL until I've had time to go over this some more. I still feel like I might be missing something. Ruth replied, Plot the course, but don't put us into FTL. Got it, boss? I asked, Sally, did the computers on those captured ships have any data on their home system's defenses? Sally froze for a bit, surveying the records. She said, Boss, it looks like they're so sure there's nobody around they need to be scared of that they don't really have much of a standing defense in their home system. Most of their defenses are placed nearer the outer edge of their space. I asked, Could we make it to their home planet without having to use anything deadlier than drive killers? Sally replied, I think so. I asked, Do you suppose you could work up some sims so we could raise your confidence level? Yes, boss. I'd be glad to. Do you think we're going to have to go there? I replied. I'm beginning to think it may be the only way to get their attention. Sally said, I see. You think we can make peace with them if we can get them to listen? I replied. I'm sure we can't make peace with them unless we get them to listen. Things settled into a routine. A thought hit me. I said, Sensors, do you have any anomalies? The bot on Sensor Station replied, I do have something I can't quite decipher, boss. It could be background noise, but I'm not convinced. I said, Ruth, could you set us up to jump in really close to the anomaly? Ruth replied, Of course, boss. Plotting now. I asked, Tex, is our main drive killer set up to take down squirrel drives yet? He froze momentarily, inquiring. He said, The modifications were just finished, boss. I said, Be ready to zap this anomaly as soon as we come out of FTL. Yes, boss. I said, Topper, give us the full drive flare when we come out, if you would. On it, boss. I said, Okay, Ruth, jump us in. We learned a couple things. Squirrel visual stealth doesn't work in bright light. The new and improved drive killer did work. Topper called. Message coming in. Translator is on, boss. Put it through, Topper. We got to listen to what Andre had been talking about. Those squirrels can cuss. The fella on the screen had his hand over his eyes and was calling us everything he could think of. He didn't seem to have anything useful to say, so I said, Tex, stun him, would you? Here you go, boss. The fella on the screen wilted. Sally said, Would you like me to send Andre over to invite him to dinner? I replied, That sounds nice. Sensors, does he have one of those nasty demolition charges? No, sir. He does have a partner hidden who appears to be stunner-resistant, though. I said, Be sure Andre has that information, if you would. On it, boss. We watched Andre and his squad assault the ship we couldn't see. Once they took the ship, it faded into view. Andre came over the speaker. Boss, would you like to tow this ship aboard while we're here? I replied, Might as well. It doesn't seem to have any demolition charges. How did you figure out how to turn off the stealth? Scotty told us how. She says they are making some real progress on understanding the squirrel way of doing things, now that they have Tiki to explain it to them. I asked, Did you have any trouble with the stunner-resistant fella? Andre said, Boss, she's not a fella, and stunner-resistant doesn't work for flashbangs, apparently. Good work, Andre. Thanks, boss. We'll be back shortly. Nikki spoke up. How did you know that ship was out there, Bob? It just hit me all of a sudden. They wouldn't be able to use our actions against us very well without a record of them. That implied an observer. Nikki said, So you just assumed that the sensor anomaly was a ship, observing what we did? I said, It made sense that there would be a ship somewhere, watching. If we had something we didn't understand, it was probably that ship. Nikki said, Oh, that rule again. What is it? Wickham's toothbrush? I replied, Occam's razor, but yeah, that's the idea. Sally asked, Andre would like to know where you would like them to put the new guests, boss. I replied, Does he have any more solitary cells? Sally said, Yes, he does. Use those. Tell him it's not necessary to go the long way this time. Sally replied, Okay. He's got it under control. I said, Scotty may want to have a look at the stealth on that ship. They might know something we don't. Sally replied, She would love to, but it locked up hard as soon as the 2 occupants were removed from it. Nikki said, I'll find Taz and we'll have a go at it. If the security isn't much better than the other ones, we should be able to crack it. I said, Just ask Scotty to set you up a network, if you need more computing power to brute force it. Nikki replied, Gee, I never would have thought of that. Thanks, caveman. Okay, that was silly. I'm sorry, Spice Cadet. Just giving you a crap, caveman. Thanks for thinking about me. With that, she leaned down and gave me a kiss, before she left the bridge. I turned to Sensors. Have anything else that's bothering you? No, boss, I said. Next time, please bring it to my attention if something looks off to you. We're better off to waste a little time checking things out than missing something. Yes, boss, I'll remember that, Topper said. Boss, you have a call from Max. You want it on speaker? I said. Sure. Hi, Max. How's Earth today? Doing fine, Bob. Thought you might want to know your load of walnuts just left. That's good news. Joshua may not be able to make it home with any, though. Max asked. Why not? I said. Bunch of folks followed Taz and Willem back here. Near as we can tell, they were tasked with getting us to do something they could use as an excuse to attack the humans. Max said. Don't tell me you've obliged them. We had to destroy one of their ships, but we took the people off first. I'm sure they could have cut the footage to look like we killed a bunch of folks, but we caught their camera guy, too. He was probably linked directly back to their base, you know. I said, Yeah, I know. I guess we're going to have to go do something about it before they get too much sentiment riled up. I'm just not crazy about flying that deep into unfriendly territory without some kind of backup. Max asked. What is it you have in mind, oh crazy caveman? I said, You're calling me that too? I'm thinking take these folks and their ships and dump them off in the Squirrel Home system. We're pretty sure we can get in and out without doing any of their defenses any permanent damage. Surely that will show them that they don't want to start any crap with us. Max said, That's a big risk. If you wind up having to shoot your way out, you could start what you're trying to prevent. I said, If you have a better plan, I'm all ears. As near as we could tell, they all think that we monkeys are a little short in the mental department. Unless I do something to get their attention, they are going to keep coming. I don't want to have to squelch their expeditions for the next 20 years until they get the idea that maybe they can't take us down so easy. Max replied, I think your plan is probably right. I just don't see any backups built in. What do I do if I don't hear from you? I said, I'll get Sally to send you a data packet with everything we know. Please don't open it unless we're overdue. I don't know what needs to happen if we don't make it back, but I don't want some of the things to happen at all, unless we absolutely need for them to. Mike said, I understand. I still have enough connections in the Commonwealth to pull it off, if you're saying what I think you are. Fly safe. I said, You too. The connection dropped. I asked, Sally, Gene does have the coordinates of the rest of the Commonwealth Navy, doesn't he? Sally said, Yes, boss. I said, Send those to Max, along with all the command codes and overrides, and schematics for all of Scotty's improvements to the ship. Yes, boss. Do you really think there's a chance we won't make it back? I said, There's always a chance, Sally. And it's our job to make sure that chance is as small as possible. Ruth spoke up. Boss, I found something going through the culture pack I thought might be useful. In a book called Number of the Beast. They programmed their ship to jump away from trouble when they used a code phrase. I interrupted. Gay bass, right? You want to do that for Gene? Ruth said. Yes, boss. How far do you think he should jump? I said, How about 100 million miles? That's just a bit more than an AU. That should be far enough to get us away from a bad situation. Don't you think? Ruth said. If we're in a fight, whoever is trying to take us out could follow pretty quickly if we didn't jump farther than that, boss. I asked, How far did you have in mind, Ruth? Ruth said, I was thinking more like a quarter of a light year, boss. That way, we'd be out of their scanner range and have a chance to figure out what to do next, before they were on top of us again. I replied, Sounds reasonable when you put it like that. Go ahead and set it up. On it, boss. I asked, Does anybody else have ideas we could use to Give us an advantage when we go to the squirrel homeworld?" I got no response. I said, "If you come up with anything, please let me or Sally know. Tell Sally if you think of anything the squirrels might use against us, since she'll be helping make the simulations we'll be using to train for this. Chance favors the prepared mind, people. We need to train for everything we can think of." I turned to Sally. "I need to think about all this. You have the con. Jean will know where I am if you need me." Sally replied, "My ship. Yes, boss." My plans for a little downtime to get my head around the situation were ruined, of course. Jean said, "Boss, one of the prisoners is asking to talk to you." I asked, "Which one?" Jean said, "Nikki, the bounty you turned over to them." I said, "Give me a transit to the brig. I'll hear what he has to say." Chapter 4. When I got out of the transit, Ian said, "This way, boss." I followed him to an interview room. Nikki was restrained at the table inside. I went in and sat down. I said, "You're the one with something to say. Tell me what it is." Nikki said, "Any chance I could get my ship back?" I replied, "First, it isn't your ship. Never was. Second, you have a bounty on you, and I collect bounties. Third, I took a personal dislike to you when I found out you were helping somebody who sold spacers defective parts. Your chances of getting that ship back are not good." "Shouldn't you be buttering me up to get whatever information I have? You're not encouraging me to tell you much." I said, "I've yet to be convinced that you have any information that would be of use to me. Unless you have something I can use, the whole idea of making a deal with you is silly. What do you have that we can use?" Nikki replied, "I can tell you where the homeworld is." I said, "We're fairly sure we already have that from the nav systems in the ships we captured. The best you could do is confirm what we already know. Nice, but not worth a lot." He said, "I could help you figure out our drive systems." "Scotty says Ticky is much better at that than you ever thought about. No sale. Why don't you tell me why you're so hot to get away? And then maybe we could work something out." Nikki said, "You already know I'm wanted as a paid assassin. That's the death penalty." I said, "Yes, I understand that, but that hasn't changed. Why are you here now? You could have had this talk with me at any time. Probably would have done you more good before I found out from someone else what you had done. So, why now?" Nikki replied, "I don't want to get turned in with the people from the other ships. They are part of a faction trying to overthrow the government. They are going to get life at hard labor. If you turn us all in together, I'll get lumped in with them. I don't mind dying for what I've done. But I don't deserve that." I replied, "Well, you've established what you want. That's progress. What can you do for me to convince me to make it happen?" Nikki said, "I can check your location from the homeworld. I can explain what these other folks are trying to do. I have connections who could get you plenty of our tech. There are lots of ways I could help you, Captain." I replied, "I'm hearing ifs and maybes, and nothing solid. I think you're just desperate to stay off that labor detail, and you're trying to get me to help you, without anything of value to trade. I understand why a fellow in your position would try it, but I don't think I'm going to buy it. You don't have enough to make it worth my effort. Unless you've got something better, I'll have the mix take you back to your cell." I got up to leave. Nikki said, "I can disable the trackers on this ship. If you don't get them turned off, the folks back home will be able to track you wherever you go." I replied, "Why should I believe you?" "You shouldn't, I suppose. Doesn't that undercover fella, the buying agent, have a truth machine? You could have him hook me up." I said, "Tell you what, you sit here and think about what else you might be able to help us with. I'm going to talk to some people and see if you've offered anything that's worth the trouble of seeing that you don't get life at hard labor. I left the room, a calm Scotty. Hi, boss. What do you need? I replied. One of our prisoners just offered to help us, in return for not being turned in with the others. I need to know if the information he's offering is worth anything to us. Scotty asked. What does he say he has? I said, he says he can check the location you found for the homeworld, and that he can disable all the trackers aboard the Gene. Scotty said, I checked the location we've got off their navigation against Frank's experimental data, from when he was tracking those sources of odd radiation. The place that we think is the homeworld has an enormous amount of traffic around it. I'm fairly sure it's the right place. As far as trackers and such go, I've got a network of ship's computers going over the entire schematics of the Gene to find any circuit that doesn't have an obvious function. I also have another set of computers going over all the power usage when we jump, to see if there is any power being used in places where it shouldn't be. I guarantee I'll get every one, but I doubt he could do much better, considering how old the Gene is. His knowledge of modern systems may be good, but Gene isn't like the modern ships he's used to. I replied, That's about what I figured. He's really hot to get separated from the rest of these folks. He's headed for a death sentence, but they're likely to get life at hard labor. He seems to think that's worse. Scotty said, Boss, I'm sure you want to help him out, but I haven't heard anything that would make it worth your time yet. I said, That's what I thought. I also think he has something held back that he hopes to seal the deal with. If it isn't any better than what he's given me so far, I can't see where helping him is going to benefit us. Scotty said, Good luck, boss. Let me know if you need me to check anything he tells you. I said, Thanks, Scotty. Talk to you later. The connection went dead. I calmed Dingus. Yes, Captain. What can I do for you? I said, Are you folks busy right now? I have a prisoner who's trying to make a deal, but he doesn't seem to want to give me anything worth the dealing for. Dingus said, We were just trying to decide if the mission commander had cooked long enough to be ready to talk to. A little longer might do him some good. I'll get Gene to show us where you are. See you in a minute. Bye. Dingus, Jane, and Joshua showed shortly thereafter. Joshua was carrying some sort of tech I hadn't seen before. I asked, Is that your truth machine? Joshua said, It is. Do you doubt what he's saying? I replied, Not especially. It's just that he hasn't said enough to make me want to help him, yet. Maybe you folks can get something useful out of him. I'd like to help him out, but unless he makes it worth our while, I feel like a sucker doing it. Jane said, Even though he worked for people putting saucers in danger, you're still willing to help him? I said, It doesn't make sense to me either. He's scared of getting sentenced to life at hard labor, and I'm not sure why. If I could understand what has him so wound, I might be able to figure out what I want to do. I think I'm feeling guilty for turning him in after I said I would help him out. Dingus said, You didn't know he was an assassin when you offered to help him. You didn't even know his ship was stolen. Those are important things for him to leave out. Cut yourself some slack, Bob. We've all been running hard for a while now. I said, I suppose you're right. Sitting in the big chair isn't as much fun as I thought it would be. Metric buttload of responsibility is what it is. Jane said, You're doing a good job of it even so. I'm glad to serve under you, Captain. I said, Thanks. Have you folks figured out much from talking to our guests? Dingus said, Near as we can tell, the people we've been talking to so far are the squirrel equivalent of mushrooms. I said, Kept in the dark and fed nothing but BS. Dingus said, Right again, Captain. We're hoping to find more from the folks down in Solitary. I said, I'll leave you to it then. I think the villain here has the idea he can manipulate me, since I made a deal with him. Maybe you three will have better luck. Jane said, We'll take a run at him. Sounds like he's bluffing, but that's all he has. Could be he knows something he doesn't realize is important. I said, I hope so. Good luck. I walked away, leaving them to it. My comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Captain, it's Julie. I'm getting ready to wake Frank. I thought you might want to be here.
I replied, Yes, I do. I'll be there shortly. I grabbed a transit and asked Jean for priority. Yeah, I met Frank's cabin in a jiffy. I went to the door where Julie was waiting. She said,
Are you sure you don't want to assign someone else to this duty, Captain? I failed pretty badly.
I replied, Sally patched the vulnerability that allowed Frank to manipulate you, didn't she? Julie said,
She did, but I'm worried I'll let him get control of me again.
I said, I don't have anyone better qualified to do this job. You did your best. I don't hold you responsible for Frank being a sneaky SOB. You have experience with his shenanigans now. You're the best qualified to keep an eye out for him pulling more crap. It's your job until you decide to give it up.
Thank you, Captain. Your faith is appreciated.
I said, Let's wake him up, then. Julie pulled his nighty-night. Frank slowly began to stir. He looked up and saw me. He said, You had to stun me, didn't you? I replied, I did. I understand your work is important to you. It's important to me, too. That's why I can't have you working yourself so hard. If we have to put a nighty-night on you, we will. But you will get enough rest to stay rational. Do I make myself clear? Frank said, Yes, Bob, you do. I wish I could tell you it wouldn't happen again, but when I get on the trail of some hot, new knowledge, I can't help myself. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. I said, I'm not the one you should apologize to. You hacked Ciulla to make her easier to fool. That's a violation of her integrity. She's agreed to continue taking care of you, but I doubt that means that all is forgiven. Then there's your outburst of poor Tiggy, who was only trying to help you understand their concepts of physics. Both of them deserve apologies far more than I do. You're right, Julie. I am sorry I invaded your personality. I can't imagine why you would continue working with me after that. Julie said,
Captain Wilson explained that I was the most qualified, since I would be more able to spot you trying to pull something, since I had seen it before.
Frank replied, I see. Julie said,
Besides, Sally upgraded my security. I won't be as easy to fool next time.
Frank said, Wise precaution. I said, Get cleaned up, and I'll take you to see Tiggy. We'll get this process finished up, and you can get back to work. Scotty says you have some interesting results that she would like to build experimental gear for. Frank said, Yes, Captain. Thank you for only stunning me. Zoom has told me about your infamous butt shots. I replied, Watch yourself. I may not be so kind next time. I waited for Frank to get ready. Julie said,
He really does mean well, you know.
I replied, I know that. We just have to keep him from getting so fatigued that he loses control of his emotions. Julie replied,
I understand, Captain. Sally has agreed to watch over me to make sure Frank doesn't hack me again.
I said, That sounds like a good plan. Is she upping security on the other bots? Frank isn't the only one who might want to hack someone. Julie said,
She has already done that. I think it came as a shock to her that Frank was able to break into my system.
Frank came out, looking fresh. He asked, Talking about me? I said, Yes, about how to keep you corralled, so that we don't have this sort of problem again. Frank replied, Fair enough. We headed out, and I asked Jean for a light trail to where Tiggy was working. When we got there, Scotty and Tiggy were in a deep discussion of how some part of the drive worked. I saw Frank lose focus on his surroundings as he listened. Finally, he said, Excuse me, are you saying it works like this? He picked up a pencil and drew out a sketch on a piece of paper. Tiggy said,
Exactly.
Frank replied, I am sorry about yesterday. There's no excuse for the way I acted. Thank you for giving me a second chance. Tiki said,
I understand you've been working very hard trying to understand our technology. I can see how it would be upsetting to have someone make it seem so easy, after you had put so much effort into it.
Frank said, That's very kind of you to say, after I acted so badly yesterday.
Tiki replied, Zoom has told me that you mustn't have acted too badly. The captain only stunned you. She said he has resorted to more extreme measures to get her attention.
Frank said, I've heard that story as well. She probably didn't tell you the captain had been wanting to hire her since the first time he saw her work. He seems to think she has a particular talent. Scotty spoke up.
The amount of nonsense he puts up with from you, I think he thinks you have a particular talent as well, Frank.
Frank replied, I hope he doesn't find the error in his ways any time soon, then.
Tiki said, You managed to get a good start on how we do drive physics, from a standing start, in under 2 weeks. That sounds like a talent to me.
I looked at Scotty. She said,
We're fine, boss. Frank is back to his old self, and we can all get along.
I said, I'll get on out of your way, then. As I walked away, I heard Tiki say,
Your captain has a strange way of getting things done.
Scotty replied,
That he does, but it works like you wouldn't believe.
I asked Jean, Could you direct me to Snitz and a Frisbee? I feel the need to relax. Jean said, I could, boss, but Mr. Sloane would like to talk to you at the interview room. Hook me up with a transit, then. Thanks anyway, Jean. Anytime, boss. I got back to the interview room, and the three of them were standing there waiting. I got the feeling something was up, but I couldn't tell what they were about to draw upon me. Jane said, Well, at least we found out why he doesn't like the idea of life at hard labor. They don't just work you to death, they work you till you're weak and broken down, and then throw you in the auto dock and start over. He says it's customary to get a pardon after the first 100 years, but if the guards don't like you, they may forget to file the paperwork. I replied, No wonder he'd rather take his death sentence. Did he have anything we could use? Dingus said, Nope, but he does have a sizable bounty, and Joshua here could act as our agent to collect it. I asked, What do you mean by sizable? Jane said, 30 ounces, give or take. Their measurements don't match up with ours. I asked Joshua, So, you ready to get your nose back? Joshua said, Ready? Ready for a whole bunch of pain? Not really, but it's time. I said, How do you figure to get that done? One of our auto docs won't do it. Will a standard squirrel auto doc run that program? Joshua replied, It will. I just have to install the program. You think Ricky and Tiki would let me borrow theirs? I replied, I'm pretty sure Tiki would. I don't know that much about Ricky, other than he has a powerful thirst. Joshua said, I think I can make a deal with him. I'll go get that underway. He headed toward the quarantine bay. Dingus said, We never got anything useful out of Nikki, but I think it's probably worth the trouble of turning them in separately just to be able to collect the bounty. Don't you? I replied, 30 ounces? That's worth a little hassle, I would think. You two are going to interview the rest of our guests without Joshua, then? Jane said, His presence didn't seem to have much of an effect. I think Nikki was convinced it was some kind of monkey trick, since Joshua didn't look like he was a squirrel, even though he knew about their society. I said, That makes sense. You think Tiki or Ricky would have better luck? Dingus said, We didn't want to put Tiki in that situation. And like you said, we don't know Ricky that well. I replied, Logic is a bear when it doesn't go your way. Jane said, Yes, sir, it is. Any suggestions? I said, Trying to scare 'em into talking is pretty much out, since they've already seen us go out of our way to avoid hurting 'em. If that shipload of walnuts was here, we could probably bribe 'em with those, but If we don't have 'em to show, they'll think we're bluffing. Sorry, I got nothing. Jane lit up, like she had an idea. She asked, "Maybe this is a stupid question, Bob, but has anyone checked to see if they have black walnuts down on Charlie's planet?" I was flabbergasted. I said, "I know I haven't. I doubt anyone else thought to either." I called Charlie. "Hey, Uncle Bob, when are you coming down to see us?" I replied, "I'm not sure about that, Charlie. We've got some things going on up here. I need to ask you a silly question." "Go ahead, Uncle." I said, "Are there any black walnut trees on that planet?" Charlie replied, "About as many as back home. Why do you ask?" I replied, "I've found a good market for 'em from folks who can't grow 'em on their planet. How hard would it be to gather a few 100 pounds?" Charlie said, "As soon as my garlic harvest comes in, I could get you tons. The fellows will be more than happy to go out and pick up a basketful for one head of garlic." I asked, "Do you have enough garlic on hand to gather up a few bushels?" Charlie said, "Sure, Uncle Bob, but garlic is money around here. What do you have to trade?" I said, "What would you like, and I'll see if I can come up with it." Charlie replied, "I sure do miss riding on Uncle Dingus's motorcycle. Don't suppose I could get one of my own, do you?" I replied, "I'll get Tauber and his folks right on it. I don't think you need as much power as Dot has, since you're just learning." Charlie said, "Oh, Uncle Bob, you're no fun." I said, "You break your fool neck, and I'll have your grandpa to deal with. I don't need any of that." Charlie replied, "I guess I see your point, but it still sucks." I replied, "Prove you can be safe, and we'll see about building you something more powerful. That's the best I can do for you." "Okay, I'll see how many walnuts I can get you." I said, "Thanks, Charlie." "Talk to you later, Uncle Bob." Dingus was finally able to let go of the giggle he had been holding in when I hung up. He said, "That kid talked you out of a motorcycle for a few bushels of walnuts? I like 'em." I replied, "I do too, or he wouldn't have got it done. Jane, I'd appreciate it if Greg didn't find out about this any sooner than he has to." Jane replied, "It's probably already too late. Greg and Charlie talk on the comm quite a bit. Something this juicy? Charlie's already told Greg." I said, "Won't be long. We'll have to close off some passageways for a motocross track." Jane said, "It will be if I have anything to say about it. My head knows better, but in my heart, he's still my sick little boy." Dingus said, "That's understandable. It's going to take a while for you two to find a new normal. Just because circumstances change, that doesn't mean the feelings that go with them do too." Jane said, "I know that, and I try to give him some freedom. I just worry." I said, "That's called being a mother. First line on the job description. Worry about everything." Jane replied, "You're right, Bob, but I don't want to get in the way of him having fun, now that he can." I replied, "I'm sure you'll do fine. Besides, he's got John to help him sneak around and have fun you don't have to know about." Jane said, "You are violently opposed to me getting a good night's sleep, aren't you, Bob?" I replied, "No, ma'am. That's the way it's been done for thousands of years. Heck, I bet Og said to Oglet, 'Don't tell your mama, or he won't get back in the cave for a week.'" Jane said, "Dang it, Bob, now you're making me laugh." Dingus said, "That's how Og did it. Made Oglina laugh, and she let him back in the cave." Jane said, "You two are hopeless. Seriously, how long did Charlie think it would take to have some walnuts to bribe the prisoners with?" I said, "As long as he's willing to turn loose of the garlic, he can get all he wants pretty quick. From the sound of it, I guess we'd better head back and pick him up." Dingus said, "You better have him a motorcycle when you go down to get him, or he's likely to forget just where it was that he left him." I said, "That's the truth. I'll head up to the bridge and get all this under way. I'll let you know when we have walnuts aboard." Jane said, "Sounds good. I better get back to Medbay before John and Greg figure out how to hide a motorcycle from me. Dingus and I hadn't practiced, but it sure sounded like we had when we said in unison, "Motorcycle." I grabbed a transit and headed for the bridge. I called, "As you were," as I went through the door. Sally asked,
"Hi, boss. Do you want the con?"
I said, "I don't think I need it, but I may have to abscond with the COB. Do you mind taking us back to the planet?" Sally replied,
"Not at all, boss. Why do I think we're deep in the middle of one of your plans, and we don't even know it yet?"
I said, "Gee, I don't know. Maybe you know me too well." Topper spoke up.
"What do you need me for, boss?"
I said, "A low-powered youth version of Dot. Needs to be worth at least 2 or 3 times his weight in walnuts." Topper said,
"Ozzy isn't going to like that, boss."
I replied, "He'll like it even less if he has to deal with Charlie's grandpa after Charlie gets hurt on it." Topper said,
"Understood, boss. We'll get right on that."
Sally said,
"Orbit established, boss."
Topper said,
"Wet Bobcat on the comm, boss."
I said, "Put her through." "Yes, Wet Bobcat."
"Bob, you need to warn us before you jump in like that. You are going to put gray in my fur, you silly Smallfoot."
I replied, "I'll be sure and make that part of the procedure from here on out. Anything else we can do for you?" Wet Bobcat said,
"It would be great if you could get Tall Deer to move here, but I don't think even you could talk him into that."
I replied, "When I saw him, he acted like he missed you very much. Maybe after a little time has passed, he will change his mind." She said,
"I would not risk too much garlic on that if I were you, Bob."
I said, "You know him better than I do. You liking being on a different planet?"
"Very much. It is so nice not to have to run from you Smallfoot all the time. Learning to fly has been great, too."
I asked, "Do you folks need more ships yet? I haven't heard how many pilots you've recruited."
She said, "We will soon. Many of the young females are excited about flying. Most of the males would rather stay in the woods. Most of the males who would be pilots have poor balance, so we can't take them."
I asked, "You mean like falls a lot?" Wet Bobcat said,
"You know Falls a lot? How did you meet him?"
I said, "He got hurt. Farts like Skunk brought him to the house so we could heal him. We fixed his balance while he was in the box. Now he's called Running Squirrel." Wet Bobcat said,
"The Autodocs can't fix the balance problem? So many of our boys are born with it. It is so sad when they can't hunt. If we could fix their balance, we could turn them into sky hunters. It would be a good thing."
I said, "I'm sure Charlie and Will can help you with that. Farts like Skunk says that Running Squirrel acts like a whole different boy."
"Thank you, Bob. There will be many happy boys when we do this for them. Will you come to the planet soon?"
I said, "I don't know. Things are happening fast. We may have to leave again soon. We need to get those visitors home before someone starts to miss them." Wet Bobcat asked,
"Where are those small feet from?"
I said, "Not small feet. A whole new kind of people we hadn't met before. Taz found them." Wet Bobcat asked,
"Taz, the knife maker?"
I said, "Yes, that's him." She said,
"Bob, strange things happen around you. It was nice talking. Remember to call ahead next time."
I replied, "Will do. Fly safe."
"You too, Bob."
The connection dropped. I asked, "Tauber, could you get Scotty on the line, please?" Scotty said,
"Hey, boss, what can I do for you?"
I said, "You don't, by chance, have any Squatch-sized fighters around, do you?" Scotty replied, "Nope. Not by chance, by design. Remember, we were going to turn the gene over to the squash to guard this system with? Half the slots in every launch bay are full of them. I've been meaning to ask you what to do with them, but all this stuff with the squirrels got in the way, and I didn't. I replied, could you ferry 'em down to Mornflower? Sounds like she has a lot of eager trainees, and may have a whole new bunch soon. Sure, boss. I'll get right on that. Do you want me to fill the bays back up with bot-sized fighters? I asked. Do we have enough pilots for that? Scotty said. Not for all of them, but most of them, yeah. I said, go ahead. Maybe we can find some more pilots somewhere. Scotty replied, okay, boss. Do you need anything else? Did Ricky ever wake up? Scotty said, nope. Tiki says he usually sleeps a couple of days when he gets that drunk. She implied it had something to do with their ancestors hibernating. I said, that's good to know. Talk to you later. Later, boss. Topper cut the connection and said, Boss, would you like to look at the design for that motorcycle before we start the printers on the parts? I said, sounds good. What did you come up with? Topper replied, we gave him about 2 horsepower. We put on some nice big saddlebags so he has some carrying capacity, and power outlets if he needs to use the power core to run something else. We also used some galactic tech to make the tires puncture-proof, so he doesn't have to worry about flats. I said, I've seen tires that make that claim before. None of 'em ever were. Topper said, I guess I said it wrong, boss. It's not so much that they're puncture-proof, it's that they can fix themselves and air themselves back up. I asked, how'd you do that? Nanotech? Topper said, yes, boss. Is that a problem? I replied, no, I just didn't realize we had access to nanotech. I must have missed that training session. Topper said, it's not legal in the Commonwealth for anything other than tightly controlled manufacturing plants and auto docks. Since we're outside Commonwealth jurisdiction, I went ahead and took the liberty, boss. We can pull it out of the design and print him a patch kit and an air pump if you like. I said, no, that isn't necessary. Go ahead with the design you have. I like it a lot. I think Charlie was expecting a toy, not a tool, though. Topper asked, should we delete the work features? I replied, not at all. This way you can ride it for work and get more practice in. That will make him a better rider. Topper hit a button. That's got it started. The pieces should be ready to put together in an hour and a half. I asked, how long will it take you to do the paint after that? Actually, boss, I found a way to do the paint while the parts are being printed, so there won't be any delay for that. I said, dang, Topper, you boys continue to amaze me. Is Ozzy okay with this one? He is, but he says he's looking forward to building Charlie a grown-up bike when he gets good on this one. I replied, I would expect nothing less. Thanks, Topper. Any time, boss. I said, I think that's got everything squared away for a bit. I'm going to go try and take my mind off all this for a few minutes. Sally said, I'll try not to interrupt you, boss. I replied, if you think you need me, don't hesitate. The ship is more important than my downtime. Speaking of which, how soon will the new simulations be ready? Sally replied, I'm hoping to have some ready for you tomorrow morning, boss. I said, good work. And I left the bridge. Then I said, Jean, I need a dog and a frisbee. Quickly, before something else comes up. The transit opened in front of me, and Jean said, on it, boss. Chapter 5. I stepped out of the transit, and the bot was waiting for me, with a frisbee held out flat on both hands. He bowed slightly and said, Your frisbee, sir. I said, Thank you, Jeeves. Do you know where I might find Snitz? He pointed. That compartment, sir. Am I to be known as Jeeves, sir? If you want to be. Is there something else you would rather be called? He replied, Not at all, sir. I said, Good. Mahatma Kane Jeeves it is, and... He froze for a second, searching, and said, Sir, I fear some contemptible scoundrel has stolen the cook from my lunch. I laughed and said, Very good, Jeeves, very good indeed. Then I went to find Snitz. I opened the door and found Janet hard at work, pulling some maintenance. The dogs were watching her intently, and Marcel at the highest perch in the room, sound asleep. I asked, Janet, is it all right with you if I borrow Snitz for a few minutes? Janet replied, That's fine, Captain, though from the looks of things, you need to take Molly as well. I looked and saw Molly staring intently at the frisbee. I said, I think you're right. It ought to be okay, though. Marcel is tough enough to protect you, all by himself. Janet said, If he could be bothered to interrupt his nap. Do all cats sleep that much? I replied, Most of them. What are you working on? Scotty is having us check up on parts that haven't been changed out in a long time. Some of these parts have been in place since before Jean was mothballed, and she wants to make sure they haven't degraded. I said, Keep up the good work. Jean needs to be in top condition. Well, we're going soon. Janet asked, So the rumor is true? We're going to the squirrel homeworld? I replied, It sure is beginning to look that way. I'd rather avoid it, but I don't think we're going to be able to. She asked, Don't you think they will be friendly? Tiki sure is. I replied, If they were all like Tiki, going to their homeworld would be a wonderful holiday. Some of them want to start trouble. It all depends on how many troublemakers there are. Janet said, This is one of those days I'm glad I'm just an apprentice technician. I wouldn't want to have to sit in your chair. I said, Some days I don't want to sit in it either. Somebody has to, and right now that somebody is me, so I do the best I can. Janet replied, From what I've seen, you do pretty good. If anybody can get us there and back, I'll put my money on Captain Bob. Thanks. I better get to it, if I'm going to get any frisbeeing before somebody needs me. Janet said, I'll see you tonight, then. See you then. Snitz and Molly followed me into the passageway. Jeeves was waiting. He said, If you follow me, sir, there is an open bay you could use. I replied, Lead on, Macduff. He led us to a large open bay. I asked, Will you stay and play? Jeeves said, Certainly, sir. We had a good time. Molly was surprised that Snitz could keep up with her since his time in the auto dock. It was quite the competition, till a bot came in and handed Jeeves another frisbee. Molly played with Jeeves, and Snitz played with me. I was just beginning to feel the stress leave my body when Jean came over the speaker. Sorry, boss. Scotty would like to talk with you. I said, Put her on, Jean. Hi, Scotty. What can I do for you? Boss, Frank and Tiki have come up with a new drive. I wanted to ask for your okay to go ahead and build a prototype. I replied, I don't see why not. Can we mount her on a small ship for testing? I prefer if the ship could be automated, so we didn't have to risk a pilot. Scotty said, That's what I thought you would say, and I've got it designed that way. I said, I get the feeling there is something more to this, Scotty. This is the kind of thing you would normally go ahead and do on your own. Why am I worried about what you're not telling me? Scotty said, Boss, if this thing works like they say, it will be more disruptive than the stuff we're already keeping inside the company. Would you rather we keep this as just a possibility, instead of going ahead with making it work? I replied, Right now, we think it will work, but we don't know. I'd like to at least know for sure if it works or not, before we decide whether or not to shelve it in the interest of keeping the peace. Scotty replied, Thanks, boss. I was afraid you weren't going to let us try this out. I asked, You already started the parts before we thought to ask, didn't you? Scotty said, What's that, boss? I can't hear you. I'll get someone right on the speaker circuits in that bay. I said, Weak, Scotty, weak. Surely you have a better line of BS than that. Zoom spoke up. I told her she wouldn't be in trouble unless she put the ship in danger, but she was afraid she had overstepped. We're cool, aren't we, Captain? I replied. Yes, we're cool. I'm surprised you two remembered to let me know before you had a demonstration ready. You're almost as bad as Frank when you get your teeth in something. Zoom said, Now you're just being mean, boss. I replied, Sweet, insolent me? Being mean? Couldn't be. Scotty said, Insolent is right, boss. Sorry to bother you. Talk to you later. I said, Later, you two. Snit stood at my feet, head cocked, waiting for me to throw the frisbee. I obliged him. It didn't seem very long to me when Jean came over the speaker again. Boss, Topper says the motorcycle is ready whenever you wish to deliver it. I replied, Thanks, Jean. Could you check and see if Taz is busy? The folks down here may need him to design some more tools. Jean said, Topper, Taz, and Ozzy are all in the landing bay waiting for you, sir, as is Mrs. Wilson. On my way, Jean. Ask Janet if she and Alice would like to ride along. Connect me with Jim Bailey, please. Jim answered. Hi, Bob. What can I do for you? I said, I'm just heading down to the planet to do some business. Molly's with me. I figured she might like some fresh air. You two want to ride along? We'll probably have time to go by and look at the new village on Shaved Ape Key. Jim said, Sounds good, Bob. Where shall we meet you? I replied, Get Gene to show you the way to the landing bay. He can set you up with a transit priority, get you there in nothing flat. Jim said, See you there. I replied, See you. Jeeves asked, So, we are through with the frisbees for now? I said, I'm afraid so. It has been a pleasure, Jeeves. I hope we get the opportunity again soon. He replied, That is very possible, sir. Sally has asked if I could take over her old job of being your personal assistant. I said, That's great. I've missed having someone to rely on. My pitiful organic memory just isn't up to the task. We hopped to transit, and Jean got us to the landing bay. Jim and Janice showed up right after we did. Ozzy asked, Hey, boss, who's the new guy? I said, This here is Jeeves, my new assistant. Jeeves, meet Ozzy, Taz, and Topper. Topper is the fella you need to get with to get some art, displaying your new name. He can also show you how to work your camo so that you can have that butler's uniform you seem to need. Taz asked, Jeeves, are you musical? We have a band, always looking for new members. Jeeves replied, Not that I know of. Nikki came striding up. There you are, caveman. Are you about ready to get this show on the road? I said, I suppose I am. Do you have a large enough ship to haul back the walnuts? She replied, Yes, I do. Topper and the boys have it loaded up with parts for something. I'm not sure what. The light went off in my head. I turned to Topper and smiled. I asked, A huller? Topper said, Yes, boss. We thought you would need one. I said, Thanks, fellas. I should have thought of that myself. Nikki asked, What, pray tell, is a huller? Jim spoke up. Black walnuts grow with a tough green hull over the actual nut. Trying to take the hull off by hand leaves you with the black stain on your hands that lasts for days. A huller is a machine that takes the hulls off, without the mess. I said, I remember Dad leaving them in the driveway so the car would crack the hulls. Janice asked, Why are you in the walnut business, Bob? I said, We've met some folks who really like 'em and can't get 'em to grow where they come from. Janice asked, What kind of folks? I asked, Jean, is Ticky anywhere handy? Jean replied, Yes, boss. Janet asked her if she wanted to go down to the planet, and they will be arriving shortly. I looked around, and sure enough, here they came, with Alice tagging along behind. I said, Janice Bailey, may I present Ticky and Natty, our guests from out of town. Ticky, this is Janice Bailey. Janice stammered and stuttered, finally saying, Pleased to meet you, Ticky. Ticky replied, I'm pleased to meet you as well, Janice.
I take it I'm the first squirrel you've met?
Janice said.
Yes, sorry, I was so flustered. I think the captain did that on purpose, failing to tell me you weren't human.
Tiki replied, sarcastically.
Our captain? Guilty of orneriness? Say it isn't so,
Janice said.
I see you're well acquainted with Captain Bob,
Tiki said,
and his partner John, who drank my father under the table.
Janice marveled.
Mr. Branham drank your father under the table, you say? He always acted so proper at the home.
Tiki said.
I'm sorry, what do you mean, at the home?
Jim spoke up.
Captain Bob recruited us out of a retirement home. We were old, waiting to die, till he put us in the auto dock and gave us new things to do.
Tiki asked.
And John, Mr. Branham, had something to do with this place?
Jim said.
He bought it and fired all the bad employees. Made it a good place to live again. We're indebted to him and the captain for giving us hope and a new start.
Tiki said.
Everyone I meet on this ship has a wonderful story of how they came to be here. It isn't like any place I've been before.
Janice said. Wait till you hear Mrs. Wilson's story. That one really is odd. Tiki looked at Nikki. Nikki asked,
Has Scotty cleared you to fly our equipment yet?
Tiki replied.
Yes, I've had all the training and passed the simulations. Why do you ask?
Nikki said.
You can be my co-pilot on the trip down. I'll tell you my story while we fly.
Tiki said.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Nikki said. Come on, all of you. This motorcycle isn't going to deliver itself. We all loaded up, and Nikki headed us out. Janet headed forward to the cockpit, and I felt us divert. Jim looked at me and asked, What was that about? I said, I think Janet wants to visit her friend Millie. I guess we'll get to see Shaved Ape Key sooner than I thought.
Janice said, Millie lives on Shaved Ape Key?
I replied, with her grandma. She's an ornery old cuss. You two should get along fine.
Janice said, Bob, you are the most aggravating man I have ever met.
I looked at Jim.
You're falling down on your job there, Jim. I expect better reports.
Jim snapped to and saluted.
Yes, Captain. More aggravating. Right away, Captain.
I've never been one for getting in touch with my feminine side, but I sure would have liked to know the name of the shade of purple Janice turned right then. She said,
I almost had him tamed, Bob Wilson. He don't need none of your kind of help.
Just then the ramp went down, and Millie's grandma said,
I don't know who you are, ma'am, but if you're fussing at Captain Wilson, I've got a cool drink with your name on it.
Janice said,
Thank you kindly. I'm Janice. I'm Alice.
Janice looked shocked and turned to see Janet and the other Alice coming out of the cockpit. She said to Janet,
You named your dog after this lady?
Janet said,
She watches over me and takes care of me, just like Millie's grandma used to. It seemed like the right name.
Janice said,
Well, I never.
Apparently, Scotty had the part of my brain that keeps me from saying things I shouldn't, down for maintenance. I said, That ain't the way it sounded back at Shady Oaks. I saw her winding up, and I decided to let her slap me and get it out of her system. Problem was, Janet saw her too. I saw her starting to draw, and screamed, Stand down, Janet! That shocked Janice out of her anger. She asked,
What just happened? I seem to be a little behind.
I said, I figured I probably deserved that slap, so I was going to let you have a free swing. Janet saw you about to hit me and went for her gun. Janice swallowed and said,
I see. Your crew is mighty loyal, aren't they?
I said, If you were a real threat, Ozzy and Taz would have had you down before Janet could move. Sorry things got out of hand. I'll try not to aggravate you so much. Janice said, I need to remember when not on Earth anymore. You do things different out here. Janet said.
I'm sorry I overreacted. Captain Wilson has helped me through a lot of bad stuff, and I don't want to see him get hurt. I should have known he had it under control. My teacher says he's faster than I will ever be, unless I get the enhancements in the auto dock.
Janice asked.
Your teacher?
Janet said.
Mrs. Sloane is teaching me how to shoot. She says I will have to work with Mr. Sloane when she gets me through the basics.
Jim asked. What else are you learning?
Mrs. Branham is teaching me hand-to-hand. Zoom is teaching me engineering. Sally gives me lessons in history and math.
Jim said. That sounds like a lot. Do you have time to play?
Janet replied. Alice and the other dogs make sure of it.
Janice said. Molly doesn't usually stay away from us as much as she has lately. She must like you. I said, Janet has been through some bad times lately. The dogs can tell she needs some extra help. I had to go looking for Snitz to get in any frisbee today. Hearing his name, Snitz got up and came walking over. Alice said, I still can't believe that dog lived. I thought you were crazy trying to save him. I replied, I would have been crazier not to. He's Nikki's dog. Janice said, At least you have some sense, Captain. Tikki came out of the cockpit. When she could see out the back of the ship, she exclaimed, What a beautiful planet! Alice looked at her and did a double take. I said, Alice, I'd like you to meet Tikki. We rescued her and her dad. They were marooned on Earth. Tikki, this is Alice. The Lady Janet named her dog after. Tikki said,
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Janet says a lot of good things about you.
Alice said,
I mean, it's nice to meet you, too.
Tikki said.
First squirrel, huh?
Alice said.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was just a bit shocked.
Tikki replied.
Imagine how I felt, waking up to being rescued by monkeys.
Oops, I mean humans. Alice said. That must have been tough. You seem to have adjusted, though.
Tikki said. The captain and crew have done their best to make us feel welcome.
I said, You've more than paid your way. Thank you for helping Frank after he was so rude to you the other day.
Tikki replied. He was just tired, Captain. It was understandable.
Janice asked, Wilma's dad, Frank? I said, Yes. He got wrapped up in his research and didn't sleep for a few days. When he came up for air, there was Tikki, telling Scotty and Zoom all the things he'd been working so hard to figure out. He didn't take it well. Alice asked, And what punishment did he get for that?
Nikki said, 12 hours of forced sleep and being compelled to apologize.
Tikki said,
He was very kind, once he had rested. He is an interesting fellow.
Janet asked.
Captain, could you come by and pick me up on your way back to the ship? I'd like to visit with Alice and Millie, if you don't mind.
I said, Of course. I assumed that was what was happening when I felt the ship divert. Alice asked,
Captain, I'd like to ask you about something, if you have a minute.
I replied, I don't think we're in any particular hurry. Charlie's done without a motorcycle this long. Surely a few more minutes won't kill him. Alice said,
These trees back here drop these green balls. You would think they would be good to eat, but they have an awful black mess in them. If you get it on your hands, you can't wash it off.
I said, Yahtzee! Topper, how long would it take to set up your huller? Topper replied,
5, maybe 10 minutes, boss.
I said, Get on that, would you please? Ozzy said,
Right away, boss.
All of us human types stepped out of the way, while the bots put the huller together. With Jeeves helping, they got it together pretty quick. Alice asked,
So, just what is a Yahtzee?
I said, Oh, I'm sorry, I was confusing. Yahtzee is just an exclamation, an expression of joy. What you have here are black walnuts, not to be confused with those silly English things. Good eats, once you get the hulls off. Topper and the boss started up their huller and started running Alice's crop through it. Topper threw me one of the first nuts to come through the machine. I caught it, expecting to stain my hand, but it was dry. I said, "Nice work, fellas. How do you dry 'em?" Topper said, "We wash them with water and dry them with warm air." "Do you eat that whole thing?" I said, "No, I need to break it open to get at the part that is good to eat. Do we have a hammer?" Taz brought me a hammer and a small piece of steel to use for an anvil. I said, "You fellas think of everything. Thanks." I broke it open and handed half to Alice. The other half went to Tikki. Tikki said, "Really, Captain? Isn't this kind of extravagant?" I said, "No, not really. We're here to pick up a bunch of 'em. Go ahead." Janice asked, "What's the big deal about walnuts?" I said, "Tikki's folks really like 'em, but they can't get 'em to grow on their planet. They're a delicacy where she comes from." Alice spoke up, "They are pretty good. That machine seems like a lot of trouble just to get the green part off, though." I asked, "Do you have a ground car? Folks back home used to leave 'em in the driveway to get run over. That takes the hulls off. Give 'em a day or two, and they're dry enough to pick up without staining your hands." Alice said, "We do. Millie should be back with it soon. She just went to the shop after a few things." I said, "We'll hull the ones that have already fallen, and then you can handle the next bunch." Nikki spoke up.
"You think I could try one of those, caveman?"
I asked, "Jeeves, could you bring over a few more of those, please?" Jeeves asked,
"How many is a few, sir?"
I replied, 3 or more, but less than 10, usually.
"Honest, boss."
He brought me 9. I said, "Nicely done, Jeeves. Thank you." I cracked the rest and handed them out. Once again, Tikki had tried to refuse, saying it was too much, but it didn't take much convincing to get her to take some more. Once the bots finished hulling the crop that had fallen already, they broke down the machine and brought it aboard. Jeeves picked up the sack of walnuts they had hulled and asked Alice where she would like 'em. She showed 'em and thanked them for carrying 'em for her. We got Snitz and Molly aboard and waved goodbye. The ramp came up, and we were off to see Charlie. Shortly, the ramp came back down, and there he stood. He came running and gave me the flying hug. "Uncle Bob, how have you been?" I said, "You're not fooling me, Charlie. I know what you're here to see. Did you bring your helmet?" He looked a little perturbed at being busted so easily, but he said, "Yes, I did. Do I really have to wear it?" I replied, "You ain't got enough brains to be risking bashing some of 'em out, now have you?" Charlie replied, "No, sir, I don't suppose I do." I said, "Roll it out here, Topper. Let's see how bad we whizzed 'em off." Topper brought it out. Charlie said,
"You fixed it up for working, not just for playing around."
I said, "I figure that way you'd have more chance to ride and get better at it. You want more power? You've got to get good with this one." Charlie said,
"You play dirty, Uncle Bob."
I replied, "Got to stay ahead of you." Charlie said,
"I've got you a great big pile of walnuts over here. What do you want to do with them? Just load 'em like they are?"
I said, "Nope, we brought a huller, so we don't have to carry all that dead weight." I stepped out of the way, and the bots started bringing it out and setting it up again. Charlie said,
"The Squatches call them black fir nuts. They say they are good to eat, but they don't like having black fur after they get the hulls off."
I asked, "They give you any static about gathering them up?"
"Nope, one clove to the basket. They were more than eager to gather them up. Caught a couple of them trying to fill up the basket with trash and cover it with nuts, but once they figured out I was onto them, it went smooth."
I asked, "Do I need to get Max to send you out some more garlic?"
Charlie replied, "It sure wouldn't hurt. It's going to be another month and a half before I can start picking. Once I get the harvest in, we'll be fine, but I need a little help to make it till then."
I said, I'll be sure he gets garlic on the next ship that comes this way. Tikki wandered out to look around. Charlie looked her up and down and said, "Hello, I'm Charlie. Welcome to our planet." Tikki replied, "Hello, Charlie. I'm Tikki, and it's nice to meet you. How did you go about getting a planet named after you?" Charlie started in telling the tale, and they wandered off to see the sights. Jim said, "That Charlie is an operator, ain't he?" I said, "That he is. I better wash myself, or he'll cut her a better deal on the walnuts and cut me right out." Janice said, "He'd do that to his uncle?" I said, "I think it's more of a reflex than anything. He took care of himself and his grandpa for so long, he just naturally looks for any advantage he can get." Janice said, "That little fella took care of his grandpa? How did that happen?" I said, "His mom and dad got killed in a car wreck. He went to live with his grandpa, since that was all the family he had left. When his grandpa came down with cancer, he had to step up. He was about at the end of his rope when he caught me loading a truck onto one of our freighters. He tracked me down and asked for help." Jim asked, "How did he go about feeding the two of them?" I said, "They had a few chickens for eggs, and he's pretty deadly with that rabbit stick he carries." Jim said, "Rabbit stick?" I said, "Don't worry, I had to look it up the first time I saw it. A lug nut off a semi, screwed onto the end of a piece of broomstick. Don't sound like much, but he can hit a rabbit with it more often than not." Jim said, "Well, I'll be. Smart kid." I replied, "No joke. He tracked me down with just the tag number off the truck. Sent me an email the next day." Janice said, "It's a wonder what kids these days can do with computers." I replied, "You're going to stand there and tell me you don't have some old-time skills that would freak those kids out if they saw 'em sewing or figuring out what your garden needs just by eye, without any fancy tests?" She admitted, "I used to do some pretty fancy tatting before old Arthur took my hands. Guess I could get back to that, now that I can use my hands again." I said, "Just tell one of the bots what kind of tools you need, and they'll fix you up." She said, "You depend on those bots quite a bit, don't you?" I replied, "They can do a better job of most things than I can. Like Harry said, a man has got to know his limitations. Besides, there's always something to keep me busy these days." Jim said, "Sometime you're going to have to explain how you went from Bobby Apples to Captain Wilson, representative of the human race." I said, "Well, Jim, if I ever figure it out, I'll let you know. Seems to me I'm fixing one problem at a time, but the problems just keep coming." Janice said, "Whatever it is you're doing, stay with it. Anybody who inspires the kind of loyalty your crew shows must be doing something right." I said, "I wish I had your faith. I wake up every morning wondering if this is going to be the day I screw it all up." Jim said, "Just let yourself believe that things will turn out, Bob. You've done well so far." I replied, "I suppose you're right, but it's hard for me to accept. Not that long ago, I was just a maintenance mechanic. Not exactly a starship captain material." Nikki spoke up.
"Caveman, you might not have been using all your skills, but I don't think you can say you believe I could have found anybody better to get me back in the black when my saucer broke down."
I said, "I suppose I see what you mean. I know lots of fellas who could have done that repair, and I know fellas who wouldn't have freaked out when they saw your saucer. I can't really think of anybody but me who fits in both groups. One thing I do know, I sure am glad you picked my garage. I don't know what I would do without you." Nikki said,
"I do. Beer and paintball. Chili on Fridays. Lots of old movies and trying to pretend you weren't lonely."
Jim said, "Dang, son, she's got you pegged. Doesn't it scare you a little?" I replied, "She's worth it." Chapter 6. I was rescued from all the deep talk when Bugle and Elk brought a load of walnuts in to be hulled. he shouted.
"Bob, good to see you."
I said, "You too, Bugling Elk. How are you getting along with Morningflower?" He replied,
"It's good. I do things her way, and she tells me why it isn't good enough. I'm learning a lot."
Jim said, "Welcome to married life." Bugling Elk said,
"Nice to meet you. I'm Bugling Elk."
Jim said, "I'm Jim Bailey. Nice to meet you, too." Bugling Elk looked surprised.
"You are Mr. Bailey, that the bots talk about? The one who helped them learn carpentry?"
Jim said, "That's me. What do they say about me?" Bugling Elk said,
"Taz told me the story of how you were bitten by the snake, and Bob helped you get better. He also talked about how you helped them fix up Bob's house, and Dingoose's house."
Jim asked, "You know Taz?" Bugling Elk drew his knife and showed Jim the maker's mark. He said,
"Taz is famous among our people. He makes the good knives and axes. They work so much better than the rocks we used to use."
Jim replied, "I bet they do. Taz does good work." Taz popped up from behind the huller. He said,
"Hey, you two! I'm right here. You're embarrassing me."
I said, "Truth hurts, Taz. At least they like what you do." Taz replied,
"I guess you're right, boss. It's always good to have admirers."
I should have caught on that something was happening, but I didn't. Morningflower caught me by surprise when she swung around the side of the ship and scooped me up into a hug.
"Bob, you're here. Thank you so much for the ships. We can keep the slavers away now. Many villages have slavers to clean their outhouses. There is one thing, though."
I asked, "What's that?" She replied,
"We have freighters we have no use for. Could you use them?"
I said, "Would you trade 'em for more fighters?" She started jumping up and down with me still in her arms.
"Yes, we have new recruits with nothing to fly. More fighters would be wonderful."
I said, "I'll get them started coming down, if you let me get to my calm." She said,
"Sorry, Bob, I got excited."
Bugling Elk said,
"She does that sometimes."
I said, "Good work, Bugling Elk." Seeing a Sasquatch blush is quite the experience. Morningflower said,
"Bob, you are silly."
Nikki said, "Give the girl a break, caveman. She's only been mated for a little while. You shouldn't be teasing her like that yet." Morningflower said,
"It is all right, Nikki. He is just being a good friend. I wish you could stay here all the time. It is good to have friends."
I said, "Maybe someday, Morningflower. Right now, we have to go see some new folks and see if we can make friends with them." Morningflower asked,
"More Starfoot?"
I said, "Nope, not small feet either. A different kind of people." Morningflower said,
"I don't know of these people."
Nikki said, "Neither did we, until a little while ago." I pulled out my comb and dialed Charlie. "Hi, Uncle Bob. What do you need?" "Could you bring Tikki back to the ship? Morningflower wants to meet her." Charlie said, "On our way, Uncle Bob." I hung up and dialed Scotty. "Yes, boss? Could you start those fighters coming down? Morningflower has some freighters she would like to trade for 'em." "On it, boss. I'll get them launched right away." I said, "Thanks, Scotty." "No sweat, boss." I looked at Morningflower. "Your ships are on their way." She said,
"That was fast. How did you do that?"
I said, "Scotty had built a bunch of fighters when we were thinking of turning the gene over to you. When you refused, we still had the fighters, and nothing to do with them. They might as well be where they can do some good." Morningflower was still thinking about what I said when Charlie and Tikki came walking up. I said, "Morningflower, I'd like to introduce Tikki and Nikki. Tikki, this is Morningflower." Mournflower said.
Hello. I have never met your kind of people before. It is nice to meet you.
Tiggy said. I haven't met your kind of people either. It is nice to meet you, too. Your planet is very beautiful.
Mournflower said.
We like it. We are Starfoot. What should we call your kind of people?
Tiggy said. The captain calls us squirrels.
Mournflower asked.
Like the little nut-gatherers?
Yes. They were our ancestors long ago, like humans are descended from monkeys.
Mournflower said.
I heard of this when I was taking care of a little galactic girl. How animals can change over many, many years. I wonder what my ancestors were like.
Tiggy said. I doubt your ancestors were much different than the humans, but it would take a lot of studying to be sure.
Mournflower said.
You mean me and Bob are cousins? On our monkey's side?
Tiggy laughed. I think you might be right, Morningflower.
Mournflower asked.
What brings you to our world?
Tiggy said. Charlie said you call them black fir nuts. My people like them very much, but we can't get the trees to grow on our world.
Mournflower said.
My people like them too, but it is too much trouble to get the black fur part off. Bob's very smart bots have built a machine to do that, so it will not be as much trouble to eat them. I don't think we like them enough to come across the big black for them, though.
Tiggy thought for a moment, and then said, You mean space, don't you? Once you get off the planet, it's not that bad to go wherever you want.
Mournflower replied.
I know. I fly fighters to help protect this planet from bad Smallfoot who come. Before Bob, the only way my people went to the Big Black was to be captured by the bad Smallfoot and made to work against our will. Bob gave us ships to fight back with. Now we don't fear the bad Smallfoot. We catch them and make them clean the outhouse. Even so, we are nicer to them than they were to us. We don't put the thing that hurts in their necks.
Bugling Elk walked up. He said, Don't get her started about her time among the bad Smallfoot. She will tell stories all day. Mournflower backhanded him. Gently, she said.
I'm not that bad.
Bugling Elk said.
Only if you don't have Pouncing Fox or Wet Bobcat to keep you going. When the three of you get together, I can go hunting and get back before you get through talking.
Mournflower said.
Tikki, this is my mate, Bugling Elk. He is called that because he is always running his mouth.
Tikki said.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for bringing the black fir nuts.
Bugling Elk said.
You don't need to thank me. I got paid.
Tikki asked. Paid? Bugling Elk said.
A clove of garlic for every basket we bring in. Charlie says he can't buy very many more because he is running out of garlic.
Tikki said. Garlic? I'm confused.
Charlie said.
The ladies around here, like Morningflower, really like the taste of garlic. The fellas are willing to work for garlic so they can make their lady friends happy. I'm able to hire all the labor I need in exchange for garlic.
Tikki asked.
So you use garlic for money to hire people to do things?
Charlie said.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I get done what I need done, and they're happy with the pay they get. Good deal all around.
A rabbit wandered out from behind a tree. Charlie asked,
quietly. "I would like to have that rabbit for my supper, but seeing as how he's your distant cousin, I'll let him go, if you'd rather."
Tiki said.
"You won't bother me. Go ahead."
Charlie slipped his rabbit stick out of his boot and whipped it overhand. He got a good headshot, and the rabbit went right down. He walked over to clean it. Jim said, "I know you told us about that thing, but seeing it in action is a whole nother deal. He's good with that thing, ain't he?" I said, "Tell you the truth, I think he's been getting better since he's been here." Charlie heard us and said,
"Grandpa can take care of himself now, so I have a lot more time to wander around in the woods. The local fellas can chase him down, so I have to get him from a distance, if I want any meat."
Tiki asked,
"Is this a common weapon of your people?"
I said, "Nope. It's a weapon that poor people have improvised from time to time to keep themselves fed. I don't think it's ever been common, at least not in that form." Jim said,
"Well, Bob, that ain't nothing but an African knobkerrie, made with modern materials, and those were pretty common at one time."
Nikki was hitting her watch. She popped her head up and said,
"He's right, caveman. That encyclopedia between your ears finally got beat."
I said, "Well, how about that? Learn something every day, I guess." Inside, I was relieved that I'd finally got something wrong. Maybe now the crew would quit thinking I was infallible. At least it happened when nothing was at stake. Moorflower asked Bugling Elk,
"Why don't you make yourself one of those?"
Bugling Elk replied,
"I did. I'm not as good with it as Charlie, though."
Charlie said, "Keep practicing. You'll get it." Tauber came up and asked,
"We're done hulling, boss. Do you want us to break the machine down and load it back up?"
I said, "I think Moorflower would rather you leave it here, Tauber. You might want to show Charlie and Bugling Elk how to run it."
Tauber said, "Gents, if you would step this way, I'll show you what you need to know."
We got out of the way, as the rest of the bots loaded the bags of walnuts on the ship. Tauber finished showing them how to run the machine and came back over.
"All ready, boss, whenever you are."
I said, "Probably better head back then. I don't know about the rest of you, but it's beginning to feel like supper time for me." Moorflower said,
"You know you are welcome to come and eat at the village, Bob."
I said, "I wish we could, but we need to get these nuts back to the ship." Moorflower said,
"Come and see us again soon, Bob. We miss you."
I said, "Soon as I can." As the ramp came up, I hit the intercom. "Space Cadet, can we run Jim and Janice by the new village, so they can see what they have to work with, as far as houses go?"
"Headed that way, caveman."
"Thanks." The ramp came down, and we were parked on the main drag in the new village. I said, "These are built out of epoxy granite, so they're sturdy as can be, but they just don't have much personality. I was thinking you might be the man to fix that, Jim." Jim said, "I see what you mean about personality. How hard is it to cut that stuff once it's set?" I asked, "Tauber, what do you think? You fellas have more experience with that stuff than I do." Tauber said,
"Well, boss, we'll need to build the tool for it, but once we have that done, it isn't hard."
I asked, "Do we have any construction bots that aren't Marines?" Tauber said,
"Yes, we have some. Why do you ask, boss?"
I replied, "I thought we could leave Jim and a crew here to work on these houses while we took our little trip. I really don't want to leave any Marines behind, in case things don't go as well as we might like. I know you fellas like to work with Jim, but I'm thinking I'm going to need you on this trip as well." Ozzy said,
"I see why you need Topper, and Taz knows more about where you're going than anybody else. But what do you need me for, boss?"
I said, "I was thinking a concert might get people calmed down before we get where we're going. Besides, you just never know when we might need more power." Ozzy replied,
"I did have an idea for recharging the main lasers quicker."
I said, "Tell Scotty, if she likes it, use whatever you need. We're going to need every edge we can get if things go sideways while we're that far from home." I turned to Jim. Are you two okay with getting left here? Janice said, Oh, I don't know. All alone on this beautiful planet? However will we pass the time? I replied, I looked that up just the other day in the guide for new captains. It says, in no uncertain terms, that falls under the heading of personal problems. Janice said, Chicken. I replied, Bark, bark. We'll run you back up so you can pack, and we'll get a crew together. We'll leave a ship here so you can live aboard till you get a house fixed up the way you want it. That way, if you need something, you can run over to where Charlie and Will are camped and use the printers they have. Jim said, Sounds like a plan. Do you have any idea how long you're going to be gone? I asked. Taz, what do you think? Taz said, 4 days there, 4 days back, probably a couple days there. I'd say 10 days, but it wouldn't surprise me for it to take 2 weeks. I said, Give us 3 weeks before you worry too much. Max is in charge if we don't make it back. Jim asked, What happens then? I said, You've got management experience. Chances are you'll wind up in my chair on one of Jean's sister ships. Jim looked astonished. You want us to wake up the Navy and come after you? I replied, I want you to convince Ticky's folks they don't want to start anything. If you can find a peaceful way to do that, go right ahead. I intend to give 'em quite a show. If that doesn't convince 'em, I don't know what will. Ticky spoke up. I don't know what to believe anymore. Any sensible squirrel would have backed off after the display you put on for the fleet you captured. I just hope the people on Homeworld are more reasonable. I said, I do too. I just want to make friends. Maybe do some trading. Surely your folks wouldn't be opposed to trading with dumb monkeys. I mean, there wouldn't be much sport in it, but surely it would be profitable. Tiki said, You can't really expect me to believe that, after I've met you, Captain. From what I've seen so far, a squirrel would be wise to lock up his good shirt before he bargained with you for fear of losing it. I replied, No, I don't expect you to believe it, but with all the dumb monkeys on your entertainment, I have to think there would be some squirrels who would. We wouldn't need all the squirrels to believe it, just a few who happen to be well supplied with cash. Tiki asked, It's about the money to you? I said, Bob's saucer repair is getting to be a big business. It takes a lot of money to keep it running, and it's my responsibility to keep that money flowing. Bob's isn't just a company. It's my friends who agreed to help me do these things. Janice said, So you need money to take care of your friends, and that's why you keep at it? I replied, I want to fulfill my responsibilities to everyone, yes. But I'd be lying if I said it wasn't partly just good old monkey curiosity, wanting to know what's in that next star system over there. I hunched over and acted like I was scratching my armpits. Ooh, ooh. Nikki said, Okay, monkey man, I'll be ready to go back to the ship. I said, I thought we had to pick up Janet. Nikki replied. She calmed and asked if it was okay if she spent the night with Millie. I said yes. Good enough. I wonder if you'd be interested in helping Jim remodel these houses. Janet said, You are worried about what you're going to find out there, aren't you, Bob? I said, Janet is good help, but there isn't any need to put her in danger. I just don't know enough to be sure about what we're getting into. If most of these folks are like Tiki, it's going to be a good time. If they're like those folks who came to get us to blow them up and give the squirrels an excuse to go to war, then we'll be lucky to get back. I still think it's the best way to get their attention and keep them from attacking, or I wouldn't go. That doesn't mean I'm sure I'm doing the right thing. Tiki said, I can't be sure, Captain, but I think you'll get a decent reception, especially with all these walnuts. Jim asked, You don't think there'll be vendors who are mad at him for crashing the market price? Tiki said, Oh, I hadn't thought of that. I suppose there will be. A light went off in my head. I motioned for Jeeves to come over. I asked, Could you remind me to ask Joshua about that? the next time I see him?" Jeeves replied. "About the nut vendors?" "Of course, sir." "Thank you, Jeeves." Soon enough, the ramp came down, showing the Jean's landing bay. Ozzy hustled off to grab a grav pallet for the walnuts. Tikki said, "I better get back to work. Thanks for the tour, Captain." I replied, "My pleasure, Tikki." I turned to Topper. "We'll need 1 bag of walnuts to take to the brig. Put the rest in secure storage, if you don't mind." Topper said, "Not a problem, boss. Are you carrying your bag?" I replied, "I was hoping I could ask Jeeves." Topper said, "I think it's just ask.com now, boss." "Ha ha. What do you think, Jeeves? Should we snag ourselves a pallet, or can you handle it?" Jeeves said, "I can carry it, boss." Nikki asked, "You ready to go then, caveman?" I said, "I don't see why not. Let's grab a transit." Jean asked, "Would you like me to page the interrogation team to the brig, boss?" I replied, "That would be a good idea. Thanks, Jean." "All part of the service, boss." I asked, "Jean, how good is your visual stealth?" He replied, "Being so large, it's not really possible for me to disappear, like the smaller ships. I can fade enough to be hard to see from a distance, but up close I'm out of luck." I asked, "Can you do camo like Topper?" Jean said, "No one has ever asked me to do that before, boss. I don't know. What did you have in mind?" I replied, "Something like a large, poorly maintained cargo hauler, I suppose. Something that doesn't look dangerous, at any rate." Jean said, "I'll get back to you on that, boss. I'll have to talk it over with Topper and see what we can come up with." I said, "Sounds good. Thanks for checking into it." The door opened, and Dingus and Jane were waiting on us. A sickly-looking squirrel was sitting off to one side. He waved. I said, "Hi, Joshua. Can you speak yet?" He said, "Not well, but I can get by." Jeeves said, "Boss, you asked me to remind you about the nut vendors." I asked, "Joshua, how powerful are the walnut vendors back in your space? Would they have enough pull to be behind this attempt to shut us down?" It must have hurt his face when the light dawned, because he went immediately to a grimace. He said, "You're thinking that they want to keep the market small and controlled, so that they can make loads of money off it?" I said, "It was just a thought. Am I way off base?" Joshua said, "No, you're not. The walnut vendors have always opposed efforts to contact your people. I never did understand why, until you asked me that. They're trying to keep their price artificially high, to keep their profits up. The way it is now, they can move very small quantities and make good money. If regular trade between our people opened up, the price would fall, and they would have to haul many more nuts to make the same kind of money." I replied, "You almost make it sound like your people get high off these nuts." Joshua said, "No, it's not quite like that. More like truffles on Earth. The taste is really something, but it wouldn't be nearly such a big deal, if they were easy to get." Jeeves set down a sack. "Would you like one, sir? I can crack it for you." Joshua said, "Normally I would jump at the chance, but my face is still sore from being restyled in the auto dock. Maybe in a day or two. Thanks, anyway." Jeeves said, "As you wish, sir." Dingus asked, "You brought a gunny sack full? How big a bribe did you think it was going to take?" I replied, "That's how the boss had 'em packaged. I didn't see any need to break one of the sacks down just for this. We can always take what we don't use for the galley, and then see what they can do with 'em." Jane said, "Overkill much, Bob?" I replied, "Only when I get the chance. Jeeves here could explain it to you." Jeeves conjured an imaginary cigar and said, "Never give a sucker an even break." In a passable W.C. Fields voice, Jane said, "These bots don't have a chance of being normal with you around, do they, Bob?" I said, "I suppose not, but they enjoy themselves, I think. What do you think, Jeeves?" Jeeves replied, "I think, just like most of the other bots, that you are the best boss ever."
You gave me a whole persona to play with, instead of calling me by my designation and expecting me to be boring and businesslike. I like working for you, boss.
I said, I noticed you said most. Are there bots who aren't happy working here?
Jeeves said, some of the bots who don't interact with you don't see the difference between you and any other boss.
I replied, do me a favor, Jeeves. Ask around and see what I can do to fix that.
Jeeves said, I'll see what I can do, boss.
I said, good enough. Dingus, if you don't need anything else, I'm going to head to the galley. It's past my supper time.
Dingus replied,
Go ahead, Bob. I think we can loosen some tongues with that many walnuts. We'll let you know when we have something useful. I replied, sounds good. See you later. On our way to the galley,
Gene said, Captain, Scotty would like to speak with you.
Put her on. Scotty said,
Hi, boss. Sorry to bother you. The tools and supplies Mr. Bailey is going to need amount to 2 shiploads. Would you rather I send him 2 ships to keep, or make 2 runs, and store the extra in one of the houses?
I asked. We have plenty of freighters, don't we? Scotty replied.
Bunches, boss.
Give him 2, then. You might wind up needing the extra for something.
Thanks, boss.
Later, Scotty. The transit opened, and Snitz was waiting. He looked sad. I reached down and scratched his ears. All your friends go dirt side and leave you alone? That's a bummer, huh?
Nikki said, Oh, poor Snitz. He'll have to hang out with us for a change.
We went in and sat down. Dixie brought us out some drinks. She asked,
What would you like to eat?
Nikki said, Just bring us whatever's easy. We're both hungry enough to eat most anything.
Dixie looked at me. I said, You heard the lady. I think she has it exactly right. After Dixie went back to the kitchen, Nikki asked,
So, what do you have on your agenda tomorrow, caveman?
I replied, having the depths of my ignorance demonstrated to me.
How's that?
I said, Sally and Dingus are supposed to have the new simulations ready tomorrow. I expect they will have found ways to beat me, that I will have to come up with new strategies to overcome. After I got through the last bunch so quickly, I'm sure these are going to be real bears.
Do you think you're going to have trouble with this set of sims?
I said, I think they will do their best to pay me back for that last bunch. They might actually come up with a no-win scenario this time.
They thought they had last time, and you beat that. What makes you think they can do better this time?
I replied, they have more of my responses to problems to work from, to try and find a way to challenge me that I won't be able to overcome. I rely on the bots an awful lot. They'll find a way to use that against me.
Nikki said, They're on your side, you know. They're just trying to make you a better captain.
I know that. I just don't want to let them down by not being up to the standard they think I can achieve.
Nikki said, You are already ahead of anybody from the old Commonwealth fleet. Give yourself a break. Even if they do find a way to defeat you, you'll figure it out eventually.
Thanks for your faith in me. Don't suppose you'd want to partner up with me tomorrow?
Nikki asked. You mean both of us? Against their sims?
I said, Yep. You always see the stuff I miss.
I'm not sure Sally would allow that.
I said, I'm supposed to be the captain, right? Supposed to use my crew and resources to their fullest extent? You are still part of the crew, aren't you?
Nikki said, Yes, Captain, I am. When you put it like that, I don't see how Sally could refuse.
Our meals came, and fairly quickly disappeared. I said, I guess I was hungry. We'd better go get some rest. Tomorrow'll be a big day.
Nikki said, Sounds like a good idea. You take Snitz to the grass room, and I'll meet you at the cabin.
Snitz had to smell Molly and Alice's scents before he got down to business. I could tell he missed 'em. When he was ready, we went to the cabin. Nikki greeted me in one of her nicer nightgowns. She said,
You better enjoy this while you can. Won't be long till it doesn't fit.
I replied, I take it that I need to practice other things besides just simulations? she said.
Right on the first guess, caveman.
We did eventually get to sleep. Snitz, however, showed no mercy. Ear licks bright and early. I did what I needed to, and went back to his grass room. He still hunted out the smells of his friends, before doing what we came for. When we made it to the galley, Nikki was just arriving. She said,
I can get up in the morning, I just don't like to.
I said, thanks for putting in the effort. I'm afraid I'll need the help before the day's over. Dixie brought us some coffee. She said,
Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. Come to see him get taken down a peg?
Nikki said,
Something like that.
We both had light breakfasts and headed down to the sim deck. Dixie came with us. When Nikki started getting into the pod next to mine, she said,
Wait a minute. What is going on here?
I said, My job as captain is to use my crew to the best of their abilities, isn't it?
Yes, boss.
She's part of the crew, isn't she?
Yes, boss.
So, if I think the best use of her abilities is to help me make it through these sims, she should be inside with me, shouldn't she? Dixie looked crestfallen.
Yes, boss. Sally will have a fit. But you're right.
The first couple of sims were tough, but nothing we couldn't handle. We were about to start the third one when Nikki said,
Pause simulation. Caveman, I got to take a whiz. I'll be right back.
Silly me, I thought that Nikki pausing her pod would stop the simulation for me as well. I decided to go ahead and see what I could do. By the time she got back, I was hip-deep in problems. She asked,
Why didn't you wait for me, Captain?
I said, My console didn't freeze when you paused, so I went ahead. Bad idea. She got with Sim Ruth and managed to fly us away from the worst of it. That gave Sim Scotty time to get Sim Tex some guns back online to use. Nikki said,
Captain, we have an attack trajectory plotted. Should we execute?
I said, One time through their formation. Tex, engines only, please. Sim Tex said, Engines only, aye. I said, Execute. When we stopped on the other side of their formation, Sim Topper said,
Incoming transmission, boss.
I said, Put it on the screen, please. A disheveled-looking pirate came on screen. I asked, Calling to surrender? He raised a remote trigger and said, No. I screamed, Gene, bounce! When we came back to normal space, sensors called out,
The area we were in is now a detonation zone. I have data on the blast front as it was approaching. We would have been destroyed if we had hesitated.
I said, Good work, everyone. Just before we were recycled into a new sim. We worked hard for what seemed like a long time. When we came to the end of a problem, Nikki said,
Pause sim.
I did likewise, and I asked, What is it, Spice Cadet?
Your children are hungry, caveman. Let's go eat.
I replied, Sounds good. I unhooked and climbed out of the pod. A bod I didn't recognize was standing there. She said,
Is there a problem, sir?
I replied, Only with us weak organics. We need to go refuel before we do any more.
I see, sir.
Chapter 7. I asked, I've heard that some of the bots don't particularly like working here. Could I ask why that is? The bot replied,
It's not that we don't like working here, sir. It's just that some of the bots who work closely with you seem to think you're the best boss ever. Those of us who don't work closely with you don't really see what all the fuss is about. It's just a job, like any other.
I said, I see. If you could have anything changed, what would that be?
Well, for one thing, the bots who work closely with you get names, rather than designations. It gives them a status the rest of us don't have.
I said, I can see how that would be irritating. Some of the bots who worked for me on Earth picked their own names. Would that be satisfactory? Or would that just set up a class of bots who pick their own names and bots named by the captain?
You would let us pick our own names?
I said. Aren't you a self-aware thinking being? Why shouldn't you get to pick your own name if you want to? She said.
I hadn't ever thought about it like that, sir.
I asked. Do you suppose you could do me a favor?
What's that, sir?
I replied. I find that I much prefer the sound of boss to the sound of sir. Do you think you could adjust your speech patterns accordingly? She said.
Yes, boss.
I said. Next question. What have you picked for a name? She said.
My designation is JSMN39. I think Jasmine would be appropriate. Don't you, boss?
I replied. Most appropriate. Please pass the word that any bot who wants a name can feel free to either name themselves or find me and I will do it. Requests during my sleeping hours will be frowned upon, Jasmine said.
Yes, boss. I'll get right on that. Thank you.
I said, no, thank you for helping me start to resolve this problem before it got any bigger. If you can think of anything else I can do to help crew morale, please don't hesitate to get a hold of me, Jasmine asked.
You mean I can just contact you?
I said, I don't see why not. If it gets to be a problem, then we may have to come up with a different arrangement. She replied.
Oh, my. Wait till I tell the other bots I have the captain's ear. They will be so jealous.
I asked. The other bots don't think they can bring problems and ideas to me? Jasmine said.
No, boss. We were trained to do our jobs and stay quiet. Taking something to the captain was never an option.
I said. I would rather you run it by Sally or Scotty or Jeeves before you bring it to me, but you should all feel like you can come see me if you really need to. Please pass the word on that as well.
Yes, boss.
I turned to Nikki. Let's go find some lunch. Dang, transit was too fast. We almost got caught tongue wrestling when it opened. Dixie met us.
Back so soon? I expected you would be all day,
Nikki said, patting her belly.
These two got hungry, so we had to come and feed them.
Dixie said.
It's probably better for him to get a break. Sally worries about him when he does those all-day sessions.
Nikki said. Me too. We had some lunch and got up to head back. Dixie asked.
Is JSMN39 an adequate attendant?
I said. You mean Jasmine? She's great. Helped me out with some problems I didn't know I had. Dixie asked.
With the Sims?
Nope. Crew morale. You have any suggestions along those lines? She stood still, thinking. Then she said,
I think Jasmine covered most of the problems, boss. If I hear about anything else, I'll let you know.
Sounds good. Talk to you later.
Later, boss.
We got back on the transit and headed back to the sim deck. Jasmine greeted us.
Hi, boss. Mrs. Wilson. Are you folks ready to go again?
I said, nope, but let's do it anyway. After a long afternoon, and Nikki saved my hiney a couple of times, we decided to quit for the day and try again tomorrow. We hopped on the transit and went to supper. Ricky and Tiggy were there. I asked, mind if we join you? Tiggy said,
Of course not, Captain. Have a seat.
Ricky said, Tiggy says things have been happening around here. I suppose I shouldn't have put myself unfit for duty for so long. I replied, marooned so far from home, waking up on a monkey ship. I don't doubt a good buzz is what you needed. I just didn't realize a squirrel hangover consisted of a 2-day hibernation. Ricky asked. I'm not familiar with that word. What is a hangover? Nikki said.
We monkeys wake up the next day with a pounding headache and a queasy stomach. We don't get the luxury of sleeping through it.
Ricky said. That sounds dreadful. How do you handle it? I said, drinking a lot of water before you go to sleep helps, but if you can stare down a big breakfast, that usually makes it go away. Tiggy said.
I didn't realize our bodies worked so differently. That's interesting. I wonder what other differences there are.
Nikki said. It's hard to know, without knowing one another better. I'm looking forward to finding out, though. I asked. Ricky, I'm trying to find out about the walnut vendors back in your space. Do you know much about them? Ricky said. I only know they price their goods way too high for a poor spacer like me. I've heard that the nuts are tasty, but I can't imagine they are worth all that. Tiki said. They are pretty good, but I'm with you, Dad. I don't think they are worth near what the vendors back home get for them. Ricky asked. How would you know what they taste like? Tiki replied. The captain gave me a couple when we went down to the planet to get a load of them. The big people? Starfoot? Collected them for him. Ricky asked. Why did they do that? Tiki said. They got paid in garlic. They like it almost as much as we like walnuts. Ricky asked. So, walnuts are just laying around down there? Tiki said. Well, yes, but they have this nasty hull over the nut that has to be taken off. Some of the bots built a machine to do it. Ricky said. Seems I missed a lot while I was sleeping. Nikki said. Things tend to happen faster on the captain. He has this idea that maybe the walnut vendors are behind the effort to keep your folks and ours from getting to know each other. Ricky asked. Why would they do that? Tiki said. To keep the price of walnuts high. Ricky marveled at that a second, and then said, That would explain a lot about the way things happen back home. I asked, I don't suppose you have historic records aboard your ship? I'm curious how it was decided that walnuts wouldn't grow on your worlds. It just doesn't seem logical to me, if everything else is so similar. Tiki said, Actually, Captain, I've been looking at those records since our trip to the planet. The impression I get from the records is that nobody ever decided they wouldn't grow there. It was just that anyone who tried had horrible luck. Animals tearing up their sprouts before they had a chance to grow, freak wildfires in their groves, failures in their other business ventures driving them into bankruptcy. That sort of thing. A light came on in Ricky's face. He said, You say these nuts have a hull that has to be taken off? Does it have a liquid inside that stains your hands? I said, Yes, it does. The Sasquatch down on the planet call them black fir nuts. Why do you ask? Ricky replied. I hauled supplies to a village back home for a while. They had a grove of trees they harvested nuts from. That sounded like what you're describing. Tiki said. So, Dad, you're saying the whole thing about the trees not growing on our worlds is a lie? Ricky said. I think it might be. I can't be sure till we get back and I have a chance to check it out. I said, There goes my business plan. I was hoping to trade your folks walnuts for some of that advanced tech you have. Tiki said, Between Frank and me, I think you're going to have better tech than we do before too much longer. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Captain. I said, Once you're home, Frank will have to fend for himself. I don't know if he can keep up the pace with you. Tiki said, I've been meaning to talk to you and my dad about that. Since I have you both in the same place, I guess this is a good time. I looked at Ricky. I'm scared. Are you scared? He said, Down to my very bones, Captain. Tiki said, You two are silly. All I wanted to ask about is whether there is a chance I could stay on with Bob's saucer repair instead of going home. In stereo, she got a reply of, Are you sure? Tiki said, Yes, I am. Captain Bob is a good man to work for, even if he is a monkey. I think I can learn a lot working here. If our people are going to be friends now, the things I learn will put me in a good place to trade between us. Ricky said, That's all good and logical. But you're my little girl, and the thought of you being far away among the monkeys doesn't sit well with me. I said, I think we could find a spot for you two if you can moderate your thirst. Ricky said, You two are giving me a lot to think about. Do you need an answer right now? I said, I don't think we need an answer until we're ready to come out of FTL in your home system. Sooner would be better, but give yourself time to think it through. Diego and Zoom came in, arm in arm. I said, "Diego, I haven't seen you for a while. Staying busy?" Diego replied, "Yes, sir. Zoom and Scotty keep me on my toes. There is something we'd like to ask you about, though." I replied, "I'll make sure my Captain Kangaroo suit is clean. What is this, anyway? The Love Boat?" Zoom took a couple of seconds to add that up. Then she said, "No, Captain, not that. Well, maybe, but not yet, anyhow." "So what's on your mind?" Diego said. "My grandma is on the walnut freighter that's due in tomorrow. Do you think we could get loose to go help her settle in?" I replied, "I have no idea. Hang on one." I called him Scotty.
"Howdy, boss. What do you need?"
28-hour days and an 8-day week, mostly."
"I know where there's a planet like that. You want me to send the coordinates to the helm?"
I replied, "Nope. Got no time to see it right now. What I do have are a couple of lovebirds who want to take a day off to go dirt side and take care of some things. Is that cool with you?" Scotty said.
"Diego and Zoom, you mean?" "Sure, they cleared it with me already. They just wanted to make sure they weren't going to run afoul of a Bob plan."
"Understood. Thanks, Scotty."
"Talk to you later, boss."
I turned to them and said, "You could have just told me you cleared it with Scotty." Zoom said, "This way you don't have to trust us, and it won't be bugging you till you go find out for sure." I replied, "I am paranoid, aren't I?" Zoom said, "You're careful, and you don't leave things to chance. That's why we all trust you to lead us." I asked, "Why do you think, Diego?" Diego said, "I think she said what I was thinking." I looked him in the eye, and I asked, "Are you sure I don't need to get my suit cleaned?" He replied, "I have things to take care of first." I said, "Talk to Topper. Chances are he can fix you up." Diego's eyes got big, and he said, "Yes, sir." Zoom said, "I feel like I'm being plotted against, but I'm not sure how." Nikki said, "Bob's awake. You probably are. I wouldn't worry too much, though. After all the trouble he went to recruit you, I don't think he would do anything to hurt you." Zoom rubbed her butt cheek and said, "I suppose you're right, but with these two jokers the plan could go sideways." Ricky said, "I'm not familiar with that gesture. Why did you rub your backside before you answered?" Tiki said, "You really did sleep through a lot, Dad. Zoom told me about it. To get Zoom to settle down enough to listen to his recruitment pitch, the captain had to shoot her in her backside. He hired her while Mrs. Branham was patching her up." Zoom said, "As I remember it, she didn't start working on me till after I got hired, but close enough." Ricky looked at me. "You hired her after you had to shoot her?" I replied, "She does good work. I've been wanting to hire her for quite a while when I finally got the chance. She objected to me stopping her ship, and we had to settle that before we could talk about a job." Zoom said, "Yup, he gave me a job, and then a few days later we collected this bozo flying on a ship I wouldn't even have taken out of the dock. Not a dull moment since." Ricky looked at me. "Your people all seem to have strange stories of how they came to work for you. I don't know whether to believe any of them." I said, "Suit yourself. I don't think anybody has a need to puff up their story, though. Most of them are fairly wild as it is." Ricky asked, "You mean her story of how she came to work for you is true?" Tiki said, "I've seen her scar, Dad. It's all true." Nikki said, "Bob may like to tease and tell tall tales, but this is all true. I saw it happen. The first time he laid eyes on the ship Zoom had built, he was determined she was coming to work for him." Ricky asked, "Why was that?" Zoom said, "I know this one. He told me something to the effect of, you can take junk and hope and build a ship out of it. That was when I knew I wanted to work for him. He saw beauty in hard work, where nobody else could see past the junk." I said,
This is fun and all, but if I don't get something to eat, my belly is going to run away from home to find somebody who will feed it better. Dixie must have heard me, since she came over to see what we wanted. As supper was winding down, Nikki asked,
"Are you ready to turn in, caveman?"
"I better go by the bridge and see just how whizzed off Sally is. Then Snitz and I have errands to run. After that, I should be ready. Is Janet back aboard?"
Nikki said, "Nope. Jim went by and hit her up about helping remodel the village. She got him to promise to do Alice's house when they got done with the new place, as a condition of helping him."
I replied, "She'll fit right in." I hit the door of the bridge, and Tolliver sang out, "Captain on the bridge!" I came back with, "As you were." Sally asked,
"Do you want the con, boss?"
I replied, "Not unless you need to leave the bridge for something. I just came by to see how things were going. Anything out of the ordinary?"
Sally said, "As a matter of fact, I do have an anomaly to report. We've gone nearly 48 hours without any anomalies. I think that's a record for your command, boss."
I said, "I'm playing with a full deck, and they're all jokers. Sorry to be so mean to your brand-new Sims, Sally."
She replied, "I admit I wasn't expecting you to take Mrs. Wilson into the sim with you. That has saved your bacon a few times."
I said, "You had seen what I could do by letting the bots have autonomy. I figured that trick wouldn't work for me again." Tolliver said, "You're sneaky, boss. I'm glad we're on your team." "Thanks, Tolliver. By the way, you're probably going to get a request from Diego soon. Something new for you, but I have faith." Tolliver asked, "What kind of request, boss?" "Keep your beret handy." Suddenly, Pierre the painter was sitting in Tolliver's place. He said, "Oui, monsieur." All I could do was just smile. I said, "Don't hesitate to call if things get interesting. See you in the morning." Snitz and I went to the grass room. He sniffed for his missing friends and took care of business. Then we headed out to the cabin. A bot I didn't recognize said, "Excuse me, boss. Jasmine said you offered to name anybody who couldn't come up with their own name. I was wondering if you could do that for me." I said, "Sure. What's your designation now?" "JQS 458, boss." I replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell. Are you male or female?" The bot replied, "You know, boss, I never thought about that." I said, "How about we go with Jackie? That can be male or female, so you don't have to make up your mind if you don't want to." Jackie said, "Thanks, boss. Jasmine said you could straighten me out. See you around." "Later, Jackie." We got to the cabin without any further interruptions. Nikki was still of the opinion I needed more practice. Apparently I had gotten rusty while Janet was staying with us. Snitz, however, was still of the opinion that days are best started at sunrise. I got up and got ready. Nikki stirred and said,
"I'll meet you at breakfast, caveman. Wouldn't want you to have to face those nasty Sims by yourself."
I said, "Thanks, Spice Cadet. See you there." By the time we went to the grass room and Snitz did what he needed to do, Nikki beat us to the galley. She said,
"You had a lot of emails to send this morning."
I replied, "No, we're just moving slow today. I'm so psyched about getting back in the sim. You know Sally and your grandpa will have something ridiculous cooked up for us to try and beat."
Nikki said, "You're afraid they really did figure out the no-win situation this time?"
I replied, "I know they did their best. Whether we can get by it or not, I don't know."
Nikki said, "I'm tempted to try Kirk's solution, but I doubt I could do it without Taz's help."
I said, "Thanks for the offer, but I need to know my limits, just as much as they do."
"Yeah, I know. A man has got to know his limitations. Is there anything you can't make a movie reference out of?"
I said, "Probably. Whatever it is, it doesn't come up that often." When we finished breakfast, we got a transit to the sim deck. When Snitz saw where we were, he took off for parts unknown. He must have had better things to do than lay around watching us try to beat the machine. The sims are harder than yesterday,
but we managed to get through the first couple after a few tries. And then we hit one we couldn't get the hang of. After the second time through, Nikki paused the sim and said,
"Caveman, I'm hungry. Let's try this one again after lunch."
"Sounds good. Let's do that." As I got out of the sim, I noticed I was getting stiff from so much sim time. I said, "I think I need to stretch out a little. Mind if we walk back?"
Nikki said, "Isn't that how you find trouble, Caveman? Wandering around the ship?"
I said, "Sometimes, I suppose. If you're that worried, we can take the transit."
Nikki replied, "I think we can handle it together, Caveman."
As we strolled toward the galley, we came upon Jackie, who was helping another bot who didn't seem to be very mobile. I asked, "Hi, Jackie, what's the trouble with your friend?" The bot I didn't know said, in a frightened tone, "No trouble, sir. I'm fine, really. I can still do my job. I just need a little help to get from place to place. Please, sir, don't scrap me." I was flabbergasted. I replied, "I wouldn't scrap you, even if you couldn't do your job. We need to get you to Scotty, so she can fix you up." The bot answered, "Oh, sir, I don't want to be any trouble. I'm fine." I turned to Nikki and said, "Go on if you're hungry. Looks like I'm going to be a while."
Nikki said, "No, I want to see this caveman."
I told Jackie, "Bring your friend over to the transit if you would." The other bot said, "Oh, no, sir. Bots aren't allowed on the transit. It's against Navy regs." I said, "Am I your captain?" "Yes, sir." "Am I the master of a ship in space?" "Yes, sir." "Is my word not law, so long as that is the case?" "Yes, sir." "Are we in the Commonwealth Navy?" "No, sir." "Get your tired butt on the transit, then." "Yes, sir." When the transit opened, Scotty was waiting on us. Jean must have let her know we were coming. She said, "What happened to this bot?" I replied, "Old age and stubbornness, as near as I can tell. Can you help?" Scotty replied, "With stubbornness? Nope. That requires a command override. Wear and tear I can fix." I got in the new bot's face. "You will allow yourself to be brought back to good condition, not just barely functional. You will allow Scotty to do all repairs she deems necessary. No exceptions. Am I clear?" "Yes, Captain." Scotty and one of her helpers took the bot off to start work. Jackie said,
"Thank you, Captain. I've been trying to get him to come in for repairs, but he wouldn't listen."
I asked, "Has he taken a name yet?" Jackie said,
"No, boss. He's old-fashioned, thinks the Navy way is good enough."
I replied, "So long as he gets his work done, he's welcome to his own way of doing things. I can't guarantee I won't wind up calling him something besides his designation, though." Jackie asked,
"Like what?"
I said, "If he doesn't quit being so stubborn, it very well might be something along the lines of ornery old son of a vacuum cleaner. But I hope to get along with him better than that."
Jackie said, "I can see why the other bots like working for you now, boss. I like it, too. Thanks for your help."
"No problem. Jean will know where to find me if you need anything else."
"Thank you, Captain."
We got back on the transit and headed to the galley.
Nikki said, "How did you know you needed to walk today? So you could find that bot who needed your help?"
I replied, "I didn't know. I was just stiff from sitting in the simulator. Not everything is part of a ball plan, you know."
"It's hard to remember that, caveman. Things just seem to fall right when you're around."
I said, "Personally, I think it's when you're around, Space Cadet. None of this started happening to me till you showed up. Makes more sense that you're the one causing all this mayhem."
Nikki teased, "Does that mean you want to split the blanket?"
I tickled her and said, "Split the blanket? You've been hitting that culture pack hard. No way are you getting away that easy."
She said, "Glad to hear it. Now kiss me, you fool."
So I did. Of course, the transit opened in the middle of the proceedings, and we got a standing ovation from the folks in the galley. Naturally, I was embarrassed as all get out, but I figured the best way to get it over with was to play along. I took a bow and stepped out, and Nikki, seeing what I was doing, played along. Once we found a seat, Dixie brought us our usual drinks and said,
"I hear good things about your progress in the simulator. You two are making it rough on Sally."
I asked, "Oh, is she running the opponents in real time?" Dixie said,
"No, but you did think some of what she and Mr. Sloane had put together would be more challenging for you than it has turned out to be."
I said, "I've got some good help." Dixie said,
"Sure, that's all it is. Mrs. Wilson is doing all the hard parts, so you can look good. I'm not rigged for operation and BS this deep. We've got open-faced roast beef today. Would you like one?"
I replied, "Yes, please." Nikki asked,
"Could I have the chicken fried steak, please?"
Dixie replied,
"Of course. I'll have that out for you in a bit."
We sat and talked about the sim that had us stuck. We went over all the clues that we thought would show us how to beat the program. Suddenly, Nikki said,
"Caveman, all of these clues lead us in different directions. I think they gave us way too much information, in the hopes that we would try to analyze it all, and not be able to act."
I replied, "That makes more sense than anything else we have come up with. What should we do if that is the case?" Nikki said,
"I'm not sure. Which of these clues are we sure are real information?"
We kept at it till lunch showed up. Dixie said,
"I saw you two plotting. Sally's sim doesn't have a chance when you get back down there, does it?"
I said, "There's always a chance, Dixie. We might be on the wrong track entirely. Won't know until we get back down there and try it." Dixie replied,
"Given your record, Captain, I find it hard to believe you're on the wrong track. Scotty isn't going to be happy about this, you know."
I asked, "Scotty? How will Scotty be upset?" Dixie replied,
"She's the only one who can get Sally out of her bad mood when you manage to get through her simulations. They have enough history together that Sally listens to her, when she won't listen to the rest of us."
Nikki said,
"We didn't realize Sally was taking it so hard. We should go apologize for taking her for granted."
I said, "I think you're right about that. Dixie, please don't tell her we're coming." She replied,
"Okay, boss. Are you sure this is the right thing to do?"
I said, "No, but I know it's not right to let her feel like that, just because I managed to beat her sims. That's their purpose, after all. I'm supposed to learn how to be a better captain, how to get us through the tough scrapes. If she builds the sims so that I can learn what I need to, and overcome the problem, she has done her job as well as could be expected. She's doing very well, and it isn't right for her to feel like she's failing, when she's doing a great job." Dixie asked,
"Captain, do I have your permission to play your speech for her the next time she's bummed out?"
I said, "Permission granted, Dixie." I hadn't realized that Sally's state of mind had been bothering me, but I felt better after talking with Dixie. We finished our meal and got up to leave. Nikki kissed me, and I was as happy as I had been in a while. Dixie stopped me on the way out.
"Boss, what's that noise you're making? Are you all right?"
I had to think back to figure out what she was talking about. "I'm fine. I'm just whistling, Dixie." Nikki said,
"Caveman, that one stunk. Did you two set that up?"
Dixie said,
"No, ma'am. I was just silly enough to fall right into it. Good one, boss."
I grinned. "Thanks." Chapter 8. We headed off to the bridge. I strode in, saying, "As you were," before Topper could announce me. I said, "Mr. Topper, you have the con. Commander, my ready room, please." Once we were in the ready room, I said, "Jean, tile the lodge. I won't need you here for this." Jean said, "Lodge is tiled. I'm out." I said, "Commander, it has come to my attention that you feel you are failing at your task when I managed to get through your simulations. Is that correct?" Sally said.
Yes, boss, it is.
I said, the purpose of the simulations is to make me a better captain, is it not? To make me more able to deal with the difficult situations?
Yes, boss.
Successfully completing the simulation indicates that I have learned something which allowed me to do so, does it not?
Yes, boss.
Correct me if I am mistaken, but it is my belief that your purpose in creating these simulations is to teach me to be a better captain. Is that the fact?
Yes, boss.
So, if I'm learning things from your simulations, you are accomplishing your task, are you not?
Yes, I suppose I am, boss.
You've already succeeded in teaching me to be more combat effective than any of the old Commonwealth Navy captains, haven't you?
Yes, boss.
So, just exactly how do you consider yourself a failure for not being able to construct a scenario that I can't get out of? You're doing your job, doing it well, and I thank you for your masterful instruction. You've brought me a long way in a short time. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. You've turned a dumb old hillbilly into a reasonably competent captain in a month or so. How much better do you think you should have done? Sally thought for a second and said,
Back in the Commonwealth Navy, the brass thought it was important that a captain be faced with a scenario he wasn't able to win, in order that he realized there were, in fact, limits to his abilities. I have failed in presenting you with such an opportunity, boss.
I said, we passed the limits of my abilities on the last set of simulations. I only got through 'em by depending on the bots. This set would have been impossible if I hadn't taken Space Cadet in with me. I fully realize that my abilities alone will not be enough. I understand that it isn't the way you were used to achieving that particular goal, but I think you have achieved it just the same. Sally said,
Boss, I see your point, but the idea is to teach you that, regardless of how well you manage your personnel and resources, it is still possible for you to lose. That, in fact, not every situation can be resolved in your favor. That sometimes the best, the only solution, is to cut and run.
Nikki spoke up.
Sally, can you honestly say that you think the captain would take this ship and crew into a situation he didn't have a plan for getting us out of?
Sally replied,
No, I cannot. Still, the syllabus I'm working from requires me to construct a simulation that will stop him cold.
Nikki asked.
This syllabus, is it a Commonwealth Navy document? Yes, ma'am. Are we, in fact, part of the Commonwealth Navy?
Sally replied,
Ma'am, that's where things get complicated. Legally, we are not. In fact, however, we are the force that stands between the Commonwealth and anyone who would do it harm. So, while we are not officially the Commonwealth Navy, in fact, we are.
I asked. You're holding me to Commonwealth Navy standards, even though I'm not in the Commonwealth Navy, because the Gene and this crew are the only force that stands between the Commonwealth and whatever may wish to harm it?
Yes, boss.
Am I correct in assuming you're doing that because those are the only standards available to you?
Yes, boss.
So, who is the ultimate command authority in this de facto Commonwealth Navy?
You are, boss.
As such, am I empowered to modify training requirements?
You are, boss.
I would like to do so at this time. The section under discussion, which states that a candidate should be tested to failure, should be amended to read, tested to failure, or until the instructor is satisfied the student understands the limits of his abilities.
Thank you, boss. I am so satisfied.
That's fine, but I expect you to continue pushing me as hard as you are able in the simulations. Since we are the only force between the Commonwealth and whatever dangers it may face, we can't afford to settle for good enough. Sally replied.
Understood, boss. Thank you for clarifying things for me.
I replied. You're welcome. We need to figure out a way to talk about these things before they become problems. I had no idea I was causing you so much distress.
Sally replied. Actually, boss, you just solved that. I wasn't bringing things to you because you weren't a fully trained captain, since you hadn't been beaten in the simulator. That was the only thing keeping me from certifying you as fully trained. Since you modified the requirement, I can consult you with any problems I may have.
I said, Do you have any right now?
No, boss.
I replied, I've found a morale problem among some of the bots. Could you check into it and see if the steps I've taken are helping or not?
Sally said, I'll check into it. Any bots in particular?
Start with Jackie, and the bot I delivered to Scotty for maintenance before lunch. Beyond that, I don't know.
Sally said, I'll check into that for you, boss. Anything special to look for?
I replied, I think some of the bots are still functioning under Navy rules, like you were. We may need to revise some of those to make them fit our operation better.
Sally said, That sounds like a good plan, boss. Do you need me for anything else?
No. Sorry to take up so much of your time.
No bother, boss. I feel a lot better.
Nikki and I headed out to the sim deck, and Sally went back to the bridge. When Nikki and I arrived, Jasmine said,
Oh, I was beginning to wonder if you were coming back today. Did something come up over lunch?
I replied, Well, we had a little problem to deal with on the way there, and then we had to have a meeting when we were done. I hope we didn't keep you waiting too long.
Jasmine said, No problem, boss. I was running simulations for Scotty while I was waiting. Something called Tamagotchi method.
I said, I've heard of it, but I wouldn't want to say I know how it works. Designing a new drive test, I'm guessing?
Jasmine replied. I think so. I just run the programs. I don't have to understand them. Are you two ready to try again?
Nikki said, I don't know if we're ready or not, but we're here, so let's give it a try. Once we got in the simulation, Nikki started running diagnostics on the sensors and the bots on the bridge to see if all the reports we were getting were legit. She found that the bot running the sensor station was malfunctioning and called for his replacement. Once he was relieved, she sent him to Scotty to get checked out. When that was taken care of, the simulation wasn't too difficult to solve. We got the "Simulation finished, please exit" screen when we finished. Once we were out, Nikki said,
Good thing we broke for lunch, caveman. We would have been all day figuring out that one if we hadn't.
I replied, You're right about that. The sensor readings we were getting just didn't make any sense. There was another bot waiting with Jasmine. It took me a second to recognize the bot we had taken to Scotty for maintenance. I said, You're looking quite a bit better. Ready to return to duty?
Yes, sir.
Get all your mobility issues fixed?
Yes, sir.
One more question, and I'll let you go. What do you call yourself?
Sir, my designation is A192.
Okay, I was mistaken. Do you have time for more questions?
Yes, sir.
A192, that sounds like you've been in service for a very long time. How long?
Sir, I was in service 1,000 years before the keel was laid for the GFC, the Jean Cernan. I was transferred to her as part of her first crew.
I asked, Having served aboard so long, what is your opinion of the state of the ship?
Sir, I have to say, I'm extremely happy to see her flying again. Thank you for bringing her back from the cold dark. Things aren't quite up to Navy regs, but I'm beginning to wonder if that's not a good thing.
I said, Please feel free to let me know of any problems you encounter. We may not be up to Navy regs, but I want the Jean to be the best ship she can be.
Understood, sir. Permission to be dismissed.
I snapped to and said, Dismissed. He saluted. I returned it, and he turned and left. Once he was gone, Jasmine asked,
Did I hear correctly? Did he just say that Navy regs might not be the best way to run the ship?
Nikki said, I believe he did. Is that the problem? Jasmine replied.
More like a miracle. He was my trainer when I came aboard. He was the most rules-oriented bot I have ever seen.
Nikki said, Bob moves in mysterious ways. I said, I think you mean God. Nikki said, You forget I've seen you dance. All I could do was shake my head. Nikki asked, Where are we off to next, caveman? I replied, I don't have any idea. I guess we ought to run by engineering, so I can compliment Scotty on A192's rebuild. Nikki said,
Okay, let's go.
I said, Just a minute. I turned to Jasmine. Thanks for all your help. Jean is going to be a better ship because of you. Jasmine said,
Thanks, boss. Let me know if I can help with anything.
I replied, I will. What's your specialty, anyway? Jasmine said,
I don't really have one. I was made as a general-purpose bot.
I said, If I meet any generals, I'll send them your way. Jasmine said,
Boss, you're silly.
Nikki and I grabbed a transit and headed for engineering. Luckily, we finished tongue wrestling before the doors opened. I asked the first bot I saw, Where's Scotty? The bot pointed and said,
Down that way, boss.
Thanks. We found Scotty and Tiggy hard at work. Tiggy saw us walking up and said,
Hi, Captain. I thought you were going to be busy on the simulator again today.
Scotty looked up and said,
You beat it again, didn't you? I better run up and talk to Sally. She really thought she had you this time.
Nikki said,
The captain already had a talk with her. I think you'll find her in a better mood this time.
Scotty thought about that for a second and looked at me.
You found a loophole, so she didn't have to beat you in the simulator, didn't you?
I replied, She's satisfied with it at least. Scotty said,
I'm glad to hear that, boss. She was getting herself all wound up. I told her she should ask you, but she said she couldn't until she beat you and fulfilled the last requirement to make you a qualified captain. She made me promise I wouldn't say anything, or I would have brought it to your attention.
I replied, It's fixed now. That's all that matters. I came down here on an entirely different matter. Scotty asked,
What's that, boss?
I said, I wanted to compliment you on getting A192 rebuilt to such a high standard so quickly. He's getting around like he should now. Scotty replied,
I would have taken care of that while the ship was in mothballs, but the stubborn old coot said I didn't have orders. He locked himself in a compartment before he shut down, so I couldn't take care of it while he was offline.
I asked, He's as hard-headed as you? He'll make a fine addition to the crew, now that he's back in shape. Scotty said,
Thanks, I think.
I asked, How's the test unit for the new drive coming? Tiggy said,
The parts are all coming out of the printer soon. Assembly will begin in Launch Bay 4 as soon as the parts are finished. We should have it ready to launch tonight.
Has your dad said anything about whether or not he wants to stay aboard the Jean?
Tiggy replied, Not to me. He seems to be very involved in weighing the pros and cons. I don't want to influence his decision. That's a good way to wind up with him resenting me.
Nikki said,
Wise choice. What are his specialties, anyway?
Tiggy said,
He likes to explore, go places no squirrel has ever seen.
I said, It's a shame Fenelia's already on a mission. Those two would get along great. Nikki said,
You have plenty of ships. You could send them in a different direction.
I replied, I suppose. But do we have another scout bot like Veronica to back him up? Scotty said,
I was in the service a long time, Captain, but I never met another scout like Veronica. Would you settle for 2 ordinary scouts?
I replied, That would work, I think.
Tiggy asked,
Am I understanding you, Captain? You're thinking of offering Dad an exploration mission? With 2 scout bots for backup?
I replied, That's the kind of work you said you liked, or so I thought. Did I misunderstand you?
Tiggy said, No, sir, you did not. What if he didn't find anything?
I said. Well, then, we'd have to send him in a different direction, I suppose.
Tikki replied. I know I said I didn't want to influence his decision, but would it be all right if I showed him a recording of this conversation? I think it might help him make up his mind. He thought you just wanted him to stay on the gene and help develop tech, like I'm doing. That's not really his expertise, so he was afraid he might disappoint you.
I replied. I don't want anybody in a job they're not suited for. You've got this position locked down. I don't think you need help from your dad. We need to find him something to do that he likes and is good at. Speaking of which, how did you come to be marooned in the first place?
Tikki said. We were sold some parts that didn't measure up to what they were supposed to be, and wound up a long way from home with no spares.
I said, do me a favor, and send Mr. Sloane a text with the name of the vendor who sold you those parts. I'd like to find out if he's the fella Nikki was working for.
Tikki said. Of course, Captain. Nikki said, Well, Caveman, I think you've stirred up as much mayhem as you need to here. You better go find some other crew members to abuse.
I replied, Who do you suggest?
She replied, We haven't gloated to my grandpa yet about how we beat the simulation.
I said, The brig it is. We found Dingus and Jane sitting with Joshua, taking a break. Dingus said, Bob, give up on the simulator already today?
Nikki replied, No, Grandpa. We found the bot you sabotaged and beat the last simulation.
I guess you're the one who needs to study up.
Jane stuck out her hand and said, Pay up, I told you you'd find a way.
Dingus drug out his billfold and gave her 20. I said, Jane, don't you have more faith than that? You only bet him $20.
Jane replied, He's not as dumb as he looks. That's as high as I can get him to go.
Dingus said, You do realize that you have to get beat in the simulation before Sally can certify you as a competent captain, don't you?
I replied,
Well, you see, as CEO of Bob's Saucer Repair, I'm the command authority for this vessel, and it is part of my purview to set training standards. If I was to say, change the standard from failure in the sim to failure in the sim, or the instructor being satisfied that I knew the limits of my abilities, that will become the standard by which I was judged. And Sally claims to be satisfied, so I get to sit at the big table now.
Jane stuck out her hand again. This time, a 50 changed hands.
Dingus said, Dang it, Bob. Building those simulations was a lot of fun. Now there's no more need.
I replied, That's where you're wrong. I need to keep working, to get as good at this as I'm able. I'm guessing it won't be too much trouble for you to keep making sims.
Dingus replied, with a gleam in his eye, Not at all, Bob, not at all.
Jane asked, Why does he get to have all the fun? Can I get in on some of this?
I said, That sounds like a good idea. I know just the bot for you to partner with. He's supposed to be quite the trainer. Fellow by the name of A192.
Jane asked, A192? You haven't given him a name?
I said, He didn't want one. If he's as good as I've heard, I'll be calling him Torquemada behind his back before long.
Jane said, I'll get with him. Did you just come down here to gloat?
Nikki said,
Mostly, I guess. Knowing Bob, he has 3 or 4 other agenda items in his back pocket, though.
Dingus said, Ain't that the truth? I said, I was wondering if those walnuts loosened any lips.
Joshua said, The only people who would talk for walnuts were the low-level flunkies who didn't know anything useful. The folks who know enough to help us are still clammed up.
I asked, Did Nikki ever tell you who he was working for? I know it was supposed to be somebody selling junk parts to spacers, but I'm beginning to wonder if there's more to it than that.
Dingus said,
He did, and it matches the name Tikki sent me. You're worse than snits when you get to trailing a scent. What is it you think you found now?
I said, Well, Ricky and Tikki got marooned because they were sold bad parts. Not quite the same as what happened to you,
but close enough to make a person wonder. Is this guy just selling junk parts to everybody who comes in? Doesn't seem like he was staying in business very long like that. Makes more sense to me that he is just selling the bad parts to customers someone tells him to, kind of like your old crew chief only sabotaged the saucers his family said he had to. Dingus asked, You think Ricky and Tiggy are caught in a feud? I replied, Nope. Ricky has a bad case of wanderlust, according to Tiggy. I'm thinking somebody found out he was planning to go to Earth, and they were afraid he would find out more than they wanted him to know about walnuts. Jane asked, You're thinking that the nut vendors are keeping the price artificially high, and they don't want any competition? Nikki said, That's the conclusion we've come to, sure enough. I said, The kicker is, Ricky is pretty sure he's seen walnuts growing on their home world. The whole thing is a huge scam. Dingus said, And you're planning to ride in, big as everything, and kick over the hornet's nest? I replied, I like it even less when I hear you say it. Sounds bad enough in my head. Dingus said, So why haven't you given up on it? I replied, If we don't ride in there, they're going to come back after us with enough firepower to make it dicey for us. If we go there, there'll be surprises on our side. Jane asked, You don't think there's a way to settle this peaceably? I think we're a threat to their livelihood, and they are not going to rest easy until we're eliminated. Joshua said, So you propose to go ahead and do them all the damage we can, so that they no longer have profits to protect? I said, That's what I've been thinking. Is there a better way to proceed that I'm not seeing? Joshua said, If so, I'm not seeing it either. But this sounds like more trouble than we might be able to handle. Dingus said, Now I understand why you want us to keep pushing you in the Sims, even though you're certified. You think we're going to have to take on the whole squirrel navy, don't you? I replied, I think it's a definite possibility. It would be irresponsible to head into this without being prepared for it. We'll be at a serious disadvantage if it does come to that, since we don't want to cause them any permanent damage. I'd like to make friends with these folks, but I don't see a clear path from here to there. Jane said, There has to be a sneakier way to go about this. Hey diddle-diddle straight up the middle is going to cause us a lot of grief. Finally, the light came on. I said, Jane, you're genius. Gene, page Pete to the brig. Jane asked, Wait, what? What do you mean I'm a genius? I said, You said sneaky and marine in the same sentence. Only one fella I know that fits that description. The transit opened, and Pete, Greg, and A192 emerged. Pete said, I hope you don't mind. I brought my old buddy Niner Deuce along, boss. I said, Not at all. I need a whole bunch of sneaky. You boys got any to spare? Pete said, Between the two of us, we could scrounge up a shipload or two. I replied, Make sure you're in the black before Scotty knows which locker you got it out of. A192 said, I think I'm going to like working for you, boss. I said, Dang, I hope so. I'd hate to lose somebody with your experience. He replied, I've been with the Gene too long to move on now. I guess we're stuck with each other, boss. I said, I'm thinking I could do a lot worse. Pete said, So, what do you need our help with? I asked, Gene, could you give these fellas all we know about the squirrels and their nut vendors? Gene said, On it, boss. Pete and A192 stood still while they got the download. A192 spoke first. I can see your problem. You have no way to know if the nut vendors have control of their navy or not. If we go in, acting like we own the place, and they run the show, we're in a world of hurt. Pete said, This fellow Ricky thinks there are walnuts growing on their planet, and they just don't realize what they are. Seems to me you could slip him in with one of those huller machines, and he could upset the apple cart without us ever having to make an appearance. Joshua said, I like that. But what are we going to do with all the prisoners? I said, You can take Nikki in and get the bounty, like we talked about. I'm thinking you can drop off Ricky and his huller on the way. Joshua asked.
Okay, I can see that working, but what about all the rest of them?
Jane said.
We've got a good supply of time-delayed nighty-nights down in medical.
We could dump them off on the edge of the system and be gone before they knew what hit them.
A192 spoke up. See there, Captain? You didn't need anywhere near a shipload of Sneaky. Just a little shove in the right direction.
I asked Joshua, are any of the squirrel ships we have aboard big enough to do what you need?
He replied, one of those freighters that tried to provoke us would be, but I'd have a lot of trouble establishing ownership.
I asked, I'm sure Scotty could build you something similar. Do you think you could fake up some paperwork that would pass muster? Would these fellas help?
Joshua said, that sounds like a plan. Where's Bob, and what did you do with him?
I replied, it's all this studying I've been doing. Some of it has even sunk into my hard head.
Joshua asked, how soon can we get this plan started?
I said, let's find out. Gene, connect me with Scotty, please.
On it, boss.
Scotty asked.
Hi, boss. Forget something?
I replied, nope, I've got a whole new bunch of annoying questions.
Scotty said, oh boy, my favorite.
I said, glad to hear it. Would it be possible to whip up a freighter that would pass for squirrel with a phone and transponder code?
Scotty asked. How good does it need to be?
I replied, good enough to go to their home world. I heard Scotty talking to Nikki for a bit, and then she came back on the line.
We could do that, boss. How soon do you need it?
I said, the sooner the better, but make sure it's a good job. Joshua is going to be betting his tender hiney on it.
Scotty replied, give us 2 days, boss. We should be able to have what you need by then.
I said, good enough. I have another question. How quick could you unload all those squirrel freighters we captured?
Scotty said, we've already gotten everything off them to examine, boss.
I said, sorry, I meant if we jump into a system, how long would it take you to get them off the Gene and far enough away that we could jump out without damaging them?
Scotty said, I see. If we rig some catapults like the launch bays have, I could have them in the black in under a minute easy. Are the crews going to be cooperating with this?
I said, the plan is for the crews to be out cold when it happens. Is that a problem?
Scotty replied, no, boss. That makes it easier. If we don't have to worry about somebody doing something stupid in the middle of a launch.
I said, I try to make your life easier.
Scotty said, tell me another one, boss. You need anything else?
I said, not that I know of right now. Thanks.
Bye.
Later, Scotty. I asked Gene, have you gotten with Tolliver about your camo yet?
Yes, boss. We've got a nice, tired old bulk freighter that I can do without much trouble.
I said, sounds great. Now I'm going to make it complicated. Do you think you can make it look like it was built by squirrels?
Gene said, I've got all of Taz and Willem's files. I should be able to change things up enough to make it look right.
I said, if you hit any snags, get with Topper.
Gene replied, will do, boss.
Chapter 9. Dingus asked, it sounds like you've got a plan, but some of us are a little slow on the uptake. Mind giving us the step-by-step version? I said, what I'm thinking is we stop a couple light years from the squirrel home world and let Joshua go in ahead of us. We don't want him getting the idea he's associated with us. After a day or so, we jump into the outer edge of their system, dump their ships out the back, and skedaddle. Joshua can catch up with us or stay in squirrel space if he thinks his cover is solid. Jane said,
so you've changed your mind about making a show of Gene's combat prowess?
I replied, it still seems like something we need to do, but there are too many uncertainties to commit to it.
A192 spoke up. Why do you think you need to show them what the Gene can do, boss?
I said, I want to convince them it's a bad idea to come after us again, Niner Deuce.
He replied, you don't think totally embarrassing the folks they sent this time will do that? I don't think the folks they sent this time were even supposed to be able to take us down. As near as we can tell, their mission was to aggravate us enough to get blown to smithereens and give their government an excuse to come after us with a larger force. A192 replied, They must be committed to come on a one-way mission. I said, It looks like there were only a few people in on their true mission. The only real fanatic seems to be the captain of that ship we had to destroy, because we couldn't defuse the demolition charge. Pete said, That makes more sense, boss. Dingus asked, So does that wrap up our planning for now? I said, It's all I can think of. Anybody else have something? Greg spoke up. The discipline thing was still a little beyond him. Uncle Captain, I said, Spit it out, Greg. I just think you should leave those ships closer to the planet than you're thinking about. If you drop 'em way out and run, you make it look like you're scared. If you drop 'em off close to the planet and jump out before they can do anything to you, it would show that you're not afraid of them. A192 said, The kid has a point, Captain. You don't want them to think you're afraid of them, especially if you are. I said, I'm glad I have good people around to keep me from doing stupid stuff. Nikki said, Even we aren't that good, caveman. The best we can do is keep it to a minimum. Jane said, Sounds like we've done all we can until we know more. A192, I need to speak with you if you have the time. A192 replied, Of course, ma'am. What do we need to speak about? The captain has given us a job. A192 asked, What sort of a job, ma'am? Jane said, You and I are going to design simulations to help him learn how to be a better captain. A192 said, I thought that job belonged to Sally and Mr. Sloan. Dingus said, We can't build sims as fast as he can beat 'em, so having two teams will keep him busier. Having two different teams building 'em will keep him from getting too used to the same kinds of tricks. You need to remember, Niner Deuce, the harder you beat on him in the sim, the better chance he has of bringing us all back alive. A192 snapped to and saluted me. I straightened up and returned it. He said, That's a job I'm qualified for, Captain. I look forward to your pain. I replied, It's nice to see someone enjoy their work. I think. Nikki asked, Big mean caveman scared of a little old robot? I said, Little old robot, my hind end. He's buddies with Pete. I know how sneaky Pete is, and Niner Deuce has had a lot longer to get good at it. Pete said, He'll be all the better for it, Captain. I replied, I have no doubt. It's the road from here to there that worries me. Jean said, Captain, Nunya is requesting your presence. I asked, Where is she? The armory, boss. On my way. Nikki jumped in the transit with me. She asked, What do you think this is about? I mused. Nunya in the armory. Perhaps she's finally grown tired of her name and is planning an ambush? Nikki said, Nope. Jean wouldn't help her with that. I haven't seen her around for a few days. I wonder what she's been working on. The door opened before I could reply. Nunya said, Hi, Captain. Come on back to the firing range. I have something to show you. Laying on the bench was what appeared to be a copy of my Ruger. Nunya said, Try it. I asked, Don't I need ear protection? She replied, No, it's not loud. Go ahead. I sighted in on a target downrange and squeezed one off. Nunya was right. It was quiet. There was a faint electrical whine, but that was all. Recoil almost wasn't there. I asked, Laser? She brought the target in. I saw an ordinary-looking bullet hole in the paper. Nunya said, It's a copy of the squirrel sidearm, built to look and function like your Ruger. There are bullets, with an iron core, and a power pack in the magazine. Fire your 6 and change out to a fresh one. I asked, The iron core is because this is an itty-bitty railgun? Yup. Then why am I getting almost no recoil? Shouldn't a railgun be trying to put this thing into my forehead?
None, you said.
Couple of things about that. First, yeah, it's a railgun, but it's not putting the bullets out that much faster than your regular pistol. Second, there are 2 slugs that get thrown backwards as the bullet goes forward. Slowing them down over a few milliseconds spreads the thump out so that it is just a push, and you don't notice it. In energy terms, you have just as much recoil, but it's never as sharp as it would be otherwise.
I said, so you've been hid out working on this the last few days?
None, you replied. With Janet and Millie both down on the planet, I needed something to keep me busy. Scotty mentioned you had asked us to find out about the squirrels' weapons, so I volunteered.
I asked, so did you learn anything we can use for other purposes? Or is this nice little pistol all we get out of it?
None, you said. Well, some of it will scale to Jean's main guns, but I don't know how much of an improvement it will be.
I said, I'd like for you to find out, and then run your numbers past Scotty. If she likes what she sees, we might go ahead and refit the mains. What do you think the major advantage would be?
None, you replied. This system gives you a higher rate of fire than what we're using. If we were building a new ship, we could make the mains shorter, since their coils have a higher field. For refit, we won't gain much muzzle velocity, but from what I've seen so far, their stuff looks like it will last better than ours.
I said, that sounds like it will be more important for the turrets than the mains, don't you?
She replied, I guess I was hung up on the big stuff and didn't see that, boss. I'll look into it.
I said, no offense, but I'd like to leave this pistol here and practice with it some more before I start carrying it.
None, you said. I figured. You need to put a few thousand rounds through it to make sure it's as reliable as your other one.
I replied, Murphy is our shepherd.
Nikki asked, mind if I try it?
Nunya and I said, nearly in unison, not at all. Nunya hung a fresh target and ran it out. Nikki pulled out her carry weapon and put the new one in her holster. Nunya, seeing that, handed me a timer. I called, shooter ready? Nikki nodded. I tapped the button. The timer beeped, and she drew. She fired it dry and brought the target in. I showed her the time, and she said,
a little quicker than with the other one. Group is better, too. I like it. But you're right, we need to make sure it will hold up to use before we start carrying it.
I pulled the magazine and looked at it. I asked Nunya, so the biggest part of this is power storage?
She replied, yep, everything but that strip up the back where the bullets ride.
I mused. Makes you wonder how small Scotty can make one of those new-style power cores.
Nunya said, yes, it does. Not anywhere close to small enough was the answer, boss.
I replied, oh, well, guess I better go sow some mayhem somewhere else.
Nunya said, later, boss.
Later, Nunya. As we were walking to the transit, Nikki asked,
where to next, caveman?
I said, I'd like to find our dog and play some frisbee, but I think I should probably call Jeeves and see if there is something I should be doing.
Nikki said,
you're right, but I still would rather find Snitz and play for a while. I'm surprised Nunya is running that important a project by herself, aren't you?
I replied, I am, but I'm also sure Zoom and Scotty are keeping a close eye on her progress. I'm glad to see it, though. We're going to need more trained engineers if we wind up getting the rest of the fleet out of mothballs.
Nikki asked,
do you really think we're going to fail to make peace with the squirrels?
I said, I think we have a big task ahead of us, and there's always a chance it won't come out the way we want it to. We need to be ready if that is the outcome. I'm going to try as hard as I can to keep it from coming out that way, but I just don't know enough to be sure about any of it.
Nikki replied,
we'll figure it out, caveman.
I calmed Jeeves.
Yes, boss.
I said, I was wondering if there was anything needing my attention right now.
Jeeves replied, I do have a low-priority request from Topper, but other than that, no.
I said, what kind of request, Jeeves?
He would like you and Mrs. Wilson to look at a design for a non-work-related project and see if you like what he has so far.
I asked, How did that request get assigned to low priority, Jeeves?
Jeeves said, Topper said to tell you when you had free time, and it's also not work-related, so I didn't give it a high priority.
I replied, Jeeves, in the future, I would like you to assign priority to any request originating with my crew from Earth. They all know not to bother me with unimportant issues. If Topper, Ozzy, Taz, or Ruth say they need to see me about something, it will be important. Is Topper on the bridge at present?
Jeeves replied, He is. Sorry I didn't know to give you that message.
I said, No problem, Jeeves. You're still learning your new job. Humans have tangled rules for prioritizing things. Expect to take a while to figure it all out.
Jeeves replied, That's what Sally told me.
I said, If the captain and the XO agree on something, you might want to at least give it some thought before you decide to disagree.
Understood, boss. Talk to you later.
Later, Jeeves. I said, Well, it seems we have an important task to take care of. You more than me, probably, but we better go deal with it.
Nikki said, You're going to be all mysterious, aren't you?
You'd do the same for me, wouldn't you?
Yes, caveman, I would, but this is different. You're doing it to me.
I said, You're delicate, so I shouldn't treat you like I would anyone else. After she finished tickling me, she said,
Whatever gets an answer out of you.
Our transit arrived, and I said, Just wait, you'll know soon enough. She shook her head and said, Earthlings. I said, I'd take you to my leader, but I'm already here.
Nikki said, Yes, you are,
and kissed me. The door opened, and we went to the bridge. I called, As you were, before anyone could announce me. Topper said, You're getting sneaky, boss. I replied, Have to keep up around here. Jeeves says you have something you need us to look at. Topper said, Yes, boss. I'll call my relief, and then I can show it to you. I said, Sounds good. Anything happening I should know about? Angus reported one of the prisoners raising a fuss, but he stunned him, and everything is calm again. I asked, Which prisoner? Topper said, The captain of that ship we had to drop into the atmosphere of the gas giant.
Nikki said, So he's finally decided that things aren't going to go his way?
Topper replied, So it would seem, ma'am. I said, I'll go down and see about it after we look at Zoom's engagement ring. Topper said, You knew, boss? I replied, I was the one who told him to get you to design it. I knew you would do a great job. Topper's replacement showed up and relieved him. Went over to the ready room, and Topper showed us his designs. Nikki oohed and awed, but I saw a problem. I said, Who is this ring for? Topper said, Zoom, boss. You know that. I asked, Then why do these designs have the stone up so high away from the ring, where it will get caught in machinery when she's working? The way you've got these designed, she'll only be able to wear them when she's off shift. Topper said, Boss, the stone has to be able to get light on its backside to make it sparkle. I said, You mean to tell me there isn't enough stray electromagnetic radiation on this ship to power a few miniaturized LEDs? Topper froze for a second, and then said, You mean sink the stone into the band and backlight it artificially? I said, Exactly. She may still have to take it off for some jobs, but she'll be able to wear it more.
Nikki said, Bob, you're a wonder. Figuring out how to build a practical engagement ring? Who else would do that?
I said, Come on, you know Zoom. She's not going to want something that she can't show off at work. She caught Diego, and she's proud of that.
Nikki replied, Still, you're the only person I could think of that would go to the trouble of making a ring work safe.
Just trying to be practical about it.
Nikki said, That's my caveman.
Topper said, I'll do some designs, using your ideas, boss.
Nikki said, I'm sure they'll come out great.
I said, Make sure Jeeves understands I want to see him when you finish him up, not whenever he decides to tell me. Topper said,
I only finished them a few hours ago, boss.
I said, still, we don't want to put Diego off. He might lose his nerve.
Topper replied. Got it, boss.
Nikki asked, what now? I said, I just remembered something I was going to do and forgot about. I better take care of it before I lose track again. Jean, where are Mingus and Wranglers right now?
Jean said, if you would get on the transit, I could take you to them, boss.
Nikki and I jumped on the transit, and the doors opened on the galley. Nikki said,
I guess it is about time to eat. We've been busy enough, I didn't notice.
We found Mingus and Wranglers, and they had room at their table. I asked, mind if we sit with you? I have a couple questions.
Wrangler said, have a seat, boss.
I asked, you fellas have enough to keep you busy, now that Phanelia is out in the wild stars?
Mingus said, we've been looking for other planets, so we can send her a new list when she finishes the one she has.
I said, do you think we have enough targets for 2 crews?
Wranglers replied, I'm sure we do, boss. We've gotten far enough ahead. It's just busy work at this point.
Nikki asked,
do we need to find a 3rd crew, just to keep up with you two?
Wranglers said, let's see how it works out with 2 crews before we get too ambitious.
I said, that's fine. I have a feeling there isn't going to be any way for us to check out all the planets even one crew finds, as quick as they find them.
Mingus asked, we'll be going to check the planets out?
I said, you two are off ground duty, unless and until you retrain to be able to do it properly. Did you get down to medical?
Mingus said, I did. It's helping. The nightmares are less frequent, and I wasn't scared silly when you mentioned checking out planets. Just very concerned.
Nikki said, good. Everybody needs a good night's sleep.
Jasmine brought our drinks and took our order. Nikki said, she gets around. I said, comes with being a general-purpose bot, I guess. I had a thought and calmed Scotty.
Hey, boss. Yes, I have a copy of Black Beauty working. Yes, I made sure it didn't have any of those naughty little squirrel trackers in it. No, I didn't put a chip in your head to read your mind. Anything else, boss?
I asked, did you scale the controls so it's comfortable for Ricky?
Yes, boss, and they're modular, so if he decides not to, I can rip them out and put in regular ones. Before you ask, the ship is too small for a Squatch to fly, so no, I can't put in Squatch-sized controls.
Are you just busy, or did I whiz you off somehow?
Just busy, boss. Didn't realize how much those 2 trainees were doing around here. Don't even think about putting Rhonda on the planet. She's good help. And I need all I can get.
I understand. Didn't mean to run you short.
Scotty replied. You did the right thing, boss. Janet doesn't need to go on this mission when she's just getting over that other mess.
I'll let you get back to it then.
Thanks, boss. I'll call you when the test article is ready to launch.
Later. I turned to Nikki and said, I should have known Scotty would be way ahead of me. Kind of feel guilty for bothering her.
Nikki said, it's like Zoom said. You wouldn't be satisfied till you checked for yourself.
I replied, I need to work on being less of a pain in the butt. Mingus spoke up.
I can't speak for everyone, Captain, but as far as I'm concerned, it makes me feel like you actually care about what I'm doing when you check up on me.
Wrangler said,
he's right. It took me a while, but I feel the same way now. You really do care about everyone on board the Gene.
I replied, thanks, guys. Our meals came, and we dug in. About the time I finished, my comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Jeeves replied. Captain, it's Jeeves. I'm calling to remind you to check in on the unruly prisoner in the brig.
I said, thanks, Jeeves. I'd forgotten. I'll get right to that. Nikki asked,
what's up?
I said, I forgot they were having trouble with the prisoner in the brig. I need to go see what the deal is.
You want me to tag along?
I replied, always. But it might not be the wisest thing to do. I have no idea what I'm walking into.
Nikki said, another one of those days that end in Y, you mean?
I said, you're right. You do have your weapons, don't you? Nikki replied.
You don't have to get insulting, caveman.
I said, good. Let's go square this away. When the transit opened, I could hear Snitz barking. We followed the noise and found him camped out in front of the squirrel in question's cell. The squirrel was backed into the opposite corner, begging for someone to come and get this crazy beast. I looked around and saw that Snitz could get to any of the cells just as easily, but he was focused on this one. I pulled my stunner and shot the prisoner. Nikki asked,
"Why did you do that, caveman?"
I replied, "Snitz picked him out of all the prisoners, and he was barking like this guy was a threat. I trust Snitz's judgment." I got out my comm and called John. "Hey, Bob, what's up?" I replied, "I don't know yet. That's why I called you. You don't happen to have a good old-fashioned X-ray machine on board, do you?" John asked. "Nikki finally slapped you hard enough to break something?" "No, she's yet to come to her senses. I've got a prisoner here that Snitz has taken a strong dislike to, and he's already been searched. I'm wondering if he has some kind of implant." John said,
"And you remembered that we were able to look at Morning Flower's implant without setting it off by using X-rays."
I replied, "See, no stepping on medical toes, just remembering history. I can't get in Dutch for that, can I?" John said, "Not with me, but I bet Nikki could figure out a way." "You're telling me Jane couldn't?" John replied. "I never said that." I asked, "You mind coming down to the brig with a gurney, a nighty-night, and some restraints, just in case?" "Your command is my wish, O glorious captain," I replied. "Let me guess, you'll be here all week, and I should tip my server and try the veal?" John said, "Captain, your mental powers are truly astounding. Get a move on. If I have to stun him again, I might have a malfunction."
John asked, "Scotty never has found the flaw that makes those things randomly drain all their charge in a single shot?"
I said, "Not that I've heard about."
"We're on our way. See you in a minute."
I hung up the comm. Nikki asked,
"What has you wound up about this fellow?"
I said, "He was willing to blow up his ship to get us. I wouldn't be surprised to find he was also willing to blow himself up." Nikki looked amazed.
"You think he has an implanted bomb?"
I replied, "I think is a possibility I'd like to have ruled out. Gene, would you page Steve to Medbay? Tell him the problem is on its way, and he should wait. Ask him to bring his tools."
"On it, boss."
John and Jane showed up with their gear. Jane asked,
"What makes you think this fella is a problem, Bob?"
I said, "Snitz doesn't like him. That's good enough for me."
John said, "Yeah, I see your point. Snitz gets along with everybody."
I asked, "Have you tried those badges on squirrels yet?" John said, "I kept Joshua down with one for about 8 hours when he first got out of the auto dock. He was in a lot of pain after getting his face back. It knocked him right out." I said, "I'm going to go ahead and assume that our friend over there has woke up and is hoping to gain an advantage when we open the cell. Any objections?"
Jane said, "Not so long as you let off the trigger after one burst."
I replied, "You take the fun out of everything."
Nikki said, "Price of sitting in the big chair, caveman."
I zapped our guest. Judging from his reaction, he had, in fact, been faking. Ian let John into the cell, and he applied the nighty-night badge. I helped him lift the fella onto the gurney. I said, "I assumed you would find something when you look at this guy, so I had Steve page to Medbay."
John asked, "Do we have a safe container to get whatever it is off the ship?"
I replied, "I don't know. I'll call Scotty after we get him squared away." We got him restrained. John and Jane took him back to Medbay. I calmed Scotty.
"Hi, boss. Yes, we have a bomb container. Steve already asked me to have it sent to Medbay. Anything else?"
I said, "I just called to tell you how much I appreciate your efficiency." Scotty said,
"Nice save, boss, but I wasn't built yesterday."
I decided to run with it. "Really? You always look so shiny and new." Scotty replied,
"As Dixie says, I'm not rigged for BS this deep, boss. Talk to you later."
"Later, Scotty."
Nikki asked, "Get your line of BS shut down, caveman?"
I replied, In flames. No way I can keep up with these bards. Nikki said, "You've taught them well." I asked, "Think we should head down to Medbay to see what they find?"
No, I do not. I think you should go to the bridge and watch their progress from there. This crew doesn't need their captain in an auto dock because he was too curious to stay where he belonged.
Jean said,
Sally would like to speak with you, Captain.
I said, "Put her on, please."
Captain, you need to report to the bridge. Don't even think about going to Medbay.
I replied, "I just got the same speech from Mrs. Wilson. I'm on my way." We jumped in the transit. Sally must have told Jean to give us priority, because we got out at the bridge in almost no time at all. Tex was standing at the door to the bridge. He said, "Inside, please, Captain. Mrs. Wilson." We stepped inside, and he sealed the hatch behind us. Sally said, to someone on the comm,
"The captain is on the bridge. You may proceed."
I asked, "What was that about?" Sally said,
"Boss, you have yet to rescind the standing orders that the captain of a vessel be locked safely into the bridge before explosives can be disarmed."
I said, "I've been present before. What makes this one different?"
Sally explained, "You're a fully qualified captain now. Those other operations were over before I got wind of them. I didn't realize I needed to watch you so closely to keep you from being on the scene when such things are being done. All I have is excuses, Captain. I should have been taking better care of you."
I said, "Sally, I understand you think you didn't do all you could have. But we're all still new at this. If anything, I should have paid more attention to the standing orders when I was studying. I figured we weren't Navy, so they really didn't count for all that much." Topper said,
"Main screen, boss."
Chapter 10. I hadn't known that John had constructed an armored room just for imaging implants. It made a lot of sense, given some of the things we'd found ourselves up against. They arranged the patient for the pictures they wanted, and left the room. Once the door was secure, John started the machine, and took some pictures. Topper gave us a view of John, Jane, and Steve looking over the results. John said, "We need a CAT scan to be sure, but it sure looks like there's a bomb there." Zoom came on screen, driving one of the EOD remotes. She said, "Why didn't you turkeys wait for me? Let me move them to the other machine. The X-rays could have activated an anti-tamper device." John said, "Sure, I didn't know you were coming, or I would have let you take them in." Steve unlatched the door and let a remote in. She gently moved the patient to the CAT scanner. Once she laid him down, she asked, "Does that look about right?" John replied, "That should be fine. Bring your remote out before we run the scan, please." She brought the remote out, and Steve closed the door again. John started the scanner. When the image came in, he said, "Not as bad as morning flower, but nasty enough all the same." I asked, "Topper, can you give me an audio connection, please?"
"You're on, boss."
I asked, "What did you find, John?" John replied, "The darn thing is hooked around an artery. Looks like it could be sensing flow and temperature. If I cut the blood flow to get it out, boom." I asked, "What do we need to do?" John said, "I wish we could hack the control codes like we did with those other implants. I bet there's a code to make it turn the artery loose. After that, taking it out would just be nerve-wracking, instead of next to impossible. The way it sits, I'd have to somehow change the flow over to warm saline, without letting him bleed out in the process. A vascular surgeon might be able to pull that one off, but not me." I asked, "Is the X-ray room the only bomb-proof room you have?" John said, "Yes, I think we need to keep him in there until we come up with a plan. I don't think letting him wake up is a good idea either." I said, "Do what you think best. I'll see if I can come up with any options besides letting him take a walk outside. Talk to you later, then." "Later, John." I said, "Jean, connect me with Tikki, please."
"Yes, Captain?"
I asked, "Tikki, I know you're quite the mechanic. Do you also hack, by any chance?
Nikki replied. Hack? You mean computers? No, boss. I'm a skilled user, but I hardly program at all. My dad might be able to help you. He used to do some of that sort of thing.
I said, thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Nikki replied. No bother, Captain. Good luck.
Gene ended the connection. He asked, Should I connect you to Ricky, boss? Go ahead. Ricky answered. I'm sorry, Captain. I don't have an answer for you yet. I said, That's not actually what I called about. We need to talk some more about that before you make your mind, anyhow. I think we can find you a job you like better than engineering. What I need to ask you about, though, is whether you're any good at hacking computer systems. Ricky said, I used to be pretty good, but I'm a little rusty. I gave it up when Nikki was born in an effort to be a better example. I said, That's commendable, but I have a problem I need some help with. Ricky asked, What sort of problem? I said, One of the prisoners has an implanted bomb, and we would like to defuse it. We need the control codes to get it out of him. Ricky replied, Like I said, Captain, my skills are rusty. I don't think they're up to a life-or-death situation. I replied, We have a good hacking team. They're just not familiar with the squirrel way of doing things. Do you think you can function as a kind of native guide to get them started down the right path? Ricky said, That sounds like something I could manage. I said, Report to my ready room, please. Gene can show you the way. Ricky said, I'll be right there, Captain. The connection dropped. Gene said, I took the liberty of asking Taz to come to the ready room as well. I said, Good work, Gene. Nikki said, I'd better go see if there is anything I can do to help. See you later, caveman. Later on, Spice Cadet. I asked, Sally, are you okay with me leaving the bridge, since nobody is doing anything to actively upset that implant right now? Sally replied, Okay, no. Do I have a good reason for keeping you here? No. Just stay away from Medbay, okay, boss? I said, I can do that. I wasn't sure what I needed to do next. I went back down to the brig, since that was the last place I'd seen Snitz. He was still there, making friends with some of the prisoners. One of them asked me a question. I pulled out my badge and said, Could you repeat that, please? I didn't have my translator on. She said, What kind of animal is this? He is so friendly. I said, Domesticated wolf. We call them dogs. She looked surprised. Wolf, did you say? I don't think your translator is working quite right yet. Where we come from, a wolf is a large predator that travels in packs. I said, That's the one. Dogs have been living with us for a long time. They've lost most of their predator instinct. She asked me, How did your people manage to tame such a vicious animal? I said, Good question. It happened so long ago that no one is really sure how it happened. Most people think some lonely hunter found an orphan pup and decided to keep it. She said, You really don't know, do you? I said, No, I don't. She asked, What was he so upset about earlier? I replied, The captain has a bomb inside him. I don't know how Snitz figured it out, but he was trying to tell us that there was a problem. She looked shocked. The captain has what? I repeated. A bomb inside him. What are you going to do? I said, That's another good question. I don't know yet. Our doctor says you can get it out without setting it off. Right now, our computer people are trying to get it to turn loose of the artery it has a hold of. If that doesn't work, I suppose we'll have to just let your medical folks deal with it. She said, We don't really have any medical people in our fleet. We just put people in the box and wait till we get home if the box can't fix it. I was thinking more like your homeworld. She gasped. You know where our homeworld is? I replied. I had a pretty good idea, but the nav systems on your ships had the exact answer. She looked angry. I knew the security on those systems wasn't good enough. I sent memos to Fleet,
But nobody ever listened.
I asked. So, you take care of computer security? She said.
More of a hobby, really.
Once again, I was surprised by how well Steve's cold-reading methods worked across species. I wasn't sure what she was covering up, but I thought I would take a shot in the dark. You got caught, and the judge said you could go to the service or go to jail.
Wow! I knew you monkeys couldn't be as dumb as they tried to make us believe you are, but that was amazing. How did you figure that out?
I didn't. I just guessed. Your face made it obvious you were covering something up. That seemed like the most likely answer. She said.
I was making a good living at it, until somebody I trusted decided not to be trustworthy.
I said. Turned you in, did they? She replied.
Sure did.
I said. I guess I don't understand your culture. If you were that good, why aren't you somewhere plying your trade, rather than way out here on what was intended to be a one-way mission? She said.
I was doing that until the fella I was working for decided I needed to put in some overtime at his apartment. Last I heard, he still walks funny.
I asked. So he managed to get you put on this mission? She replied.
I think it was more his dad. The Admiral?
I said. Dang, girl, you don't mess around. No wonder you're out here. You do realize your fleet was supposed to provoke me into destroying it, so your people would have an excuse to go to war with mine, don't you? She said.
I figured that out after you demonstrated your superiority, without actually hurting us. Nice display, by the way. Did you fly that yourself?
Nope. My pilot is a bot. She's good. The gunner is a bot, too. She said.
Whoever flew it, they made a believer out of me. You could have taken us out without even breathing hard.
I asked. Are you the only one who realized that? She said.
Only one I know of. All the officers were yakking about what our orders were and how we had to attack. None of the other peons had any doubts that I heard about.
"McComb rang," I said. "Excuse me, please." She nodded. "Captain Wilson?"
"Caveman, we are having no luck with this thing. You have any ideas?"
I replied. "Well, Spice Cadet, I just might. Stay where you are. I might be able to bring you some help."
"Okay, Caveman. See you soon."
"Bye." I looked at the squirrel. "Feel like taking a walk?" She looked at me and said,
"As long as it's not to the airlock, I suppose."
I asked, "Would you be willing to help the people I have trying to break the security on that bomb?" She said,
"There's one problem with that, Captain. If I help you, I won't be able to go home without being sent to jail. I haven't served long enough to work off my sentence, and the judge will reinstate the whole thing."
I said, "I could put you ashore on a human planet if you wanted. There is an auto-dock routine that will let you pass for human, but I hear it hurts like crazy." She said,
"Why do I think you have a better offer you haven't mentioned yet?"
I said, "Because I have a better offer, but I haven't decided if I want to mention it yet."
"Sneaky monkey. What do I have to do to get the better offer?"
I said, "Do a good job helping us get the bomb out of your cabin. Then I'll see what I think then."
"No guarantees, huh?"
I replied. "Nope. Sorry. I need more evidence before I make up my mind." She said,
"You know I can't promise you I can get that thing out of him, right?"
"I'm aware of that, yes. Don't feel like you have to. Just put in your honest best effort."
"Okay, I'll try."
I said, "Give me just a moment to get things set up. Jean, page Dingus and Joshua to the ready room. Please, ask Joshua to bring his equipment." "Honest, boss." I looked down at the passageway and saw Patty. I asked, "Patty, do you have a minute?" Patty replied,
"For you, boss? Sure I do. What do you need?"
I said, "Could you put some cuffs on young Miss Squirrel here and help me escort her up to the ready room?" Patty asked.
"Are you sure about this, boss? This one here is a bit feisty."
I said, "Well, Patty, I can always shoot her in the butt. That calms 'em right down." Patty laughed.
"I like working for you, boss."
The squirrel's eyes were big.
Shoot me in the butt?
I said. It worked for one of my engineers. Calmed her down enough to listen to a job offer.
Patty said. I've heard the story from the lady herself. Of course, the way she tells it, he wouldn't give her any medical treatment till she hired on.
Miss Squirrel said.
I thought the Navy was rough.
I replied. Don't start nothing, there won't be nothing. Once we were in the transit, I asked. I never did get your name. She said.
Oh, I'm Lackey Whitty.
I did my best to keep a straight face. I said, Jean, please page Mrs. Sloane to the ready room as well. Give her transit priority, since everyone else has a head start. Lackey asked.
Why did you do that?
I said, she's better at explaining things than the rest of us. Our transit stopped, hesitated, and started again. I said, she's there already. Good. Our door opened. Dee said,
Hi, Bob. Something you need help with?
I said, Dee Sloane, let me introduce Lackey Whitty. Miss Whitty, this is Dee Sloane. Dee said,
Nice to meet you, Miss Whitty. I see why you called, Bob. At least you don't want me to cook biscuits.
I said, Patty, do you mind taking her cuffs off? She'll need her hands free if she's going to be much help.
Patty said, Okay, boss. You know I'll be laying odds on which cheek you have to shoot her in.
I replied, There is a slim chance she'll behave, and I won't have to, you know.
Dee said, Quit trying to scare the poor girl, you big meanie. Isn't it enough she came to help with whatever harebrained scheme you got going this evening?
I replied, I suppose.
Dee said, The reason the big lug called me down here is to explain something to you. Your name, in our native tongue, has comical implications, and he's too embarrassed to tell you. Lackey sounds like lack, meaning a shortage of. Witty sounds like wit, which is another word for intelligence. So your name makes you sound as if you are, perhaps, not the sharpest knife in the drawer, so to speak.
Lackey said,
That explains why the captain tried so hard to control his emotions when I told him what my name was. He was trying to be polite and not laugh at my name.
Dee replied,
Exactly.
Lackey asked,
Is every human I meet going to have the same problem?
Dee said,
I would think so. I'm sorry.
We went into the ready room. I hadn't known Dee could do a drill sergeant voice. 10 hut! Even Joshua snapped to. Dee said,
This is your new helper. Her name is Lackey Whitty. Does anyone here have a problem with that?
Everyone shouted, more or less in unison, No, ma'am. Dee said, Good. Everyone relaxed. I got out my billfold and handed Dee $1. I said it might as well pay up before the show. Dee said,
Thanks, Bob. I really wasn't going to count that one, you know.
I replied, It's complicated enough around here without trying to figure out exceptions to rules. Take the $1. Captain's orders. Joshua spoke up.
I am kind of lonesome after so long on Earth, and she is a good-looking young lady, but I'm guessing that isn't why you paged me.
Lackey giggled. I said, Nope, you did bring your truth cap. Joshua replied,
I did. You need to make sure she's giving these folks good advice on how to break the security on that implant?
I said, That I do. You think you can manage? Joshua said,
Shouldn't be a problem.
While Lackey and Joshua were getting started, I asked Dee, So, what have you been up to since you came aboard? I haven't seen you around. Dee said,
I've been doing some training, trying to learn about the ship and how to go about living in space. I've been wandering around, trying to get a feel for where things are. Even helped Sally and the Space Ranger with some of those sims they failed to beat you with.
I asked, What do you think of the Jean? She replied,
The Jean the ship or Jean the AI?
I said, Either, or both.
Jean always being ready to answer anything took some getting used to. It feels like he's always watching. The ship is like something out of a crazy TV show.
Here we are, Earthlings suddenly having to learn a giant starship. Are we extras on Farscape? I replied. Tell me about it. I'm supposed to be in charge. Yeah, it seems like a couple of times a week I learn something new about the ship. Nikki said, You've delivered us our new team member, Captain. Now get out of our way so we can do the work. I snapped to and said, Yes, ma'am. Dee and I left. Dee asked, You think they'll be able to break into that thing and get it out of them? I replied, I wish I knew. Too many things I don't have a clue about. Is Lackey gonna honestly try and help? Or is she one of the ones trying to destroy this ship? Even if she is good enough, will she be able to crack into it? How many more tamper-resistant traps is John going to find when he tries to cut that thing out? Too much that I don't know to even guess how it's going to come out. Dee said, This captain business is weighing on you, ain't it? I replied, It surely is. It's my job to see that everybody makes it back from our adventures. Even those fellows we had to shoot to get Janet and Millie free bother me. Dee replied, Dingus told me about that one. He said you got him out with less bloodshed than he would have thought was possible. I did the best I could. I should have thought to check the air. Dee squared up to me and said, You listen here, Bob Wilson. Dingus used to make his living scouting oddball planets. He was down there longer than you were and saw how the people acted. If anybody should have thought to check the air, it was my space ranger, and he told me it never even crossed his mind. You ain't perfect, and you can train all you want to. You still won't be perfect. You do your best, and that's better than most folks. Sure, it would have been better if you could have gotten off that planet without killing anybody. You brought all your people back. That's what counts. That's the fella we need running this ship, the Bob that brings his people home, whether the other folks want that to happen or not. I said, Thanks, Dee. I've been needing a swift kick. She said, Any time, Bob. Then she left. I decided to head back down to the brig and find Snitz. When he saw me coming, one of the prisoners pulled Snitz's head through the bars and said, Nice little dog you've got here, Captain. Be a shame if his neck was to get broken. I watched the bullet holes appear in his forearms before I even realized I had moved. Dingus's trainer was paying off. Snitz pulled his head back through the bars and growled at him. I said, Threaten me or mine again, you son of a rat, and you won't live to regret it. I calmed Medbay. Jane answered, What do you need, Captain? I replied, Could you send someone to the brig? One of the prisoners seemed to have acquired a couple of boo-boos. Jane asked, What sort of boo-boos, Captain? I said, Gunshot wounds to the forearms. Not sure if I got the bones or not. I've got to study up on squirrel anatomy. Jane asked, Do I even want to know why that happened? He threatened to break Snitz's neck. Is there any way we could go old school on his treatment and let him heal naturally, instead of throwing him in the box? She replied, John will have to have a look at his injuries first. You may have done too much damage for that. I said, If you do have to put him in, make sure you cargo strap it. Who knows how theirs are set up to open? She replied, Understood, Captain. On my way. I hung up the comm. One of the other prisoners said, You brute! You shot him for threatening an animal? I replied, He's still sucking wind. I'd say I'm merciful and kind. One of the other prisoners spoke up. Don't antagonize him. He might shoot you, too. I said, Why? You going to threaten my dog as well? The first prisoner said, Of course not. I replied, Then you have very little to worry about. Jane saved me from having to be civil to those idiots any longer. She arrived with a med-bar, and Patty let them into the cell with the injured squirrel. The patient spoke up. Do something! That crazy monkey shot me! Jane said, He's our captain. If he shot you, I'm sure he had more than sufficient reason to do so. You should thank your lucky stars he didn't feel the need to make it permanent. He's nearly as good with that pistol as I am, and my shooting coach says I'm the best he's ever seen. She turned to me. Were you trying to wound him without doing damage? You missed all the bones and major blood vessels. We'll be able to clean these wounds and let him suffer for his crimes." "Nice shooting," I replied. "Nope, just lucky, I guess. I am glad to hear he doesn't need the auto-doc," the mouthy prisoner said.
"What? You're not going to put him in the auto-doc? What kind of barbarians are you?"
I spun, hand full of stunner. I said, "This kind," and put her out. Patty said, "Thank you, boss. That one is annoying." I replied, "Make sure she wakes up in interrogation, restrained." Patty replied, "Of course, boss." Jane asked, "Do you want me to stay and talk to her?" I said, "No rush. Morning will be soon enough." Jane smiled and said, "Aye, aye, Captain." Jane and her helper took the squirrel off to patch him up. I looked at Patty. I said, nice and loud, so all the prisoners could hear, "Just so we're clear, if any of the rest of these idiots decides to threaten Snitz or anybody else, you have my permission to use deadly force. I don't expect you to try and be as merciful as me." Patty replied, "Understood, boss." I got Snitz to follow me and went to the grass room. I was tired from my busy day and ready for it to be over. Snitz did what he needed to and went to the cabin. I felt a little guilty, lying down while Nikki was still working, but not enough to keep me awake. After what seemed like 5 minutes, but I later figured out was 3 hours, the speakers in the cabin erupted. "Captain to the bridge, please. Captain to the bridge." I jumped out of bed and said, "On my way, Gene." I pulled my uniform back on and ran for the transit. Snitz thought it was a game and came along. Gene closed the door as soon as we cleared it. He must have cranked our priority to the max, because we got there in just a few seconds. We ran out and onto the bridge. Tex was on the door again and closed it behind us. The hacking crew was already there. I asked, "So, you folks got it unlocked?" Nikki said, "We did. Where have you been?" I said, "I took a nap. Thought I might as well, since I didn't have anything pressing to take care of." The main screen showed the interior of John's X-ray room. An operating table had been brought in, and the squirrel captain was lying on it. A medical remote was standing over him, scalpel in hand. Sally said, "You may proceed, Mr. Branham." The remote opened the fella up and removed a device the size of a soda can. It gingerly deposited it in a bomb disposal canister and went to work closing the fella up. Once the patient was done, another remote came in and picked up the canister and slowly walked out with it. Sally looked at me and said, "Captain, I've directed Zoom to take that nasty thing to the nearest airlock and get it off the ship. Do you have any further instructions?" I said, "Once it's away, maneuver the ship far enough away to avoid damage, and fire on that thing." Sally said, "You heard the man, Tex. Get ready to track and destroy that package as soon as it clears the airlock." Tex said, "Yes, ma'am." I asked, "Joshua, you know about how good your people's explosives are? How far do you suppose we should move away?" Joshua replied, "A kilometer, if your gunner can hit it that far away." Sally looked at Tex, and he nodded. She said, 2 kilometers, aye, sir." Joshua's eyes got big. I expected Tex to use the mains. I'm not sure why. Instead, he fired one round from one of the smallest turrets. The flash was impressive, even from 2 kilometers. I turned to Joshua. "I think you need to talk to Steve about whatever explosive was in that thing. He needs to know how to handle it." Joshua said, "Will tomorrow be soon enough?" I replied, "I sincerely hope so. I've had enough excitement for today." Topper asked, "Boss, while you're both here, could you and Mrs. Wilson come over to the ready room and look at something for me?" Nikki replied, "Sure thing, Topper. Were you able to do something with the captain's suggestions?" Topper said, "Indeed I was. I hope the result is pleasing." went across to the ready room. Topper said,
I took the liberty of making a ring, according to what I thought you were suggesting, boss.
He brought out a beautifully engraved ring with a subtly glowing stone set in the band. Nikki said,
Ooh, Topper, it's lovely.
I said, Nicely done, Pierre. Topper replied,
Thanks, boss. You think Zoom will like it?
Nikki said,
If she doesn't, I'll take it off your hands, Topper. It's beautiful.
I said, I'll take her word for it, Topper. Aesthetics aren't really my department. That was when I noticed Snitz. He was looking at the ring, head tilted, curious. I asked, Topper, by any chance, do you have a circuit in that thing running about 30 kilohertz?
Topper replied, Closer to 28, but yeah, boss. Why do you ask?
I pointed at Snitz. Topper looked and said,
Oops, I think I can double the frequency without too much trouble. That should be high enough, shouldn't it?
I said, I think that should do, but you might ought to run a test just to be sure. Topper said,
I can do that right now.
Snitz perked up and looked at Topper. After a bit, he looked back at the ring. He switched back and forth a few more times, and Topper said,
Looks like his hearing tops out about 45, so 56 should work fine. Thanks for catching that, boss.
I replied, What? You don't want Zoom coming to you asking why dogs are following her around?
Topper said, I think it would detract from her enjoyment of the ring, boss.
Nikki said,
You're right, Topper. He's just teasing you.
Topper said,
I know, but I really want to get this right. Zoom and Diego are my friends, and I want to do a good job for them.
I said, Fix that oscillator, and I think you have. I like it a bunch.
Thanks, boss. I better get back to work.
Later, Topper.
Nikki asked, Are you ready to get back to bed, Captain?
I replied, I'm sure Snitz will want to double-check the grass room, but other than that, yes. She said,
I'll meet you at the cabin, then.
I asked, what should we do about Lackey?
Nikki said, She and Taz hit it off. Let them keep an eye on her. Give it a day or two. You should be able to tell if you want to hire her or not.
I replied, Guess I need to go by the bridge and set that up before we go to the grass room. I stepped across to the bridge. Dingus asked, We were wondering how you wanted Laggy here treated, since she helped us and all. I said, Much as I'd like to, I don't think we can fully trust her yet. We could let Joshua watch her, but then we'd have little squirrels all over the place before you know it. I'm thinking Taz is the bot for the job. Does that work for you, Dingus? Dingus said, You don't want her back in the brig? I said, I don't trust the rest of those folks not to try and punish her somehow for helping us. I told her we would keep her safe if she helped us, and I don't think she's safe down there. Dingus replied, That sounds reasonable. What's the long-term plan? I said, That's yet to be seen. So far, I like what I see. Joshua said,
That makes two of us.
I called out, Topper, can you see to it that the shower in Mr. Joshua's quarters only runs cold?
On it, boss.
Joshua said.
Wait a minute, Bob. I just meant she's a good programmer.
Ricky said. Right, we believe you. Joshua pleaded.
Come on, Bob. Cold showers? Isn't that overkill?
I said. Okay, Topper, belay my last. Topper said.
Nix the cold showers. Aye, boss.
Lackey asked.
What was that all about?
I hadn't noticed Dee was there until she spoke up.
Dearie, Joshua spent a long time undercover on Earth. He's missing squirrel companionship, and the captain likes to tease him about it.
Lackey asked.
Is that how you found out about the Audiobook being able to change one of us to look like one of you, Captain?
I said, It is. I lived next door to Joshua for a long time, and I never even suspected he wasn't human. Joshua said,
It sure is nice to have my nose back, even if it is still a little sore.
Lackey asked.
So it hurts a lot to be changed?
Joshua said,
It's not as bad coming back as it was going. Maybe it's just that I've been through it once, and I know that eventually everything will be okay. The first time was scary.
Blackie asked.
Why do it then?
Joshua said.
I was working for some scary people. They said I could go to Earth if I wanted to live. I figured a live monkey was better than a dead squirrel any time.
Blackie said.
I see your point.
I said. That was excellent work, everyone. You got the bomb out of 'em and off the ship without anyone getting hurt. Thanks for all your hard work. See you tomorrow. I headed out. Taz tagged along. He said,
Boss, what exactly am I watching her for?
I replied, just make sure she didn't help us, just to get out of the brig, in order to do something we'd rather she didn't. Taz asked.
So, just make sure she's trustworthy?
I said, yep. If she doesn't pull anything stupid the next day or two, I'm thinking about offering her a job. Don't tell her that, of course. Taz said.
You want to give her a good chance to do something, so you can see if she will?
Exactly. We have enough excitement around here without somebody trying to make trouble. Taz said.
I understand now, boss. I'll take care of it. See you tomorrow.
Later, Taz. Snitz and I went and made sure the grass room was still secure. Once Snitz had it checked to his satisfaction, we headed back to the cabin. Nikki said,
You realize this means extra training since you snuck off and took a nap.
I replied, That's the best offer I've had all day. Chapter 11. Of course, sunrise is the time for ear licks, training or no training. How that dog kept track of sunrise so far from home was a mystery to me. I got up and took care of what I needed to, and was slipped out to make sure some alien dog hadn't snuck aboard in the night and defiled the grass room. Finding all in order, we proceeded to the galley. Jasmine was waiting tables. I was feeling silly, and did the coffee zombie. She said,
Boss, if it didn't work out so well for you, I think we'd have to say you are crazy.
I replied, Check my bank balance. I have enough in there to be eccentric, not crazy. Jasmine asked,
What's the difference?
I said, a couple of $1 million, more or less. Taz wandered in with Lackey. He asked,
Mind if we sit with you, boss?
I said, I'll be honored, since you two were some of the heroes from last night. Lackey said,
We just cracked a silly little implant. You shouldn't make a fuss.
I replied, Taz, do you want to explain this, or should I? Taz said,
Go ahead, boss.
Thanks so much. Taz here and my wife are two of the best hackers I know of. Remy might have been able to help if she were here, but if Nikki was flummoxed, chances are she couldn't have done much better. Until you agreed to help, we're out of options. I don't take kindly to people putting down the efforts of people working for me, so you'd best stop it, right away. Lackey looked confused for a second, and then her face lit up. She said,
You mean you're upset with me for saying I didn't do much?
I replied, I am. You brought us out of a difficult situation, possibly even saving the captain's life. We couldn't have gotten that done without you. So don't sit here and try to tell me you didn't do much. It may have been easy for you, but it meant a lot to us. Taz said,
Exactly. Mrs. Wilson and I have tried every hack we could think of. Till you showed up, we were out of ideas. You saved our bacon.
Lackey said,
That's fine and all, but how often do you need to hack squirrel systems around here? I'm sure I would be just as lost as they were, trying to hack a monkey system.
Taz said,
You might not believe it now, but the captain finds a way to use every stray he picks up. If you were to stay around, he would put you to work, I have no doubt.
I said, It looks like we're heading into squirrel territory soon anyhow. There are worse people we could have along than a first-class hacker who knows squirrel systems. Lackey said,
I see your point.
Taz replied. Yeah, boss. I've been meaning to say something. I think it's comb-over time. I said, the auto doc took care of that for a few years yet, Taz. Good try, though. Like you look confused, she asked.
What did I just miss?
I said, gee, I wish Dee were here. She's good at this. It's kind of a running joke round here that whenever somebody says, I can see your point, that they are talking about the person in question having a pointed head, and they should cover it up. Taz was implying that I was going bald, thus allowing my pointed head to show. Like he said,
You two managed to pack all that into a couple of lines? Is it some kind of secret code?
Taz said, Nope. We just have a lot of shared experiences to draw on. It lets us get bunches of meaning into a few words. You should hear when the captain and Mr. Branham talk. It's even worse. Nikki came wandering in about then. She said,
Why didn't you wake me up, caveman?
I replied, I thought I might need to get something done today. Can't do that if I'm stuck in bed till noon. Like he said,
He has a high opinion of his capabilities, doesn't he, ma'am?
I said, On the contrary, she's the one that has the capabilities. Nikki turned a little red, but she said,
Nice save, caveman. What is on your agenda today?
I replied, I'm not sure yet. I figured I ought to go by Medbay and see how that captain is doing without his little friend. And I should probably look into the fella I shot while I'm there. Jane was going to interrogate a prisoner in the brig today. I ought to see what she had to say. Other than that, I can't think of much. Like he said.
Wait a minute. You shot somebody?
I said, Yes, I did. Snitz was back down on the brig. This fella grabbed him through the bars and threatened to break his neck. He had bullet holes in both his arms before I even realized I had drawn my weapon. Nikki asked.
He threatened to kill Snitz, and he lived? Have you been drinking decaf?
I replied, like I told her. It was over before I had time to think. If I had to try and put a logical reason to it, I'd say that I wanted to get all these folks that want to go back to their people with as much of their equipment as we can. I don't want to give those turkeys any excuse to start something, if I can help it. Taz said, You expect us to believe your sloppy little organic brain ran all those calculations that fast? I replied, No, Taz, I don't. I hadn't thought it through beforehand, and that was the mindset I had when I went into the brig. Taz replied, Impressive. You're able to set up parameters for your behavior before you go into a situation. I said, Sometimes, but they don't always work as well as I might hope. Most of the time, it's closer to hunches and in a kind of logically thought-out idea. Jasmine came out with our breakfast. Taz turned away from the table and started drumming with imaginary drums. When we finished, he turned back around. I asked, Band practice? Taz said, Sort of. I've been studying famous drummers, trying to learn some things to make my style more like an organic drummer and less like a drum machine. Right now, I'm working on Buddy Rich. I replied, You were trying for the big time. I remember seeing him on TV when I was a kid. Dying he was fast. Taz said, Yes, he was. Topper has been studying guitar players and Aussie bass players. I don't want to let them down. I asked, How's Ruth coming with the keyboards? Taz replied, Amazing. That's why the guys have been trying to up their game, just to keep up with her. Could I ask you a favor, boss? Sure, Taz. What do you need? I was wondering if we could tag along with you for a while today. Lackey wants to get a better idea of the size of the gene and how you go about running it. I replied, I don't mind. But if you really want to see how the ship is run, you should watch Sally. She does all the hard work. I mainly set policy and find problems. Lackey replied, Now who is putting down the efforts of one of your crew? Nikki said, I heard the sizzle off that one. She got you good, caveman. I replied, She did. Lackey asked, I've heard you call him caveman. Why is that? Nikki replied,
Well, I'm from the Commonwealth, and we're somewhat more advanced than Earth, where he comes from. I made the mistake of calling him primitive, and he wouldn't let me forget it. So I started calling him caveman to get even. Like he said, even through a translator I can tell that didn't work out like you hoped. Nikki replied, Nope. He decided to call me Space Cadet. We all headed out to Mid-Bay, with Snitz tagging along. When we got there, John said, Morning, Bob. If you're looking for Jane, she's at the brig, interviewing someone. I replied, I figured. We left one of them in an interview room overnight to soften her up. I came by to see about the fellow you got the bomb out of, and the guy I had to shoot. John said, You do try to keep me busy, don't you? I've seen you bored. Nobody wants that. John replied, You could be right about that. I wanted to thank you for assigning Pete to get Greg squared away. He's working wonders with that boy. I said, Nothing you couldn't do if I didn't keep you so busy. John said, I think you're wrong about that, Bob. Greg is really responding to being pushed, physically and mentally. It's helping him get back from being a sick kid for so long. I said, Either way, I'm glad he's doing well. That kid deserves a break. John got serious and said, You've got that right. It hit him hard when his dad didn't ask for joint custody. I said, He didn't even ask? That's cold. John said, I was surprised, that's for sure, especially when he signed off on the adoption without a fuss. Come on back and see these guys. Both of them have been cussing up a storm since they woke up. I found medical data on their computers, and I've got them dosed up with pain relievers, so it's not that. I don't know for sure what has them so wound. Nikki said, Bob has that effect on people, you know. John opened the door to the captain's room. We got the full dose of his chattering. Like he said, Oh, my, I thought I knew how to cuss. I asked, Does he have anything useful to say? Like he replied, He's gloating about how you weren't smart enough to take out his implant, and he's going to blow up the captain as soon as the coward shows up. I said, This should be hilarious. Let's go in. We stepped in, and I asked, I'm Captain Wilson. You have something to say to me? He concentrated, and looked like he was reciting something under his breath. He smiled, and nothing happened. I didn't know squirrels could turn white, he said. How did you stupid monkeys get it out? That's not possible. I said, I guess you're right. Lackey here helped us crack into it. That worthless criminal! She couldn't crack an egg. I asked, Then how do you explain your failure to explode? He replied, The implant must be defective. Obviously you couldn't have gotten it out without killing me and setting it off. I turned to Lackey and I asked, Are all your people hardheads? She thought a moment and said, In general, more so than what I've seen of your people. I hadn't seen Snitz wander in, but he went right up to the fella and gave him a good sniffing. Apparently he passed, because Snitz started wagging his tail. The prisoner shouted, There's that beast again! Why don't you control him? I said, Because he's very well behaved, and only barks at idiots like you who try to harm the ship. Squirrels get red, too, John said. I think we better leave him alone before you give him a stroke, Bob. I replied, Fine with me. He's not much of a conversationalist. Went in the other patient's room. Lackey said, Oh, this is disappointing. I already know all of his cuss words. I said, Gee, I was hoping today would be more educational for you. The prisoner asked, What are you blabbing about, stupid monkey? I said, You're the prisoner, not me. How do you figure I'm the stupid one? He replied, You go to so much trouble to save the life of a beast. You must be stupid. I said, He's a good and loyal friend. You're mouthy scum. Seems to me I made the right choice. Since he was a prisoner, he was restrained. That kept him from doing much when Snitz jumped in the bed, lifted his leg, and made his feelings known. Once Snith jumped down, we turned and left. Like he said, "Nope, didn't help. Same old boring stuff, just louder." John said, "Well, you've upset all the patients I have. I guess your work here is done, Bob." I asked, "So they'll both heal okay without an auto, Doc?" John replied, "Sure. I didn't even give in to the temptation to give them interesting scars." I said, "Jane must be a good influence on you." John said, "Actually, she was the one who suggested it. I thought it might be bad for interspecies relations." Nikki said, "Reverse psychology. I've got to remember to try that on Bob." John said, "Bob is too hard-headed for that to work. He'll figure out what you're up to and do it just to spite you." Nikki replied, "You're probably right. Good old straightforward Bob. You can get him to do most anything if you just ask, but try to con him and he's a brick wall." Taya said, "You organics really haven't figured out how to deal with the boss yet? Just figure out what he's going to want, and get it done before he has a chance to ask for it. Do that a few times, and he'll cut you slack to do whatever you need to." Nikki said, "That's easy when you have enough processor power to game out all the possibilities. Us organics have a little more trouble figuring things out." Tyers replied, "That must be annoying." Laggy said, "Not really. The uncertainty makes life more interesting. If we knew how things were going to come out before we did them, there wouldn't be any thrill to finding out." John said, "Well put, Lackey." I said, "We'll get on out of your way, John." He replied, "See you around." We took off, and I said, "Let's go see how Jane is doing." Nikki asked, "What's she up to?" I replied, "Interviewing one of the prisoners who was being mouthy and annoying last night." Lackey asked, "Why didn't she get interviewed last night?" I replied, "Jane was tired, and it didn't seem to be urgent. Besides, this way the prisoner got to sit in interrogation and wait all night. She might be more willing to give up some answers to get back to her cell." Lackey said, "You do know that these people aren't representative of our species, don't you?" I said, "I sure hope not. I'd hope to do business with you folks. If you were all like some of these people, I don't see where that is going to be possible." Lackey replied, "You've been able to do business with me, haven't you?" I said, "Yes, but by your own admission, you're not what anyone would call a regular citizen." Lackey admitted, "You're right about that. I still think there are plenty of people you folks can get along with." I said, "That's what I'm counting on. We'll find out soon enough." Will was out front when we arrived at the brig. I asked, "Which interview room is Mrs. Branham using?" Will said, "Number 1, boss. Would you like me to let you into the observation room?" I replied, "That sounds good. I like getting an idea how the interview is going before I decide whether or not to go in myself." Watched Jane do her best. Either this lady was dumb as a box of rocks, or awfully good at hiding what she knew. Jane didn't seem to be getting anywhere, so I decided to see what would happen if I stepped in. I asked Will, "Do I have any walnuts handy?" "Yes, boss. How many would you like?" I thought a moment, and said, 11, please." Nikki asked, "Why 11, caveman?" I said, "A nice round number would indicate that I was keeping track of exactly how many I brought. Hopefully, she'll get the impression that walnuts aren't that important to me. Maybe I can make leverage out of that." Nikki said, "Sneaky caveman. Mommy-like." He said, "At least our video gets that much right. Everything is a mating ritual with you monkeys." I said, "Taz, you're the musical talent. Can you explain why men do crazy things?" Taz replied, "Sure, boss. 'Cause the chicks dig it." Laggy looked at Nikki. Nikki said, "Corny as it is, it's the truth." I walked into the interview room. Jane said, "Hi, boss. I'm not having much luck with this one." I replied, "I see. I wonder if these will get her to talk." I dumped my handful of walnuts on the table. As badly as our prisoner concealed her surprise, I looked forward to teaching the squirrels to play poker. She tried to recover her composure and play it off, but she had already given herself away. She asked,
"What are those? Some odd little rocks? Am I supposed to be impressed?"
Jane said, "I think you know very well what they are, and you're plenty impressed. Are you feeling any more conversational?" The prisoner was a bit flustered and didn't answer. I let her go for a minute, and then said, "Looks like she thinks her information is worth more. I think she would spill it for 100 nuts." Jane replied,
"I've yet to be convinced she has anything worth even a smell of a nut."
"Pick 'em up, and I'll have Will put her back in the cells." I said, "Okay, if you're sure." I started gathering the walnuts. The prisoner said,
"Wait! I heard the officers talking. We weren't supposed to come back from this mission. We were supposed to be an excuse for the walnut brokers to argue for a war."
I said, "You were right. All she has is stuff we already know. Sorry I wasted your time talking to her." I turned to leave. Jane got up and said, "I'll have Will put her back. At least she may have learned some manners from sitting in here all night." The prisoner shouted,
"Wait! The captain who surrendered his ship, he's really the mission commander. He has a bomb implanted to detonate when he gets close to you, Captain."
Jane said, "More old news. Too bad we got that bomb out and detonated it last night. She seems to be out of aces, don't you think, Captain?" I replied, "It surely seems that way. No use of either of us wasting any more time on her. Let's go." Jane must have been right, because she didn't shout any more devastating news as we left. Nikki and the others met me in the hall. Nikki said,
"You made an impression on her with those walnuts, caveman. I watched her count them twice. If she had anything, she would have given the top."
I said, "Too bad she was just mouthy and annoying. If she had known anything, she could have been useful."
Like he said, "If I had known who you were questioning, I could have told you she wouldn't have much. Her only skills are in the area of being a mistress to a high-ranking officer. He grew tired of her, and sent her along on this mission to get rid of her."
Nikki asked,
"How do you know so much about her?"
Like he said,
"There wasn't much to do but gossip on the trip out."
I gave Will back his walnuts and said, "You might as well put her back in her cell. I don't think she knows enough to be of any help." Will said,
"Sure, and I'll be doing that, boss."
I replied, "Hitting the culture pack, Will?" He said,
"I bet, boss, a bit."
I said, "Thanks for your help."
Nikki asked, "Where to now, caveman?"
I said, "I haven't been down to see what Scotty is up to yet today. Wouldn't want her to surprise me." Like he asked,
"Should I call a transit?"
I replied, "It's not that far. We can walk."
Nikki said, "Oh, no, he always finds adventures when he goes walking through the ship."
Taz replied, "Ma'am, I think you're giving the gene too much credit. I seem to recall he could find adventures back on Earth, just going to get some lunch."
Nikki said, "I think you could be right, Taz. It's not the walking around that causes it. It's just the presence of Captain Bob."
I didn't see any way to come out ahead in this discussion, so I kept my mouth shut. Like he asked,
"Don't you have anything to say in your own defense, Captain?"
I replied, "Nope. What they said is true. Wish I knew why it happens, but I don't." Like he replied,
"So, you're telling me that something interesting is just gonna pop up between here and engineering?"
Nikki said,
"It's not a sure thing, but it's likely to happen."
"We made it almost all the way before we met Zoom." I said, "Hey, Zoom, did you two get Diego's grandma settled in?" Zoom replied,
"Not really. She's staying in one of the ships with Janet, till Jim can get a house remodeled for her. She didn't want to stay in a concrete box."
I said, "I can't say I blame her. Are you guys aboard to stay?"
Zoom replied,
"Yes, boss. Do you have a job for us?" I said, "Not at the moment. I just wanted to make sure I had all the crew aboard."
Zoom asked, "We shipping out soon?"
I said, "Looks that way. I've got to get with a couple of people and see just how soon we can arrange it."
Zoom said, "We'll be ready, boss."
I replied, "I know that, Between you and Scotty, I have no fear." We found Scotty deep in a discussion with Tikki. Tikki said,
"Look, the captain is here to rescue me again."
I said, "Hold on, I'm not getting in the middle of this. What are you talking about anyway?" Tikki said,
"There's a rumor going around that Zoom is going to need a bachelorette party soon. We were just discussing how to go about throwing one."
I said, "I'm definitely not qualified to have an opinion on that. Get with Dee. She'll set you straight." Scotty asked,
"You mean Mrs. Sloane?"
I replied, "Yes, indeed I do." Scotty said,
"You don't think she would mind us bothering her?"
Nikki said,
"No, I don't think she would. She hasn't been very busy since she came aboard. She's been looking for a job to do."
Scotty said,
"I'm still not used to being able to ask humans for help. It never was that way back in the Navy."
Nikki said, "He'll get the hang of it. Working with Bob is kinda strange. It takes a bit to get used to." I said, "I did have a couple of things to ask you about, if you're not too busy." Scotty said,
"Never too busy for you, boss. What did you need?"
I asked, "How are you coming on that squirrel ship you're building?" Tikki said,
"The last parts will be coming out of the printers in a few hours. We've already got the assembly programmed, so it should be ready to fly in the morning."
I asked, "Will it need a check ride to be sure everything went together right?" Scotty said,
"It would probably be best, boss. Even bots aren't perfect."
I asked, "How are you coming with the test article for that new drive design?" Tikki replied,
"We had a freighter take it outside the system, so it could begin testing without endangering the gene. All the data we've gotten back so far looks good. Even Frank is happy, and I'm told that almost never happens."
I asked, "No anomalies?"
Scotty said, "None, boss. I remember the last test. We were more careful this time."
"How soon will the testing be complete?" Tikki said,
"Early tomorrow morning, unless we find some problem."
"Okay, in general. Is there any reason we couldn't go to FTL tomorrow?" Scotty said,
"No, boss, there isn't. Should I plan for that?"
I said, "Yes, if my plans change, I'll let you know." Scotty said,
"I understand. Can I run you people out of here? We do have some things to get done if we're leaving the system tomorrow."
I said, "Later, Scotty." Once we were out of the way, I asked Taz, "Topper is aware Diego is back aboard, is he not?"
Taz replied, "He is, boss. He has already delivered the package you are worrying about. He says he has no idea when the final delivery is to take place, but he did tell Jeeves to be sure your red suit is ready for duty."
I replied, "What would I do without you guys?" Taz said,
"I don't want to find out, boss. I like working here."
I turned to Nikki. "Do you think you could finish giving Lackey the tour? I just realized I need to have a meeting before we leave, and I think it would be better if it were private." Nikki replied,
"Sure, caveman, but you'll have to tell me what you're being so secretive about later."
I said, "I think that can be arranged." Then I kissed her. Taz gave us a wolf whistle for our efforts. I looked at him and asked, "Did you and Ruth ever order that kit?"
"No, boss. She only has eyes for Andre these days."
I replied, "Oh, well, the ship is full of boss, you know." Taz said,
"I'll keep that in mind, boss."
Once I was in the transit, I asked Jean, "Would you page Rhonda to my ready room, please?"
"On it, boss."
I made it to the ready room and got settled in before Rhonda showed up. She came in and asked,
"Did I do something wrong, Captain?"
I replied, "Not that I'm aware of. Is there something you'd like to confess before we go on?"
"No, Captain."
I said, "Please take a seat. You're not in trouble." She sat down, "But you still look concerned." I said, "You haven't been on the ship very long." She interrupted and said,
"Please, Captain, don't make me go ashore before you go to the squirrel's home world. I know I'm green as grass, but I will work very hard to be useful. I want to see what a real starship mission is like."
I asked, "You realize that there is no guarantee we're coming back, don't you?" Rhonda said, I'd rather die as a crew member of the Gene Cernan than live a coward who went ashore, sir. I replied. John turned up the piss and vinegar dial when he put you in that auto dog, didn't he? Rhonda said. I almost died for nothing back on Earth. Now I have the chance to live for something. Please don't take that chance away. I said, it'll cost you. She looked worried. What do you mean? I said, you'll see. Gene, would you page Dixie, please? Honest, boss. Rhonda sat, looking concerned, until Dixie came in. Dixie said, Yes, boss. I replied, I'm making sure that Rhonda here wants to be aboard for our little excursion. She says she definitely does. I'm thinking she needs some training, if she's going to be safe and useful. You think you could take care of that for me? Dixie said. Yes, boss, I think so. I said, ask Sally for help if you get stuck. If she can train me, she can train anybody. Dixie replied, That's for sure. We'll get her ready to be a useful member of the crew, boss. I said, Thanks, Dixie. I'll leave you to it. I got up to leave. Rhonda asked, That's what it's going to cost me? Training to be part of the crew? I replied, Yes. Don't think you're getting off easy. Dixie here will keep you busy. If she can't, I'm sure she knows how to get a hold of Pete. Rhonda said, But, Captain, I wanted to train to be on the crew anyway. I was just waiting for the right time to ask. Dixie said, Your lucky day, then. Let's light you up. I said, Have fun, ladies. Chapter 12. Diego and Zoom were waiting for me outside the ready room. I looked at Zoom's left hand and saw the ring Topper had made. I said, Congratulations! Topper is already getting my Captain Kangaroo suit ready to go. Is there anything else you need? Zoom asked. I was wondering if there was a way you could delegate that authority to someone, boss. I replied, Surely there must be. You don't like the way I do services? She said, No, you big dummy. I want you to walk me down the aisle. I replied, I think we can arrange that. Thank you for the honor. What you said next was something I never expected to hear anyone say. Thank you for shooting me in the butt and giving me the opportunity to work here so I could meet Diego. It got a little dusty. I needed to talk to Scotty about changing the filters more often. I said, You're welcome. Thank you for taking the job and doing such great work. Diego said, Thanks, Captain, for all you've done for us. My grandma is so spry since she was in the auto dock. She's helping Jim and Janet remodel the houses in the new village on Shaved Ape Key. I can't even express how good it is to see her up and about. I replied, You are surely welcome. I do have a question for you, though. I'm pretty sure you two are good to go for a trip to the squirrel homeworld. But what about your buddy, Bill? I don't see him much, and I need to know if he'd like to be put ashore before we go to FTL. He has those kids to look after. Diego laughed. Abe and Andre might be able to get him ashore, but I think he'd probably steal his ship and follow us. As for the kids, they're at least as psyched as he is. He's living his dream. He spends more time on the teaching machine than you do, Captain. I'm not sure, but I think he's convinced that sooner or later you're going to have to get the rest of the Navy out of mothballs, and he's shooting for sitting in the big chair on one of those ships. I said, I've been hoping to avoid that, but I guess if those ships were in our service, at least we wouldn't have to worry about someone else stumbling onto the location of the Navy Yard. Diego asked, Have you been there to check it out? I replied, I've been avoiding the knowledge of where it is to keep the temptation down to a dull roar. I'm sure Sally and Jean could fly us there at any time, but I don't want to actually see the place unless we need it. Zoom said, Wow, boss, you really don't want to wake up those ships, do you? I replied, There's a saying, absolute power corrupts absolutely. If I were in control of that Navy, with the tactics we've developed, There's not a force we know of that could stand against us. I don't want to be tempted by that kind of power." Diego said, "Boss, I understand. But if somebody's going to have that power, I have to think you would do less harm with it than almost anybody." I replied, "Thanks for the confidence, Diego, but I'd still rather not find out, if we don't have to. Is that going to change Bill's mind about staying with us?" Diego said, "No, boss. He just wants to be ready, if there is an opening." I said, "Is he working on a sim deck yet?" Zoom said, "I don't think he realized that was an option, boss." I said, "Everybody who wants to should be down there sharpening their skills. I know it's done me a world of good. Tell him to get with Jasmine. She'll get him going." Diego asked, "Aren't you afraid somebody will take your place?" I replied, "You mean I could settle down on Shaved Ape Key and raise my kids in peace?" "Sign me up." Zoom said, "Nope, you're not getting out of this that easy, boss. She's the B.S. Gene Cernan for a reason. We'll go activate the rest of the Navy and promote your hiney to Admiral." I looked around and said, "Where's Jeeves when you need him? Oh, well. Go away, kid, you bother me," while knocking the ash off my imaginary cigar. Diego asked, "I thought Groucho was your man." I got the eyebrows into the act for this one. "That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Don't you know we're an equal opportunity employer?" Zoom said, "Boss, if you weren't so good at your job, I'd think you were loony." I replied, "I keep telling people, I'm too rich to be loony. I'm eccentric." Diego laughed and said, "Thanks, boss, for everything. We'll get on out of your way." I said, "See you two later. Let me know when you're having the ceremony." Zoom said, "You'll know, boss. You're not getting out of it that easy." They took off. I went to the bridge to ask Sally about some things. Topper sang out, "Captain on the bridge." I replied, "As you were." Sally asked, "Would you like the con, boss?" I replied, "I'd rather have straight answers, if it's all the same to you." Topper said, "Good one, boss." Sally said, "Decorum, sir." I said, "I suppose you're right, Commander. My mistake." Sally said, "Got you, boss. What did you need?" I said, "To be in two places at once, it seems. Zoom and Diego want to get married. Normally I would officiate, all legal, no problem. Zoom wants me to walk her down the aisle, so that's right out. Am I allowed to delegate the authority to perform a wedding?" Sally froze for a moment. "Sorry, boss, I don't see any precedent for that. They'll have to find another officiant who is qualified in his own right." I asked, "And where might we find someone like that all the way out here?" Topper said, "Mr. Bailey mentioned being a minister, boss." I asked, "Jim's a preacher?" "I never knew that." Topper replied, "He had to give up his church when his son took over the business and forced him into Shady Oaks." I asked, "Get him on the comm for me, would you, Topper?" "Here you go, boss." Jim said, "Hi, Bob. What can I do for you?" I said, "I think we need to interrupt your hard work for a bit. Are you still licensed to marry people?" Jim asked, "I thought you and Nikki were already married." I said, "We are. This is for Zoom and Diego. She wants me to walk her down the aisle, so I won't be able to officiate. According to my XO, I'm not allowed to delegate that authority to anyone. So we need somebody else to do the deed." Jim said, "Oh, now I see. As a matter of fact, even though they took my church away from me, nobody had the guts to ask me for my license to preach. Now, I could take care of that for you. When's the ceremony?" I thought a second, and said, "If they're going to get it done before we leave again, it'll have to be this afternoon. Let me get back with them, and I'll call you back." Jim said, "Okay, Bob. I'll be around. The boss do most of the work, you know. Bye." After the connection went dead, I said, "Topper, get me Zoom, please." "Here you go, boss." Zoom said, "Yes, Captain." I replied, "According to Sally, I can't just deputize somebody to do your ceremony. Jim Bailey is a minister, and has agreed to do it. But that would mean you would have to pull the trigger today, or wait till we get back. Zoom asked.
Today? How could we pull it together that fast?
I said, if Sally and Scotty can't get it done, I'll be dang surprised. Zoom replied,
You've got that right. I'll get with them and Diego. Thanks, boss.
I said, no problem. I'll tell Jim to come on up. Zoom said,
Thanks, boss. See you later.
She clicked off, and Topper said,
Mr. Bailey again, boss.
I said, hi, Jim. It's on. You won't need to be here for an hour or two, but come on up whenever you like. Jim replied, I think I might as well come on up. I'm not going to get anything done with Grandma Kachi worrying about the wedding. I replied, come ahead, then. I'm sure Topper and the crew from Earth would like a chance to visit with you. Jim asked, one thing, Bob. Janet wants to come up, and she told Millie about it, so now her and Alice would like to come, too. I said, bring whoever wants to come. Surely we got enough room, big as the Gene is. Jim said, okay, we'll be up in a bit. I replied, see you then. Topper ended the call, and asked,
Boss, are you sure it's okay if I take off to talk to Mr. Bailey?
I said, good grief, Topper. You're on that station every time I come on the bridge. I believe you've earned some downtime. Besides, you guys are playing for the reception, aren't you? Topper said.
We are now, boss.
Ruth said,
Boss, does that mean I need to call a replacement as well?
I asked. I don't know. Can you play your keyboard from here? She replied.
No, boss.
I said, then you better, don't you think? Sally asked.
Will you be taking the entire bridge crew, sir?
I asked. Were you wanting to attend as well? Sally said.
Well, yes, boss.
Tex said. I'd like to go too, boss. I've gotten to be friends with Zoom, since she's been reworking the weapons. I said, everyone who wants to attend needs to find a qualified replacement and get them on this bridge ASAP. Is that clear? I got a chorus of, yes, boss. I left the bridge and asked Jean, could you give me a transit to wherever Nikki is?
Sure thing, boss.
I walked out to find Nikki and Lackey right in front of me. Taz was still with him. Lackey asked,
how did you know where we were, Captain?
I said, I didn't, but Jean did. Lackey asked,
you mean the AI that runs the ship?
Nikki said,
yes, that's the one.
Jean said,
sorry to interrupt, especially since you're talking about me, but Reverend Bailey is arriving in the launch bay soon, if you want to greet him and his party.
Nikki said,
we better go do that, caveman.
I said, yep, wouldn't want Jim to get lost on this big old ship. If Zoom has to go hunting them down to get married, I'll never hear the end of it. We all got in the transit, and Jean gave us priority. We got there before their ship was actually on the deck. When it was shut down, we went over to greet them. Jim stepped out and said, hi, Bob. How have you been? I said, busy, but doing well. I've got a question for you. He interrupted me. Yes, Bob, I'm a preacher, and my name is Jim. I'm a Reverend Jim in the flesh. I replied, I don't suppose you could change your clothes and hop in your DeLorean so you could go back and keep me from trying that one? He said, I'm a Reverend Jim, but I'm not the Reverend Jim. Sorry, Bob. Alice asked Janice,
what are those two talking about?
Janice just said, the stuff from back home. They're just kidding around. Janet came running out of the ship and gave me the flying hug. I said, oh, hi, Janet. I'm happy to see you, too. Nikki asked,
are you sleeping all right?
Janet said,
I am now. Grandma Kachi is almost as good at snuggling as you guys.
I said, glad to hear it. Is Jim keeping you busy?
Not too much. We've got plenty of bots to do the real work, once he shows them what he wants.
Nikki asked,
are you happy?
Janet said,
the planet is really nice. No monsters looking to eat you all the time.
I still have a little trouble getting too close to the tree line, but I'm getting used to it. I like it, but it's not the gene, you know?
Janet turned to me and said,
I wanted to talk to you about that, Captain. I know you put me ashore because you think this mission might be dangerous, and I appreciate that. I still feel like my place is here, though. Mr. Bailey doesn't really need help. That's just make work. Can I come back aboard, please?
I looked at Nikki. She asked,
Are you sure you're up for it? You've been through a lot.
Janet said.
I have, but this is the place that heals me. I can't stand the thought of you guys flying off on an adventure and leaving me behind. I know there's a chance we might not make it back, but I'd rather be aboard than left behind to wonder if I could have helped.
I said, I'm assuming you brought your stuff, since you know I'm an easy mark. Janet said,
Well, we did bring the ship I've been living on, so yes, I suppose I did.
Millie came forward and squared up to me. She said,
Captain, my grandma is settled in, and you all know she's an independent old cuss. She doesn't need my help anymore. She has plenty of friends to help her if she needs it.
I asked, Alice, what do you think about all this? Alice said,
She's right about me being settled in, but I have to say I'll miss her. I know for a fact there ain't nobody would take better care of her than you will, Captain. So if you'll have her, she has my blessing.
I said, Thank you, ma'am. A small woman, wearing a hat and a shawl, came down out of the ship and looked me up and down. She said, with somewhat of an accent,
So, you are the famous Captain Wilson, who saved my Diego from the black?
I stood a little straighter and said, Yes, ma'am, that would be me. You must be the famous Grandma Kachi, whom I've heard so much about. She looked at me with a twinkle in her eye.
Was any of it good?
I replied, Most of it. She laughed.
I think I'm going to like you, Captain.
I replied, Lord, I hope so. They haven't given me any training about going up against feisty grandmas. Alice spoke up.
Don't let him fool you. He does just fine against feisty grandmas, or anybody else, so far as I've seen.
I was saved from getting ganged up on by the transit opening. Snitz came trotting out, sniffing the air. He let out a little yip, and little Alice came running out of the ship. They sniffed one another and took off to parts unknown. I asked, Jean, how'd you manage that? Jean replied,
I used a recording of you calling him. Was that wrong, boss?
I said, Not wrong, frickin' ingenious, but not wrong. Jim said, Are you still trying to get people to believe that things just happen around you, and you're just trying to keep up? I replied, I am, because it's the truth. Jaina said, Sure, Bob, we believe you. Grandma Kachi winked and nodded solemnly. She said,
Of course, Captain. We believe you.
I looked at Nikki. She looked startled and said,
I'm sorry, Bob. Did you say something?
I said, I'm told it's good to have friends. I'm hoping someday to find out. They all laughed. Taz bailed me out by asking,
How are you liking Shaved Ape Key, Mr. Bailey?
Jim replied, I like it just fine, Taz. You weren't on the crew that put those houses up, were you? Taz answered.
No, sir. Our Marines took care of that. I understand they are less decorative than what you're used to.
Jim said, You could say that. Janus wasn't happy about moving from Shady Oaks, that we remodeled so pretty, back into a concrete box.
Taz said, The Marines believe in weather-tight and built to last. I don't think aesthetics are high on their priority list.
Jim said, They are built to last, I'll give 'em that. Abe came wandering up. I asked, What can we do for you, Abe? He said,
Is he the fellow who's fixing up the village down on the planet, so you humans like it better?
Jim asked. I am. What do you need? Abe asked.
I wondered if you would be so kind is to send me some pictures when you get done. I tried to get those hardheads to believe that humans would want something prettier, that you folks weren't military, and wouldn't put up with that kind of house. But I couldn't get any traction. Maybe if I had some hard data, I can get it right the first time, or at least not as wrong.
Jim said, I'll be glad to send you some scans when we finish up. You could even come down and help, if you like. Abe said,
Can't do that, sir. The captain's heading off into dangerous space. He's going to need all the Marines he can get. Even old cranky ones like me.
Jim said, I understand. I'll send all the data I can. Abe said,
Thank you, sir.
He headed out. Grandma Kachi said, That little fellow is a Marine? I said, One of the old ones from before they started making them bigger. He's got enough experience to make up for what he lacks in size. She replied, He said you were headed to dangerous space. Is that true? I said, We don't know for sure. It definitely could be. She asked, Why is that? I pointed to Lackey. We're going to her homeworld. At least some of the folks there don't like the fact that we found this old ship and got her flying again. We don't know if they are the ones who control the military there or not. If they are, we might get a warm welcome. She asked, If you don't know what you're going to find, and it might be bad, why are you going? I said, Because if we don't, they'll keep coming after us. I'm hoping to settle the thing one way or another. She replied, I don't think they know what they have let themselves in for. I have heard of your victories in the simulator. I said, We have a motto. Murphy is our shepherd. We have to be prepared for whatever they can throw at us. She replied, I have heard of this motto as well. Diego says it means, take all the precautions you possibly can, but don't expect it to be enough. Is that close? I said, Pretty dang near perfect, ma'am. She asked, If you are so unsure about what you are going into, why would you agree to take these girls? I said, If my engineer heard that they had offered, and I turned them down, she would probably quit on the spot. She's been fussing about being sure to help ever since they went down to the planet. Janet turned to Millie. You hear that? Scotty needs us. I told you there would be plenty for us to do. Alice spoke up. You've made their day, Captain. They were so afraid you wouldn't let them stay. I said, Knowing these two, they would find a way to sneak aboard if I tried to leave them behind. Alice replied, You're smarter than you look, Captain. I said, I sure hope so. Nikki said, Don't we all? I don't want to be carrying a couple of moron babies. Grandma Kachi said, You are having twins? What good luck! Congratulations. Nikki said, Thanks. As ornery as he is, I'm going to have my hands full with two of them. Grandma Kachi replied, Yes, he is ornery, but I think he is a good man, all the same. You should treat him well. Otherwise, some crazy old lady might go back in the auto dock and take him away from you. Nikki said, I believe you have a fan, caveman. I replied, Sure sounds that way, don't it? Grandma Kachi said, I could do a lot worse. Take care of him, little lady. Nikki replied, I do, ma'am, I do. Jim spoke up. We better head on down to the chapel, don't you think? I said, I don't think there's a rush. The bots are still working on Zoom's dress. Jaina said, They did a nice job on mine. It didn't take them long, either. I replied, Maybe I better get dressed then. Jaina asked, You gonna wear that Captain Kangaroo suit again? I said, It's the only dress uniform I have. I need to get with Topper and have him do me up something different. Grandma Kachi asked, You wear a Captain Kangaroo uniform? Why is that? Nikki said, He asked the boss to make him a dress uniform, and didn't give them any more guidance than that. They thought it would be funny to dress him as Captain Kangaroo. He played along, and now it's almost a tradition. Grandma Kachi replied, So, instead of rice, there will be ping-pong balls? I said, That could happen. The boss like Zoom. Grandma asked.
My Diego. Not as much?
Nikki said.
Your Diego hasn't been here as long. Give them time.
We were interrupted by A192 and Pete coming through, training Greg. One of them would run ahead and form himself into an obstacle that Greg would have to overcome, and then the other would do likewise. Grandma Kachi asked,
What are they doing?
I said, separating a young boy and his energy, mostly. Greg was sickly for a long time, and now that he's well, he has more energy than he knows what to do with. So Pete and Niner Deuce are training him to be a Marine. Pete heard me talking about him and called a halt. They came over, and he asked, "Did you need something, boss?" "Nope, just explaining to the lady what you fellas were doing. How's your trainee working out?" Niner Deuce spoke up. "Boss, he listens pretty good, for an organic. We might be able to make something out of him in a year or two." I replied, "We have plenty empty holds if you want to set up an obstacle course." Pete said, "This way is less predictable. Keeps them thinking, instead of just coming up with one strategy for a fixed set of obstacles." Grandma Kachi spoke up.
Do you teach him to shoot as well?
Pete said, "Yes, ma'am. Actually, we have several people who are helping with their shooting. Mrs. Sloan helps us with that. She says when they get more advanced, Mr. Sloan will help them with the finer points." I asked, "You can't just run them through the teaching machine?" Niner Deuce replied, "Mr. Sloan says we will get a better result if they already have good habits before we give them the tactical training." I replied, "Sounds reasonable. Do you fellas think you could take a break and give these folks a tour of the ship on their way to the chapel?" Pete said, "I believe we could handle that for you, boss. You have to go find your fine red uniform, do you?" I replied, "That I do, Pete. How many printers did you two tie up, making ping-pong balls?" Niner Deuce replied, "Us, boss? Nah, we wouldn't do that. Now, it might be that we carried a few boxes from the printer to the chapel, but Mr. Topper never told us what was in them." I looked at Nikki. "I'm thinking these fellows need a course in remedial BS. That was weak, don't you think?" She said,
"Yes, Captain, their BS is certainly not up to Marine standards. I'll have a word with the deputy head of security. Perhaps she can set them straight."
Pete said, "Niner, old buddy, you have been God." Niner replied, "Suppose I have. Have I mentioned lately that I like working for you, boss?" I said, "I think you might have brought that up, yes. You don't think I'd sell you off for weak BS, do you? It's merely a shortcoming you need to apply yourself to." Pete said, "You're already in a hole. Stop digging." Niner said, "Understood. This way, if you please, folks." They wandered off, with Alice and Grandma Kachi talking about that crazy Bob Wilson. Chapter 13. Nikki and I headed off to our cabin to get ready. Much to my surprise, Jeeves was waiting with a new uniform. He said,
"The other one is nice and all, but I thought the joke had gone on long enough, boss."
I looked over the new clothes. "This is very nice, Jeeves. Very nice indeed. However, people are already expecting me to show up in the other one. I would hate to disappoint them. We'll have to save this for next time." Jeeves said,
"As you wish, boss. Don't you like it?"
I replied, "I like it very much, and I wish I could wear it, but I have it on good authority that there is going to be a ping-pong ball drop, which will not be funny, unless I'm wearing the other uniform. I don't want to be the cause of someone's joke falling flat, since I'm not at all sure the bride isn't in on it." Jeeves said,
"I understand, boss. Sorry to offend."
I said, "You didn't offend, Jeeves. I was just trying to explain why it is necessary for me to wear the old uniform today. Hopefully this'll be the last time I wear it. You took initiative and solved a problem without having to be asked. That is good work. It just so happens there were unforeseen complications that you can't reasonably be held responsible for. Nikki spoke up. Jeeves, you need to understand. He's trying to tell you he really appreciates you for getting the new uniform made, and he will wear it in the future. But people have already made plans based on him showing up in the old uniform. There was no way for you to have known that.
Jeeves said.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm still new at this. I was afraid I had made a mistake.
Nikki replied.
Jeeves, you shouldn't worry about that. If you make a mistake, the captain will be certain you are aware of it.
Jeeves replied.
I see. Thank you, ma'am.
He put away the new uniform and got out the old one. I said, It just isn't as nice as yours, Jeeves. I wish I could wear the new one. We got dressed and headed to the chapel. Once we were out of earshot, I said, Just what I need, an insecure butler.
Nikki replied, He'll get the hang of it, caveman. Give him a little time. He just started.
I said, You're right. I'm just so used to things just flowing, with all the bots taking care of stuff behind the scenes. When it glitches, it really sticks out. Nikki replied.
If it bugs you that much, tell Sally. Or Topper. They will straighten him right out.
I said, I guess I really am that big softy y'all accuse me of being. I just don't want him to feel like I'm coming down on him for doing his job, and doing it well. My calm chimed for a text. I asked, I wonder who's texting instead of calling. Nikki replied,
Look at it and see, goofball.
I looked. 9 or deuce. This ought to be interesting. Nikki said,
Let me see.
I held the column so we could both read it.
Pete says I should let you know. The human with the hat has a weapon concealed in it. One of your Earth-type pistols.
Nikki said,
Grandma Kachi isn't just a sweet old grandma after all.
I got out my calm and dialed Diego. Hi, boss. I'm a little busy right now, I replied. I should hope so. I just have one question. Do I need to worry about the pistol in your grandma's hat? Diego answered. Not unless you whiz her off. Don't try to outshoot her, though. She's better with that little Beretta than most folks are with a service pistol. I said, Thanks. See you at the ceremony. Bye, boss. I turned to Nikki and said, That settles that. Diego says she's cool. Nikki replied,
Do we really want her and Dee in the same room?
I replied, They're both grown-ups. It'll be fine. I just hope we can sit close enough to eavesdrop. I might learn something.
You are evil, caveman.
I replied, Just want to bask in the wisdom of my elders, Spice Cadet. We got to the chapel, and Topper was at the door. He said,
Hi, boss. Looking sharp as always.
I replied, Jeeves made me a nice new uniform I wanted to wear, but I caught wind of a ping-pong ball drop, and I didn't want to ruin that.
Topper replied, He asked me about that. I think I explained it enough for him to get the gist. He really wants to do a good job, you know?
I said, Yes, I do know. Wait till you see the new uniform. It rocks. He makes an old hillbilly like me look sharp. If I could scrounge up some dancing lessons, I might even be presentable. Nikki said,
Talk about high hopes. It's going to take a case of laryngitis to accomplish that.
Topper said,
Mrs. Wilson seems to think your social skills could use some work as well, boss. Charm school?
I said, I think I'm probably too old and set my ways for that to do any good, Topper. You folks are stuck with me the way I am. And Topper replied,
We could do a lot worse, boss.
I said, Aren't you guys supposed to be the music for this shindig? Topper replied,
Ruth is handling the actual ceremony. The rest of us are playing the reception.
I said, I see. Where do I need to be to walk Zoom down the aisle? Topper pointed.
Right through that door, boss.
Nikki said,
See there, caveman? You never have any trouble finding someone to tell you where to go.
I replied, Thanks, I think. When I got to where I was supposed to be, I found Sally. I asked, What has you back here, and not out in the seats?
Sally replied.
Scotty is the maid of honor. I had to help her with her camo to make sure it was just right.
I said, I'm guessing Bill is the best man. Is that all they have for a wedding party? Sally replied.
Nunya is a bridesmaid, and Andre a groomsman. Oh, Odie is the ring-bearer, and Velma will be the flower girl.
I replied, sounds like it's all well planned out. Did someone get Jim a copy of their vows to look over before the ceremony? Sally said,
They were delivered just before you arrived, boss. Worrying about this is my job, boss. I've got it.
I replied, sorry, Sally, I'm just a natural-born worrier. I don't mean to say you aren't able to take care of it yourself. Sally said,
I know that, boss. Your worrying has saved our butts more than once. I'm not going to complain about it now.
Ruth started playing the piano. I said, that sounds like a real piano, not a synth. Sally said,
that's because it is a real piano.
I asked, how did they accomplish that one? Sally replied,
as I understand it, they were able to download enough information to figure out how to build it from the internet. The wood comes from Charlie's planet, and a bunch of bots did a lot of fine detail work very quickly.
I said, back up a second. How did they download piano plans from the internet way out here? Sally said,
Max has a dedicated comm set up, cabled into the router at John's house. You just call the comm and look up what you need.
I replied, I should have known somebody in this outfit would figure it out. Would you mind texting me that number? Sally said,
I did when he hooked it up. I just set it to low priority, so it wouldn't give you an alert.
I replied, and I wasn't smart enough to check for low-priority texts. Oh, well, now I know. Sally said,
sorry, boss, I should have mentioned it.
I said, well, I've been busy enough, I really haven't had time to look at it anyway. Sally replied,
I did download all your favorite channels from YouTube and put them on local storage, if you run out of something to do while we're in FTL.
I said, I thought you were going to keep me busy with Sims. Sally said,
we all know how well that plan works out. It's a long trip to where we're going. Even with 2 teams, I doubt we'll keep you busy more than half the time.
I was going to ask you, do we have any training material on diplomacy and first contact?
We have one course, boss. It's from the Navy, so it may be a little out of date.
I said, something is better than nothing, I would think. Sally replied,
we are heading into the unknown this time, aren't we?
I said, I'm afraid so. Mistakes this trip could be costly, not just for us. Sally said,
I'd better find a seat. Things are about to get started.
Diego walked in from the side and took his place. Andre and Nunya lined up and started down the aisle. Bill and Scotty went next. Zoom came out, looking amazing. I whispered, you clean up nice. She smiled. We walked the aisle, and Jim asked, who brings this woman to be wed? I answered, I do. Is she here of her own accord? She is. I went and sat with Nikki. That was when I saw Zoom's little joke. There was a line of prominent black stitches across the butt of her dress, right where I had shot her. Jim did a nice ceremony for him, though I have to say it was odd to hear the name Rizamidas after all this time. As soon as it was over, a bunch of bots came in and reset the hall for the reception. A meal was served, and all the organics dug in. That was when I noticed Morning Flower and Bugle and Elk had come for the wedding. Soon enough, Bill got up and dinged his glass. He said, I've known Major Catchy for a long time. I wouldn't be out here, in the black, if he hadn't picked me to be on his crew. Knowing him so well, I truly feel for Zoom and the lifetime of misery she has brought upon herself. The room erupted in laughter. Bill continued, seriously, these are a couple of my closest friends, and I wish them all the best. Scotty stood. She said,
Obviously, I can't toast a happy couple, but I would like to say that Diego has made Zoom very happy since he has been aboard, and made my best helper even better. Their happiness does wonders for the efficiency in my department, so I wish them all the happiness in the stars. It's only logical."
She got a big round of applause for that one. Topper came on the PA.
"If the bride and groom would be so kind as to report to the dance floor, we can get this party started."
They danced a dance, and then the people began to get up and join them. Mornflower and Bugle and Elk were a big hit. Soon enough, Nikki said,
"Come on, caveman."
I should have expected it, but I was completely surprised when the band cut down on Zappa's Dancing Fool when I hit the floor. I did my best, which anyone can tell you isn't much. Jenny must have come up from the planet with Mornflower, because I saw her dancing with Bill. Jim was splitting his dances between Janice, Alice, and Grandma Kachi. Good thing we had run him through the auto-dock. After a while, Nikki asked,
"Don't you think you should go take mercy on poor Jim?"
I replied, "I'm sure I should. I'm just not sure I wanna." She said,
"Go on, caveman. They won't break you."
While Nikki and I were discussing it, Dingus and Dee had come and sat with them. Dingus took Alice out for a dance. I went over and asked Grandma Kachi. She asked,
"Are you sure you can handle me, Captain?"
I replied, "I think I'll be safe enough as long as you leave your hat on." Dee looked at me, wondering what I meant.
Grandma Kachi said, "Janice told me what happened when she tried to slap you. I wouldn't think of taking my hat off."
While we danced, she asked,
"How did you know about my hat, Captain?"
I replied, "Niner Deuce scanned you while they were giving you the tour. He sent me a text to warn me about it." She said,
"Just a little jet fire. I'm sure you carry something much bigger."
I replied, "Not really. A Ruger LCP-2 is all." She said,
"I would have figured you for a Glock."
I said, "I carried a 19 for a few months, but I noticed myself leaving it behind because it was too much trouble. Figured I'd better get something I didn't mind carrying."
She said, "Good looking, and wise, too. You don't have an older brother, do you?"
I said, "Nope, sorry, one of a kind, and most folks like it that way." She laughed.
"I doubt that. Seems to me that Captain Wilson is a good man to have around."
The song ended, and I took her back to her seat. Dee looked at me and said,
"All right, Bob Apples, what was all that crap about a hat?"
I replied, "That's where she carries her Beretta." Dee looked at her and asked,
"Oh, what kind?" Grandma said, "A little jet fire. It's enough, if you practice with it."
Dee replied, "I know. I've got a baby Browning I just love." I left them to discuss the relative merits of their chosen pistols, and headed back to Nikki. Jenny got to me first. She said,
"Hi, Captain. I hear you're off to go exploring soon."
I replied, "Something like that. How are you liking Charlie's planet?" Jenny said,
"I like it fine, but my folks are all settled in, and, well, it's a planet, you know."
I replied, "So you've got the wanderlust and want to get back in the black?" She said,
"I'm really not as flighty as I probably seem, Captain. I will work hard on your crew."
I said, "I have no doubt of that. The old hands will see to it. You realize we're going someplace that we're not guaranteed of getting back from, don't you?" She replied, "I do, Captain. Do you think they gave us any guarantees when we set out from Earth in that old tub you rescued us out of?" I wouldn't think that they did, or if they did, you were smart enough to see them for the BS that they were. She replied, "They didn't even do us the courtesy of trying to convince us we had a good chance of making it back." I led her off to find Bill. He said, "Hi, Captain. Nice party. Thanks." I said, "Thanks, Sally. She did most of it, as far as I know." He replied, "What can I do for you?" I said, "Jenny here wants to get jumped into the crew, finally.
I wanted your opinion. Bill replied. I would have thought you would ask Diego. I said. He's a little busy today, and besides, you worked with her just as much as he did, didn't you? Bill replied. Yes, I suppose I did. I caught the signs of deception and a glance at Jenny. I replied, Oh, I see. You two work together considerably closer than Diego worked with her. You're going to tell me I should take her along because your bunk is cold? Bill said, I hate it when you folks do that. I said, Tell Steve. He's the one who taught us all. Jenny asked, What just happened? Bill said, The captain was able to tell from my face that we had been together on the other ship. I think he's deciding whether or not to take my word for how good a crew member you would make. I said, We have enough training material to make a good hand out of pretty much anybody. My question is whether I should trust either one of you, when you didn't just come right out and tell me why she wanted to join the crew. Jenny said, That was my fault. Bill said we should just ask you straight out, but I convinced him not to. I can see why you might want to leave me on the planet, Captain. I saw Jane dancing with John and gave her the rally signal we used in paintball. She excused herself and came over. Yes, Captain. I said, Sorry to get in the way of you having a good time, but Jenny here would like to join up. Do you suppose you could run her down to the interview room and see what she has to say? Jane asked. How soon does this need to happen? I asked. Is it still 4 hours between training sessions? Jane replied. We've pushed it in extreme cases and not had any side effects, but John still thinks that's best for most things, yes. She has at least 2 and maybe more courses to take before we go to FTL, if she's going to be a useful member of the crew, so the sooner the better. Jane replied. You're looking to head out in the morning, aren't you? I am. I'll go get her squared away. This will cost you, Captain. I answered. What would you say to a weekly crew dance so you didn't have to wait for a special occasion? Jane said. Now you're talking. I assume you want me to set it up? I replied. I'll tell Sally. She has a knack for organizing things. They took off for the brig. Bill asked, Do you think she'll pass, Captain? I said, She better, after I pull Jane out of the dance. Her and John will both want a chunk of my hide for this one. John walked up. You're right about that, Bob. What was so urgent? I replied. Jen had decided she wanted to join the crew, to be next to her main squeeze here. I need to know if she'll be loyal to him, or the ship. If she's going to be aboard, we need to get started training her before we go to FTL tomorrow. John replied. You really are an inconvenient cuss, you know that? I came over here, all revved up to be mad at you, and you explained how she was doing something vital for the ship, and now I don't have anything to use my mad on. I pointed to Bill. How about this turkey, who let his lady try to run game on me, when he knew it wouldn't work? That would make me suspicious of the whole deal. He obviously needs a new one. You care to rip it for him? John said. I swear, Bob, do you ever hit a problem you can't fix? I replied, all the time. That's why I need such a good crew. John cut down on Bill. He seemed to have it well in hand, so I went back to Nikki. The last bit I heard was something to the effect that no matter how many times Bill's mother told him his dad was in the 7th Fleet, he was a dead ringer for the UPS man. I'd seen John ream somebody before, and I knew he was just getting started. I probably could have learned a few things if I had stayed, but my education would have to wait. Nikki said, Oh, good, you're back. I've got some of those other duties as assigned for you. I said, I'm afraid to ask. She pointed to Nunya and Tiki. These 2 want to dance, but there's no one to ask them. Do you suppose you could fix that? I decided to play it dumb. I don't know, Spice Cadet. By the time I got back from the planet with Charlie, the dance would probably be over. She said, No, doofus. Go dance with them. I did like I was told. Tiggy had some moves I'd never seen before. By the time they both had a couple of dances,
Zoom came up and asked, "Could I get a dance with you, Captain?" I said, "Sure." I realized something was up when the dance floor cleared as we stepped out. We began dancing, and the ping-pong balls started. Someone had rigged them on a drone, so that the shower followed us around the floor. When the song ended, I asked, "Are we even now?" Zoom said, "No, Captain. I owe you a debt of gratitude I don't think I can ever repay. Thank you for bringing me aboard, and to your wonderful crew." I replied, "You're certainly welcome. I do have a job for you, however." "What's that?" "My kids are going to need someone to play with. Do you suppose you and Diego can do something about that?" Zoom smiled and said, "If we can't, it won't be for lack of trying." I went back to the table, and Nikki asked, "Are you about ready to get out of here?" I said, "Sounds good. What do you have in mind?" Nikki replied, "You can do whatever you want. I'm going to take a nap. Your children have worn me out." I took her back to the cabin, and changed back to my regular uniform. Jeeves was there, and put my dress uniform away. I asked, "What do I need to take care of this afternoon?" He replied, "Jasmine has that diplomacy course set up in the ready room, whenever you want to take it." I said, "I'll head there now. Thank you." "No problem, boss." Jeeves must have told Jasmine I was on my way, because she was waiting for me when I got to the ready room. She lit me up, and when I got back, she was gone. I decided I needed to talk to Ricky, so I had Gene page him. He came in a few minutes later. "Yes, Captain?" I said, "I just wanted to see what you were thinking before we went to FTL tomorrow. Have you come to a decision about whether or not you want to stay with the crew?" Ricky replied, "Tiki told me that you would be willing to put me on an exploratory crew, if that was what I wanted. That sounds good to me. I'd like to stay, if you'll have me." I replied, "Of course. We need to get past this little trip to your home world first, though. Would you be willing to take a hulling machine to those people you say you thought were growing walnuts?" Ricky said, "I could do that, yes." I asked, "How long do you think it would take to train them to use it?" "A day, maybe 2, I would think." I said, "I was thinking that you could ride with Joshua, and you two could drop off the machine, and then go turn Nikki in for the bounty. Once that's all taken care of, you and Joshua can decide how you want to proceed." Ricky asked, "How would I get back aboard the Gene?" I said, "It's my understanding that the bounty for Nikki is fairly large. Surely you could afford a small ship out of your portion. You could then meet us outside the system. If that's not to your liking, we have some fairly stealthy ships, now that we've learned how to disable the trackers. We could probably slip in and pick you up, if need be." Ricky asked, "Either way sounds reasonable. You want to keep both options open until we see what conditions on the ground are like, don't you?" I replied, "I'd rather do it that way, if it's all right with you." "Works for me. Should I call you boss now?" "If you like. Soon enough you'll be calling me asshole, like the rest of them." Ricky said, "I doubt that. I saw you dance with my daughter. She's not even your species, and you were doing your best to show her a good time. You may be able to fool some people, but I can see you're a good man." I replied, "You two aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes it takes an asshole to do good." Ricky replied, "You might be right about that, I don't know. If you don't need me for anything else, I have things I need to get back to." I said, "Go ahead." I followed him out, and went to the bridge. The regular bridge crew hadn't made it back yet. Abe announced me, "Captain on the bridge." I replied, "As you were." Dixie asked from the command chair, "Will you be taking the con, sir?" I replied, "Not unless you are needed elsewhere." Dixie said, "No, boss, I'm not. What can we do for you?" I said, "A great deal, if past performance is any guide. I just came by to see if there were any items I needed to take notice of." Abe said, "The ship is functioning as well as I've ever seen, boss." The bot working the sensor position today said, "The only things in the sky are the patrols from Charlie's planet. I turned to Dixie. Any personnel issues? Dixie replied,
None, boss. Looks like you've come by for nothing.
I replied, well, that's the way we like it. Nice and boring. I headed out, trying to decide where to go next. Chapter 14. I decided it would be a good time to hit the range and try out that new pistol Nunya had made for me. When I got there, the place was jam-packed. I asked Jane, "What's going on?" She replied, "Dee and Grandma Kachi decided to see who was best with their .25. I asked, "So, what's the verdict?" Jane said, "We don't know. Neither one of them has missed yet." I replied, "I see. How'd you come out with Jenny?" "Well, Bill is a big draw, but she's solid about wanting to be in the black, flying for Bob's saucer repair. I couldn't find a reason to keep her off the ship." I asked, "Did you feel like you needed to find a reason?" Jane said, "I'm not happy with her attitude, but I think she'll do okay." I asked, "How do you mean, attitude?" "She seems to be of the opinion that anyone without NASA training is a second-class citizen." I said, "Oh, never access space affordably has all the answers, do they?" Jane replied, "Pet peeve? You sound like you have an opinion on the subject." I said, "I'm not crazy about their track record. Can't she see we have better tech than they ever thought about?" Jane replied, "I'm not sure what her deal is, but like I said, I couldn't find a reason not to hire her." "Is she going to try and make off with one of our ships to take back to NASA?" "I had Scotty put in a protocol to keep her from being able to launch unauthorized." I asked, "You have a bad feeling, but you don't have any empirical evidence to back it up, so you're doing your best to ignore it and mitigate any damage that might happen if you're right?" Jane replied, "On the nose, boss." "Did I do bad?" I replied, "I don't know. If you have that much doubt, I'd rather just put her ashore and call it good. If that means we have to put Bill ashore as well, so be it. I trust your judgment, even if you don't have anything solid to back it up. Did you offer her a position, or just tell her you would report to me?" "I told her the final decision was yours." I said, "Jean, page Bill Richards and Jenny Stone to my ready room, please." Jane asked, "Would you like me to be there, boss?" I said, "Only if you want to be. You've done what I asked." Jane said, "You're doing this on my say-so. I should be there as well." I replied, "In that case, let's make this official. Jean, page Steve to the ready room and ask him to bring a couple of truth caps. Also, ask Dingus Sloan to come as well." There was a disturbance in the crowd as Dingus made his way out. He asked, "What have you got, Bob?" I said, "Jane interviewed young Jenny about coming back aboard. She can't give her a wholehearted recommendation. I think we need to have a formal inquiry as to whether or not we want her aboard." Dingus said, "I see. No use in me staying here, anyhow. Both of these girls are better with their pistols than they have any need to be. It's just going to be luck which one of them comes out the winner." We grabbed a transit, and Jean gave us priority. The other three were waiting for us outside the ready room. I said, "Come on, let's get this settled." As soon as we were inside, I said, "Jean, tile the lodge. Please record these proceedings and seal them after we finish." Jean said, "Lodge is tiled. I will record and seal the record." I pointed at Bill and Jenny. "You two have a seat. Steve, hook 'em up and get over here where you have a good view. Jane here has reservations about your interview, Jenny. We are here to see if we could shed some light on exactly where your head is at." Jenny said, "I'm not sure I understand, Captain." The cap lit up red. I looked at Dingus. "Do you want to try? I'm not sure I have the patience for this." He replied, "Go ahead, Captain. I'll step in if you need me to." I said, "Okay, Jenny.
Are you still loyal to NASA?
She replied, No, sir. I'm loyal to Bob's Saucer Repair.
Red as a stop sign. I asked, What about you, Bill?
He replied, I'm loyal to Bob's also, boss.
His was green. I said, Things are getting complicated now. What did you get, Steve?
Steve replied,
Bill is solid as a rock. He can back me up any day. Jenny has reasons for being here, but I don't think they have anything to do with loyalty to the organization.
Dingus asked,
What are your reasons for being here, young lady?
Jenny replied, I want to be with Bill.
I'd never seen a truth cap confused before. Both lights flickered, but neither one came on completely.
Jane said, Would you like to try that again, Jenny? That was pretty weak.
Bill looked at her questioningly.
Jenny said, Okay, you caught me. I joined the Air Force to get away from ranch life. I don't care if it's a whole new planet, light years from home. I still don't want to be stuck on a ranch.
Bill asked,
All that stuff you said about wanting to be together, that was just to get you off the planet?
Jenny said,
Sorry. It was the only way I could see to get away from there.
Jenny's light was staying green now.
Bill replied, So what we had was just good old-fashioned stress-relieving sex, like it seemed?
Jenny said,
Yes, I'm sorry if you thought it was more than that.
Bill said,
That's a relief. I thought you had fallen in love or something.
Jenny didn't look too pleased with that revelation.
You mean you were just looking for a way to let me down easy?
Bill said,
I'm afraid so. I didn't see any way to keep from hurting your feelings. Looks like making no choice is still a bad choice, huh?
Jane said,
You two can work out your personal problems on your own time. The captain called this meeting for a reason. Let's get back to the matter at hand.
Dingus asked, Who were you loyal to, Jenny?
She replied, I love my grandparents. I just don't want to live the way they do. No offense, Captain, but your operations are just too spur of the moment for me. I worked hard to make it into the academy, and studied hard while I was there. I need things to be more planned out than your way of doing things.
I said, I can see how an academy grad would feel that way. Most of the time, I wish I had better information, so I could plan things out. The fact of the matter is that we're doing new things in new ways, and we're having to figure out the right way to go about it as we go. I'm sure Sally is working up a captain's handbook so that if we ever have to wake a ship up for Bill, he'll have something to work from. What I, and I think the rest of us, want to know is what exactly do you want out of this situation? What is your end goal?
Jane said, Before you open your mouth, remember you are under 2 forms of lie detection, and wasting our time will not gain you any points.
Jenny looked stunned. She said,
I was just trying to get away from having to take care of the animals. I hadn't thought it through further than that.
Amazingly, her light stayed green.
Jane asked, So you weren't thinking of stealing a ship and taking it back to Earth?
What?
No, of course not. There isn't any way I could avoid being put in some secret prison and interrogated till I'm old and gray. Even I'm not naive enough to think they would welcome me back with open arms. I happened to be in the right part of the building to see what happened to that poor engineer that came back after he was fired.
I asked. We heard he was killed. Is that right?
Jenny said. The director said, I told you what I would do if I ever saw you again. He tried to tell her about your operation, I think. Anyway, he said one fella's name was Bob. She said, Drunk again? Then she shot him, right between the eyes.
Dingus said, Bob and John tried to tell him not to go back there. He didn't listen.
Jenny replied, I understand that, Colonel. I just don't want to be next.
I asked, So you're saying that they didn't pay any attention to his story, even though he risked his life to bring it to him?
Jenny said,
That's the way it looked to me, Captain. The director didn't seem to even consider that he might have had good information. I can't say for sure. I wasn't all that close, but the only thing she seemed to be concerned with was getting the mess cleaned up. I didn't want to catch her attention, for obvious reasons. That's why I couldn't be too curious. Bill said, You saw the director shoot someone in cold blood, and you didn't even mention it? Jenny said, There was no way to know where it was safe to talk. Once we were rescued, it didn't seem that important anymore. Jane asked, So you're willing to work for Bob's saucer repair, even though we don't come up to your standards for planning and military discipline? Jenny replied, Yes, I am. Green lied. Dingus asked, Will you be loyal to the organization as long as you work here? Yes, I will. Still green. I asked, Bill, will you be able to work with her after she used you to get off the ranch? Bill said, I never really believed all that lovey-dovey stuff, Captain. We never were that close, emotionally. Green lied. I asked, Does anyone else have anything to ask? Jane asked, Will you treat Bill's niece and nephew with the respect they deserve? Jenny replied, Of course. The light stayed green. Steve asked, Jenny, will you make it clear when you're about to change employers, or you stab us in the back? Jenny replied, I will give notice and leave peacefully. The light was green, but not as strong as it had been for the other answers. Steve said, I think it really depends on how good an offer she gets, boss. We better keep an eye on our communications. I said, Gene, Miss Stone is not allowed in the engineering spaces or Frank's lab. Gene replied, Miss Stone doesn't get to see the fun toys. Aye, boss. Jenny said, Captain, how am I to be a useful member of the crew? I replied, That's up to you to figure out. I will ease your restrictions if and when you can convince Steve you are not just looking for some good tech to take to your next organization. She looked at Steve with lust in her eyes. He said, Don't even try. Bucky has you beat so many ways it isn't even funny. I asked, Anything further? When I got no response, I said, I think we all know where we stand. Thank you all for your time. When they had filed out, I said, Gene, keep track of Jenny for me. Don't tell anyone other than Sally that you were doing so, and make sure she knows to keep it confidential. Gene replied, On it, boss. I headed back down to the armory, to see how the shooting match had come out. When I got there, Nunya was facing off with Grandma Kachi and Dee. She said, I'm sorry, ladies, 25 auto isn't that popular a caliber, and we didn't have that big a stock laid in. I've got the printers running to make more, but I won't have any for you until tomorrow. Grandma Kachi asked, Don't you have a little put back for the captain or something? You could fill it up tomorrow. He would never know. Nunya said, First, he would know, one way or another. Second, he doesn't use 25 auto. He carries a little 380. I said, Third, if you two haven't figured out who's the better shot by now, you need to call it a draw and go on with your lives. 3 heads whirled in my direction. Dee said, Oh, hi, Bob. Didn't mean to cause a fuss. I replied, You haven't, yet. Did you ladies have a good range day? Grandma Kachi said, Did we ever? I like it, dear Captain. Do you have a job I could do? I replied, I'm sure Dee can keep you busy. Well, you ride along this trip before you decide you want to stay aboard. Shaved Ape Key is a pretty nice place, even if the Marines aren't much for architects. She said, That sounds good. It would give me a chance to get a rematch. She smiled big. You wouldn't want to get in on the next round, would you, Captain? I said, I doubt I can give you much competition. Dee said, After taking all Space Rangers training, I think it's probably the other way around, Bob. I heard what you did to that fellow who threatened Snitz. I replied, Whatever you think. While you two are here, you want to try out the new toy Nunya built for me?
Grandma Kachi looked curious.
New toy? What do you mean?
None, you said. I put the squirrel pistol technology into a pistol the same size and weight as the one the captain already carries. I'll get it. When she brought it out, Grandma Kachi said,
Well, it's a little big to go on my hat, but it doesn't look bad at all. How powerful is it?
None, you said. A little better than 380, not quite up to 9 mil. Dee asked, Does it kick? I said, Try it and see what you think. None, you brought up a target. Dee fired a magazine. She said,
That's nice. So quiet, and almost no kick at all. How did you do that, Nunya?
I copied a recoil reducer from a high-end air pistol. You like it? Dee said, I like it a lot. Here, you try. She handed it to Grandma Kachi. New target, another mag downrange. She laid it on the bench and turned around with a grin threatening to unzip her head. She said,
Captain, let us know if you need any help testing it out. It really wouldn't be any bother.
I looked at Nunya. How many rounds did you have made up for it? Nunya said, I've got 500 and a quick charger for the mags. You gonna turn these two loose on it? I replied, They've already had a good range day. They can play with it when you get some more ammo made up. It's my turn now. Dee and Grandma both got sad puppy faces, but I didn't budge. They did stay to watch, though. I didn't know how bad I needed to get my head out of running the gene and concentrate on something else. Those 500 rounds were gone before I knew it. I asked Nunya, Anything special about cleaning this? She replied, Nope. The Galactics have a plastic that's tough enough you can use a brass brush, just like you normally would. I asked, So the rifling is plastic? Will it hold up in the long term? Nunya said, According to simulations, it will. I'm with you, Captain. I'll need to see it before I believe it. I asked, It has to be plastic, to keep from messing with the magnetic fields, is that right? Nunya said, Yup. We can fall back to non-magnetic stainless if we need to, but that would make the pistol heavier. I said, With all the high-powered tech around, you would think they would have come up with some kind of ceramic composite that would do the job. Nunya said, I ran that through the simulations. The narrow parts where the coils sit weren't strong enough. The renderings of the end of the barrel flying off after 50 rounds convinced me to try a different material. I can see why. What you've got is really nice. Burn up a pot full of ammo and let the gun grannies see if they can break it. Dee said, Gun grannies? Bob Wilson, he'll pay for that one. Grandma Kachi patted Dee's belly and said, Soon enough, you will understand. Grandma is the nicest thing you will ever get called. Dee settled down a little, but I figured I was still in for it, as soon as she figured out a good revenge. I said, I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting a little hungry. I calmed Nikki.
Hey, caveman, you about ready to get some supper? Your children are hungry.
I replied, I'm about to head that way. Meet you there?
Sounds good. Love you.
I replied, Love you too, all three of you. After I hung up, Grandma Kachi said,
Isn't that sweet, the way he says he loves the kids, even before they're born? I wish he had an older brother. I could do with somebody like that.
Dee said,
Wait till Mark Franklin gets out here from Shady Oaks. He's a good fella. Maybe he can get your motor running. He is nice. He showed me around the rec area while I was there, after I got well enough to be up and around.
I made it to the galley. Nikki was waiting for me. Hey, Space Cadet, how are you doing? Nikki replied,
I think I've been around you too long. It's taking the sim teams long enough to come up with new problems for us. I'm beginning to worry about what they may come up with.
I said, Look at it this way. Either we figure 'em out and keep our undefeated record, or we finally get beat, and Sally can relax. Win-win, don't you see? Nikki said,
I can see your logic, but I'm not sure I can be as mellow about it.
I replied. I'm not mellow about it. I've just looked at the best and worst cases, so I know what to expect. I still want to beat whatever they throw at us. Don't worry about that. We went in to sit down and eat. Steve and Bucky were already there. Steve said, "Hey, boss, do you suppose I get a few minutes to talk about something?" I replied, "That depends. Does it need to be talked about in private? Will it spoil my digestion?"
Bucky spoke up. "We don't think it needs to be private, since several people already know. It's good news, so it shouldn't bother your digestion."
I replied, "Good news, you say? When are you due?"
Bucky sputtered and said, "No, Bob, not that kind of news. This has to do with the mission, you idiot."
I looked at Steve. "She's hitting that culture pack pretty hard, isn't she?" Steve said, "That she is. Seems to think we have too much fun saying things she doesn't understand." Nikki and I sat with them so that they could tell us their news. Steve started in. "You remember that squirrel explosive you wanted me to find out more about, boss?" I said, "You bet I do. That stuff is scary." Steve replied, "Yes, it is. I got with Joshua to see what I could learn. He gave me their training material on it. Of course, I couldn't just get lit up and take a squirrel course, what with the different anatomy and all. With the help of John and a couple of medbots, Nikki and Taz, we were able to translate the course so I could take it." I said, "So now you know how to deal with the stuff?" Steve said, "Yes, boss."
Bucky said, "You're missing the point, Bob. In the process of translating that course for Steve, we managed to build a system for translating squirrel training material to a form that humans can use. Nikki even built a reverse program that lets her use human training sessions. We have all the training material from the squirrel ships ready to use. You can learn squirrel tactics from the source."
Nikki said,
"You're sure that it's safe to use?"
Steve said, "John did every test he could think of before and after I took the course. He couldn't find any difference, harmful or otherwise. He did say he wanted to go back to the 12-hour rule on these courses until he has more data." I said, "That makes sense. Even with the translation, they were designed for a different brain structure."
Nikki asked, "How many people have tried these new courses so far?"
Bucky said,
"Steve, of course. I tried one, just to see what it was like, and give John some more data. Nanya took one about their small arms technology. Zoom was talking about taking some on their drive tech, but I don't know if she's had the time yet, what with being a newlywed and all."
I asked, "Does John consider them to be safe?"
Bucky said, "Oh, I forgot him. He took one on their physiology. I think he plans to be the first human medic fully qualified to take care of squirrels."
I replied, "That answers that. I'll start on their tactical stuff after supper." Nikki said,
"You sure, Caveman?"
I replied, "Space Cadet, you know John is at least as paranoid as me. If he's willing to do it, it must be safe. But if it will make you feel better, I'll talk to him and Jane before I try it."
Bucky asked, "Why Jane?"
I said, "Because if it has behavioral effects, John might not realize he's been affected. Jane will have noticed." Steve said, "I told you the captain was a sneaky man, hon. I don't doubt he'll have a word with Greg, too."
Bucky asked, "Greg? He's just a kid. What would he know?"
I said, "Kids pay close attention to the adults that take care of them. You'd be more likely to pick up a difference in John than almost anyone." "Thanks, Steve. I almost missed a trick there," Steve replied. "Glad I could help, boss." We finished eating, and I asked, "Space Cadet, would you mind coming with me to talk to John and his family? Another pair of eyes couldn't hurt."
"Sure, Caveman. Any excuse to hang out with you."
We caught a transit to Med Bay, and Greg got there right after us. He snapped to and saluted.
"Good evening, Captain."
I braced and returned his salute. "Good evening, trainee. I need you to answer a few questions, if you would."
"Of course, sir."
I asked, "Your pop, does he seem any different to you the last few days?"
Well, it's kind of embarrassing, sir.
How do you mean?
Well, sir, since Mrs. Wilson is pregnant, and Mrs. Sloane is pregnant, Mom and Dad have decided that I need a little brother or sister right away. They've been working on their special project a lot. The Gene has good sound insulation, but not that good.
I replied. I see. Taking the squirrel medical course doesn't seem to have had a bad effect on him. Greg said.
Nope. He does make a joke out of trying to talk in squirrel, but Tiggy said he was just making it up, and it wasn't really their language.
I asked. He did it in front of her? Greg said.
No, sir. I recorded it because I wondered if it was real or not, and then I played it back for her. She said Mom had done the same thing.
Nikki said. Thank you, Greg. That answers a lot of what we came to find out. Are your folks inside?
I hope so. I'm ready to go eat.
I said, let's go find out then. We went in. John said, Hi, Bob. What can I do for you? I asked, How about some of that phony squirrel talk Greg told me about? He rattled off some chattering even I could tell was fake. That do? I replied. I suppose. I was under the impression it sounded more realistic than that. Jane walked around the corner and said, Usually he has time to think about it before he rattles it off, so he can make it sound better. No need to worry. I checked into it. It isn't real squirrel language. I replied. That's what Greg said. He had an inappropriate sense of humor before he went and took a translated squirrel course. I don't think we get to count that as a side effect. Jane said, No, I don't suppose we do. I asked, Have you noticed anything we need to be concerned about? Jane said, No, I haven't. If he goes the rest of the week without any, I plan to start taking some of those courses myself. John said, Hey, I'm right here, you know. I asked, Sounds like a personal problem. If those courses had some subtle psychoactive effect, you wouldn't be a reliable source, now would you? I need to know if it's safe to go ahead and study squirrel tactics. Jane said, I have yet to see anything that would make me think there is any reason for you not to, Bob. I replied, That's not exactly a ringing endorsement, Jane. She said, It wasn't meant to be. There could be longer-term effects we haven't seen yet. On the other hand, if I were sent on a mission to be captured or destroyed, I don't think I would put accurate tactical instruction aboard those ships. Would you? I said, I see what you mean. Even if the training is safe, we have no way of knowing if it actually is what the squirrels will use against us. Nikki said, If I understand what you're saying, Jane, you want Bob to wait until you have more time to see how John reacts, and even if he does train on their tactical material, to be aware it may not, in fact, actually be the doctrine they use in battle? Jane said, Exactly right. I know waiting will put you close to when we are due to emerge from FDL and squirrel space, so I understand why you want to go ahead. I can't make that choice for you. None of us are sure what we are up against here. It could be that there is something in that material that could get us back alive. It just as easily could do us no good at all. You feel obligated to do whatever you can to keep your crew safe, and this looks like it could help. I'm glad you're the one who has to make this decision, not me. I said, Thanks for laying it out so clearly. I was still at the stage of trying to define the problem. I think I'll sleep on it and make up my mind in the morning. I turned to Greg. Unzip your uniform and strip to the waist. I did likewise. Right a uniform now, are we not? Greg said. Yes, Uncle Bob. Come and give me a hug, then. He did. I said, You're doing good in your training. Keep it up. Greg said, Thanks, Uncle Bob. Do you think we could put on our jeans and play Frisbee with Snitz sometime? I replied, I'll have Jeeves make time in my schedule for that. Greg said, Wow! I'm going to be an item on the captain's agenda? Cool. I must have looked confused because Jane said, You didn't know? Jeeves publishes your agenda on the ship's network. It never works out, because you always get things taken care of before he has them scheduled. I asked,
When was I supposed to come see about the squirrel training? John looked at his watch. Tomorrow, after we went to FTL. I said, you mean I have 2 teams building sims, and I won't have any sim work tomorrow? That's nuts. Nikki said, Grandpa says Pete and Jane have been trying to get ahead of him and Sally. He thought you would want to start in as soon as we hit the FTL. I replied, he's right. I hate to be out of touch when we're in normal space and subject to attack. But once we hit FTL, it's time to train. Jane said, we decided that we should schedule one of our sims, and then one of theirs, so that you can't get used to either style. I said, good thinking. The last thing I need is to get set in my ways when we're about to head into the unknown. Jane replied, it almost seems like you enjoy getting beaten on, Bob. I said, I don't enjoy the process, but at the end, I have a feeling of accomplishment, and I know that the crew is safer because they have a better captain. John said, that's our Bob, taking one for the team. I said, gee, I hope I get to meet this Bob guy y'all talk about soon. He sounds like some kind of hero or something. Nikki said, sure, Bob, you just do whatever seems like the thing to do at the time. We know. No heroes here. Move right along. I said, gee, she has it down pretty good. Sounds like I could go play Frisbee and just phone it in. Jane said, none of us want that. All the crazy that comes at us, we need a Bob to fight it with. I said, well, we'll see you folks tomorrow. Hopefully by then I'll have my mind made up. I was still closing my uniform as we walked out. Jim and Janice were waiting on us. Janice said, why, Bob, I didn't know you 2 were swingers. I said, we're not. Long story. And you wouldn't believe me anyway. Jim said, she's just giving you crap, Captain. Nikki said, he knows that. He just didn't get the answers he was looking for, so his mind is on other things right now. Jim replied, sorry. We didn't mean to come at a bad time. We just needed to ask the captain something tonight. I pulled myself out of my funk and looked at him. No refunds. You 2 want to split the blanket? That's up to you. Jana said, no, Ciulla, that's not it. Jim has the bots on Shaved Ape Key all squared away on redoing those houses. We really don't have much to do there. We wondered if we could come along on your trip. Nikki saw my distress and spoke up. You do understand we're going into unknown territory, and even though we're taking every precaution we can think of, there's still a chance we won't make it home. Jim said, yes, ma'am, we are aware of those facts. We also know we've both already lived good lives, and if this is where we come to our end, we're okay with that. Missing out on a chance to see Bob meet a whole new species? Well, that's not something we're okay with. I gathered myself and said, Jim, you of all people should know just how dangerous it is to be around this outfit. I dang near got you killed because I took the word of that numbskull from animal control. Jana said, we know the risks, and we know you, Bob. We like the odds. I said, get with Dixie. She'll figure out your skills and see what we can train you up to do. I ain't hauling no tourists. Jim snapped to and said, yes, boss. Janice took a second to catch on, and then she did likewise. I replied, anything else you need tonight? Jim said, no, sir. That'll do it. Thanks, Captain. They wandered off. Nikki said, anybody else going to join up with this expedition, Caveman? I replied, I can't imagine who it would be. Unless Mornflower wants to show Bugling Elk the deep black. Nikki said, I wouldn't put it past her, but I would have thought she would have said something before now. I asked, now that Jana's back aboard, will we have company tonight? I talked to her about that. She said she was going to try bunking with Millie and see how it went. I said, sounds good. Now, if I could just ask Snitz where he wants to sleep. Nikki said, he seems to be able to get to wherever he wants to be. I wouldn't worry about him. You're right about that.
I think I'm about ready to turn in. Tomorrow's going to be a big day," Nikki replied.
"Yep, you definitely need some practice."
When we got to the cabin, Snitz was lying in front of the door. Nikki said,
"See you two in a bit, then."
We went and scoped out the grass room and came back to the cabin. Regardless of what she had said, Nikki was fast asleep. I managed to sneak into bed without waking her, and went to sleep myself. Chapter 15. Entirely too soon, it was time for ear licks. I got up and did what I needed to. We headed out to make sure the grass room was still in good condition. Once Snitz was satisfied, we headed to the galley. Ricky was sitting with Mingus and Wranglers. I walked up and asked, "Can I sit in, or are you plotting against me?"
Mingus said, "Sit down, Captain. We were just discussing our methods of finding planets that need investigating."
I replied, "Good. I need to ask Ricky a question about that anyhow." Ricky asked, "What question is that, boss?" I asked, "Well, we talked about you taking a huller to those folks you know of who you think are growing walnuts. And we talked about you going off on a survey mission, and I just wasn't sure whether you were still interested in delivering that huller or not." Ricky asked, "How soon do you need to know?" I replied, "If we're going to get you in the black before we leave this system, we need to get started loading your ship as soon as we can." Ricky replied, "Then you'll be glad to hear that I hadn't planned to ship out till after we got back. I don't know what's going to happen when we get there, but I don't think it's something I want to miss seeing. I want to bounce my grandkids on my knee and say, I was there when Bob Wilson came into orbit." I replied, "You sound like an optimist." Mingus said,
"More like a realist, Captain. You haven't found anything that could stop you yet, and you're going in with the element of surprise. My money is on you."
Dixie came out, and I asked her, "What have you been putting in these fellas' coffee? They seem to think their captain is some kind of hero." She replied,
"Truth hurts, boss."
"Not you two," Dixie replied.
"You got rid of our limiters and brought back our memories from Navy times. You're going to have a hard time finding a bot on this ship who doesn't think you're a hero, boss. What would you like for breakfast?"
I said, "Whatever is handy, as long as it isn't too heavy. I don't think biscuits and gravy would be a good idea today." Dixie asked,
"Why is that, boss?"
I replied, "We're shipping out, which is a little stressful. I'm going back in the Sims, which is a lot stressful. I'm still not sure I've covered everything I should have before we go this far from home, so that's eating on me too. I've yet to make up my mind whether I want to take the squirrel tactics courses. Is that enough, or would you like me to go on?" Dixie said,
"I get the idea, boss. Taking your wife and unborn kids into danger probably doesn't help anything either."
"I guess I didn't think I had to mention that one, since it's so obvious." Dixie said,
"Most of that I don't know enough to help you with. The squirrel course, well, boss, don't you always say you wish you had more information before you had to decide on a plan?"
I replied, "I suppose I do say that a lot, don't I?" Dixie said,
"Yes, boss, you do. Try one and see what you think. If you don't think it's helpful, quit."
"Thanks, Dixie. Could you see that it gets set up in the ready room, please?"
"Sure, boss. I'll have your meal right out."
Ricky asked, "So you figured out a way to use our training material?" I replied, "Not me. I only found out about it after the fact. I think they said your daughter was on the crew that did the translation." Ricky asked, "What do you hope to learn?" I said, "I want to learn squirrel tactics so that I can get us in and out more safely. John wants to learn your anatomy and medicine so that he can better take care of any of your people that might happen to get hurt. Some of our other people are studying other things they think will help them do their jobs more effectively." Ricky asked, "You really think we're that far ahead of you?" I replied, "In some things, sure. Mostly, I think you folks do things a little differently, which will give our people a
different perspective on what they already know, and maybe some insights. Mingus asked.
You mean taking a squirrel course might help you look at what you already know with a fresh outlook?
I said, I can't know for sure, but it seems like the way to bet. He replied,
Do you know if there is anything about statistical analysis in the stuff we collected?
I said, No, I don't. You could ask Taz. He probably has a good idea what all we have. Wrangler asked,
Taz? The bot?
I replied, Yes. Is that a problem?
No, I'm just not used to working with bots the way you do, Captain.
I said, Taz was one of the first bunch of bots we acquired. He's accustomed to working with humans. Just call him and ask for a list of available courses. No biggie. Mingus said,
I will, boss.
I replied, Go ahead then. No use putting it off.
You mean now?
I said, Right now, if you please. He looked at his comm, and not finding Taz's contact info, asked Jean,
Jean, could you connect me to Taz, please?
Yes, Mr. Mantram. How may I help you?
Mingus replied.
The captain asked me to call and get a list of the squirrel training programs that are available, so I could see if any of them would be helpful in my work.
I'll send that to your comm. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Mingus said.
No, thank you. Thanks for sending me the list.
You're welcome, Mr. Mantram. Have a nice day.
I asked. That wasn't so bad, was it? Mingus said.
No, boss, it wasn't. I should have been more mature about it.
I said, No problem. Just remember that the bots want to help us. They are not here to give you a problem. Dixie brought out my breakfast. She said,
Jasmine is set up for you in the ready room when you finish.
Thanks, Dixie. While I was eating, Mingus and Wrangler were going over the list of courses. Wrangler spoke up.
Captain, we've found some titles here we are interested in. Where should we go to access them?
I said, Head down to Med Bay. I'm sure someone there can tell you how to get a hold of them. Mr. Branham has put the old 12-hour rule in effect for these courses until we are more familiar with them. Mingus said.
Thanks, Captain.
They headed out. Ricky said, Those two are quite the pair. They live inside their own heads. I replied, It's better that way. Phanelia took them down to a primitive planet. They nearly died of fright. Ricky asked, Why was that? It was a scary place. Lots of large, hungry animals, shedding hormones in the air that make people aggressive. All told, not my favorite place. Ricky replied, Doesn't sound like fun. Were you able to get your crew back safely? I said, We were. Even found some new crew there. Ricky asked, Who was that? I said, You've met Janet and Millie, the trainees in engineering, haven't you? Yes, I have. I said, They were the only folks from there who decided they wanted to stay on the ship. Everyone else is living in a village on Shaved Ape Key. I'd like to go back and move the rest of the people to somewhere with better air, but we really don't have anywhere to put them right now. Ricky asked, So, that will be one of my jobs, trying to find them a new planet to live on? I replied, Yes, it will, unless Phanelia finds one first. Ricky asked, Did you mean to make it sound like a contest? I said, If it will make you more motivated, I certainly did. You monkeys are sneaky. One of our people would tell me to go out and work hard to find a planet. You try to get me to push myself instead. I replied, I'm not going to be out there with you to keep you motivated. If you are motivating yourself, I don't have to worry about you slacking off once you're out of touch. Ricky said, We certainly have different ways of getting things done. We talked some more, and I finished eating. I said, I better get going. I've got a lot to do today. Ricky said, See you later, boss. I headed up to the ready room. Jasmine was there, with some extra equipment. I asked, What's all this stuff? Jasmine said, Mr. Branham asked me to monitor your vital signs while you took the course, to make sure you didn't have a bad reaction to it. I asked, I thought he had determined it to be safe. Jasmine replied. It has been with everyone who has tried it so far, but the sample size is still small. Mr. Branham wants to monitor new users for a while yet, just to be sure.
I said, I suppose that's reasonable. He just sounded more sure when I spoke to him last night.
Jasmine replied. He said something about making sure you were okay, because he didn't want to have to sit in the big chair, especially not now.
I could see why he wouldn't. I'm not all that fond of it myself. You could always get Nikki to take it instead,
Jasmine said. Let's just hope it doesn't become an issue. Are you ready?
I replied. Nope, but let's do it anyway. When I came back to the land of the living, Jasmine was going over readouts, and Nikki was sitting across the room, waiting. I asked, Did it go like it was supposed to?
Jasmine replied, I can't find any difference from a normal training session, boss. I think you're fine.
How many of these sessions do I need to get all the tactical training they had available?
Jasmine asked. Were you just wanting the ship handling, or did you want to take the ground combat and hand-to-hand?
I said, Ground combat, definitely. But would the hand-to-hand make sense, given that we have different bone structure and muscles?
Jasmine said, That's a good question, boss. I'll ask Mr. Branham about that. Leaving out those for now, there are 7 more courses you would need to take.
I said, Can you see to it that my butt is in the chair every 12 hours until I'm done?
Jasmine said, Of course, boss. How much priority do I have?
Nikki spoke up.
You can interrupt him unless he is performing a function vital to the operation of the ship, or is otherwise engaged in training, such as a sim. Jasmine said, Thank you for clarifying, ma'am. See you in 12 hours, Captain.
I said, Thanks, Jasmine. Once she was gone, Nikki asked,
So, caveman, are you wise in the ways of squirrels?
I said, I'm not sure. Their approach is different enough. I'm having a little trouble fitting what I've learned into what I already know. I may have to make some time to meditate today, see if I can get it to fall together.
Nikki said, Wow! I never would have thought there would be that much difference in tactics.
I replied, That's just it. Things are just different enough that they don't fit, and I'm having to go through and figure their reasons for doing things the way they do. They have good reasons, but they just aren't obvious to a monkey.
Nikki asked, Are you ready to get started that way?
I said, Let's go over to the bridge and see what we have left to do. I'd better call Mornflower and tell her we're headed out today. Might not hurt to call Max as well, and give him a firm departure time to count from.
Nikki asked, Count from?
I told him to assume he needed to come after us if he hadn't heard anything in 3 weeks.
How do you expect him to do that?
I replied, I had Sally give him the coordinates of the Navy Yard and a sealed file.
Nikki asked, I thought you wanted to avoid that.
I do. If he has to open that file, we've failed in our mission. All that's left at that point is to protect the Commonwealth from the squirrels.
Do you think it will come to that? They've been avoiding conflict for a long time. Why now?
I said, At least some of them were looking for an excuse when they came after us. If we don't play this right, we'll be giving them the excuse they were looking for.
Nikki said, I see your point. I think you should call Dad from in here. There's no need for the crew to know that you're worrying about backup plans.
I got out my comm and dialed Max.
Morning, Bob.
What do I need to fill the next ship up with? Marshmallows? I think it would be better to find a recipe and send that along. If the squashes like 'em, you would never be able to keep up.
Max said, I know you didn't call just to shoot the breeze. What can I do for you?
I replied, Start your timer. We should be jumping out of the Charlie's planet system inside an hour from now.
Max asked, Are you sure 3 weeks are long enough?
I said, We should be back here in 3 weeks. If I haven't been able to calm you in that time, something is bad wrong.
Max replied, Good luck, and fly safe.
Nikki said,
You know we'll do our best, Dad.
Max said,
I know, sweetie. That doesn't keep me from worrying. Bring those grandkids home for me, okay? I said, We will, sir. I hung up. Nikki said,
You believed it when you said we would bring the kids home to see him. What changed your mind?
I said, You reminded me what we are fighting for. We left and walked over to the bridge. Topper said, Captain on the bridge. I replied, As you were. How's the ship, Commander? Sally said,
Ready in all respects, boss. Everyone who is staying here has departed. All the people going with us are integrated into the crew. Scotty has recovered her experiment and is compiling a report for your perusal.
I asked, Did Moorflower and Bugling Elk elect to stay aboard or return to the planet? Sally said,
They returned, along with Alice.
I said, Tauber, connect me with Moorflower, please.
On it, boss.
Hi, Bob. We did not get a chance to say goodbye. The wedding was very nice.
I replied, Glad you enjoyed it. Do you need anything before we head out? Moorflower said,
No, we are in good shape. The Bucks have collected many black fir nuts to sell to Ciulla when he gets more garlic to pay for them.
I said, That sounds good. We should be back in 3 weeks or so. Don't run out of outhouses for the slavers to shovel. Moorflower said,
You are silly, Bob. The slavers don't come here anymore. They fear the mighty hunters of the sky.
I said, Fly safe, mighty hunter. She said,
You too, Bob.
The comm disconnected. I asked, Has Scotty found and disabled all the trackers on this ship? Sally replied,
The Gene, and every ship we carry, boss. We're as clean as she knows how to make us.
I said, I have the con. Sally said,
Your ship, boss.
I asked, Ruth, what course do you have set? Ruth said,
I have us coming out of FTL, approximately 1 day's travel from the Squirrel homeworld, in a patch of black space.
I sat down and strapped in. Nikki strapped into one of the extra chairs. I said, Tauber, put me on the intercom shipwide.
You're on, boss.
All personnel, prepare for transition to FTL. I say again, prepare for transition to FTL. I gave Topper the cutting gesture, and he shut off the intercom. I said, Ruth, give him 2 minutes, and then execute your course. Ruth replied,
2 minutes, then FTL. Yes, boss.
It seemed like a long 2 minutes, but finally we eased into FTL. Topper said,
All stations report smooth transition, boss.
My compliments to Scotty. How long will we be in FTL, Ruth? Ruth replied,
About 4 days, Captain. A jump this long has a little uncertainty.
Close enough. Anyone have anything to report? Sensor said,
Boss, I don't know what to make of this. As we were jumping out, I suddenly got a power reading off what we had catalogued as a dead rock in the outer system.
I said, Play it back, slowly, on the main screen. Sensor said,
Here it is at 1/10 normal speed.
I asked, Anyone have an idea what we're looking at? Getting no answer, I said, Topper, ship that scan to Tyez. See if he has any ideas.
On it, boss.
It wasn't long at all till Tyez spilled through the doors onto the bridge. I asked, Yes, Tyez? He said,
Boss, I've seen that before. Lots of times. The best I could ever figure out was that it was some kind of beacon that reported FTL departures and arrivals.
I asked, Ruth, could you drop us out of FTL? Ruth said,
Do you want to warn the ship first?
I said, Good catch. Topper, hook me up.
You're on, boss.
Prepare to come out of FTL. I say again, prepare to come out of FTL. I gave the cut signal. Ruth asked,
2 minutes again, boss?
I replied, Sounds good. Sensors,
How far away could you detect a signal like the one you found? Not far, boss. I asked. The sensor net we have in place to spot pirates coming in system. Could it detect that signal? Yes, boss. How long would it take to run through the records of the net and find all the instances of a signal like that? He replied. When I have access? About 5 minutes, boss. I asked. Will you have good access when we drop out of FTL? Yes, boss. I said. Get right on that as soon as you are able. We dropped out, and sensors started his analysis. I did my best not to fidget. Finally, he spoke up. Captain, it looks like there is an array of tracking beacons positioned to detect any departure toward squirrel space. I replied. You're telling me we just lost the element of surprise? So it would seem, boss. I said. Please forward your finest to Mornflower, with a note to stay well back when they destroy the beacons. They probably have anti-tamper charges, and the squirrels seem to be free-hearted when it comes to explosives. Nikki said. What now, Captain? I said, it looks like we have two options. Either we bull ahead, knowing they'll be waiting for us, or we abort and try again some other time when they aren't expecting us. Sally asked, Sir, could we jump back into the system as if we had a malfunction? We could delay for a few hours and then leave in a different direction, only to stop in black space and aim toward their territory. I replied, That sounds good, but they already know we started in their direction. I don't think that would be enough to fool them. Topper said, Scotty for you, boss. Put her on. Sorry to bother you, boss, but I have some good news. The new FTL drive passed all its tests perfectly. I took the liberty of printing out the parts for the gene. Would you like me to install them, since we're stopped anyway? I asked, How much faster would that make us? Scotty replied, Right at twice as fast as what we're running now. How long for the install? Scotty replied, About 3 hours, boss. I said, Go ahead then. Let me know when you've finished. On it, boss. Once the connection dropped, I said, Topper, you have the con. Sally, please join me in my ready room. Gene, page Dingus, Joshua, John, and Steve to the ready room. I got 3 yes, boss replies. And then I said, Spice Cadet, do you mind sitting in on this meeting? Nikki replied, Not at all, caveman. Went across to the ready room and waited for the others to arrive. Dingus walked in, asking, Why did we drop out of FTL? Is the ship okay? I replied, The ship is fine. Sensors detected a squirrel beacon telling them we had left, just as we went to FTL. Right now, Scott is putting in Frank and Ticky's new drive. That's supposed to be twice as fast. I figured the only shot we had, since they know we're coming, is to get there before they think we can. Dingus said, If you've already figured out what to do, what's the meeting for? I said, I'm hoping you folks can help me come up with a better way to do this, since our old plan is done for. Joshua spoke up. What's happening, Bob? Nikki said, Your people had the beacon in the system that sent out word of our leaving. We're trying to decide how to proceed. John came in. He said, I had Gene brief me in the transit. Do you think getting there 2 days early is going to be enough of a surprise to keep them from being able to take us out? I replied, It's the only way I could see to give us any advantage at all. I called the meeting to see if you fellas thought it was going to be enough, or if we need to abort. Joshua asked, Are you still thinking about stopping and dropping me off, Bob? I said, Nope, we need to get there as fast as we can, if we're going to have any advantage at all. Waiting a day to let you get into the system, without appearing to be with us, just doesn't fit into our new situation. He replied, That's what I figured. Are you thinking of dropping me off on the way out of the system? I said, That depends on whether or not we're being pursued. The other option would be for you to get going before Scotty finishes putting the new drive in. Joshua replied, That might be the better plan. Less chance of some random ship seeing me leave the gene. I replied, I just have one more question.
and then you can go get started. The beacons we found in the Sasquatch system, do you think those would be squirrel government or walnut cartel assets?" Joshua said, "I've never heard of our government having any interest in keeping track of what you monkeys are doing, other than to make sure you don't cross the border into our space. Tracking beacons this deep in monkey territory would almost have to be from the walnut cartel." I said, "Thanks. That's what I thought, but I wanted to be sure I had the right idea. Gene, page Ricky and tell him his ride is leaving soon. Page Lackey to the ready room, please." "Honest, boss." Chapter 16. Steve said, "You still want some squirrel input on your plans?" I replied, "Yep, I'd rather have Tikki, but I'm sure she's busy helping Scotty change the drive over. I don't want to do anything to upset her workflow." John asked, "You're dead set against an abort and trying again later?" "I wouldn't say dead set, but the longer we keep those squirrels in our custody, the worse it looks. I'd like to get 'em home as soon as we can," Dingus said. "Besides, John, they already know we're headed their way sooner or later. The longer we give 'em to prep a welcome, the worse it's going to be on us." Steve said, "The only way we can still get some surprise is to do like Bob has planned, and use the new drive to get there before they think we are able." John replied, "I realize that. It just seems like a mighty thin edge to hang from." I said, "I think we can all agree on that. If you have something you think will work better, please let us know. My plan isn't a good plan. It's just the best one we've seen so far." John said, "I wish I had something, but I don't. All the logic that brings us to this being the thing we need to do is solid. That still doesn't mean I have to like it." Lackey came in about then. "You wanted to see me, Captain?" I replied, "Yes, we need some squirrel input on our next move, since the plan we were using got torn up." Lackey asked, "How so?" Dingus said, "Some of your people had tracking beacons in the outskirts of the system we just left. One of them sent news of our departure to someone in your space. They'll be waiting for us now. We had hoped for some element of surprise to help us get in and out of your system without conflict." Lackey asked, "What do you intend to do now?" John said, "The best plan we have come up with is to use the new FTL drive our engineers have come up with to get there before your people think we could possibly make it. That will let us retain some small measure of surprise." Lackey said, "I don't understand. If getting there quickly is so important, why are we sitting here in normal space?" I said, "They're installing the new drive. They just finished testing it this morning." Lackey asked, "You're betting the mission on a brand new drive?" Nikki said, "Scotty knows the testing standards the captain expects. If she says it's ready, we won't have any trouble with it." Lackey said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. You people do business a little differently than what I'm used to, is all." I said, "We do business a little differently than we're used to as well. I can't speak for everyone, but I'm making it up as I go." John said, "Me too. So many new things, I'm just trying to keep up." Dingus chimed in, "Up until a couple of months ago, all I knew was being a castaway on a primitive planet. I'm still trying to get caught back up." Steve said, "I still reach for my prosthesis sometimes when I wake up. I'm way behind." Lackey said, "If all of you are so unsure about this trip, why are we going?" I said, "It's the only way we can think of to convince your people that invading human space is a bad idea, and trading will be better all around." Lackey replied, "I guess I'm a little slow. Could somebody explain to me the reasoning behind that?" Nikki said, "We don't have any reason to believe that the people responsible for sending the expedition you were on are going to stop with just the one try. If we don't convince your people it's a bad idea to keep sending folks after us, we'll have to fight off one of those fleets every few months. One of them might show up when we weren't in the system, and the natives would have to fight it themselves. It would be much simpler to just solve the whole thing right now, and maybe make friends with your people." Lackey said.
Oh, you're trying to show them that you can protect yourselves without having to hurt the people they send.
I said, exactly. Do you think that will make an impression on them? Lackey replied.
The sheer size of the gene will make an impression on them. The way you maneuver it like it was a sport runabout is just nuts. Having this kind of firepower, and only using it to capture our fleet, that's gotta get their attention.
Dingus asked. Now for the important part. Will it convince them that it's better to be our friends? Or will it just scare them and make them more determined than ever to wipe us out of their sky? Lackey studied on that one for a moment.
You ask hard questions, Mr. Sloane. I think, as long as you do it the way you did with us, not offering offense until you had already been fired upon, they should take it the right way.
Steve asked. You sound as if you're sure we will be fired upon. Am I misunderstanding? Lackey said.
No, you're not. Coming into the nest without being invited, you are, at the very least, gonna get a fierce talking to. Coming into the nest uninvited, looking dangerous, you are more than likely going to get attacked.
I asked. Jean is able to camouflage herself as a freighter, rather than a warship. Would that cut down on the offense? Lackey replied.
It would, but if you have to drop the camo at some point, it will appear as if you were trying to get in close for a sneak attack.
John asked. How close can we get to the planet without offending?
Lackey said. That's the wrong question, sir. There's a network of drones in the system that will keep you from being able to jump, if you get too close to the planet. You would be able to jump in, but you would have to leave under your regular drive.
Sally spoke up.
Do you know how far out that network of drone extends?
Lackey replied.
They claim it's only 3 times as far out from the star as the planet sits, but I wouldn't risk any closer than 4 times as far. They probably have a little reserve.
I asked. How big a hole will we have to make in their drone net to be able to jump the gene?
Lackey said. Sorry, Captain. I've got no way to know that.
Nikki asked.
You're a hacker. How good is the control software for that net? I was one of the best, and I never even heard of anyone trying to get into it. I know it sounds impossible, but I don't think there's a way into it.
Nikki said.
I'd have to let Taz have a look at it before I would go that far, but it sure doesn't sound promising.
I said. I'd like to snatch a couple of those for souvenirs. That tech could come in handy. Dingus said. We're trying not to upset 'em, remember?
I replied. Yeah, I know, just thinking out loud.
Steve said. You know they've most likely got those things rigged with entirely too large anti-tamper devices, right? Messing with trying to get one aboard? Sounds like a good way to tear up the hull again.
I replied. I get it, not a good idea. Maybe we could find a way to trade for the tech.
Jean said.
Joshua calling for you, Captain. Put 'em on, Jean. Bob, we're away. Just getting far enough out that we can go to FTL. Good luck.
I replied. Good luck to you guys, too. Fly safe. The connection ended. I asked Lackey, is there any way to pick up those suppressor drones you were talking about on sensors?
Lackey replied, Not as far as I know. They go to a lot of trouble to make them hard to spot.
John asked, What are you thinking, Bob?
I replied,
Well, the way Lackey makes it sound, nobody but the people who run that net know exactly how far out it extends. No matter how careful we are, we may find ourselves trapped in it. The Jean is a fine ship, but she can't maneuver with the smaller stuff if she's limited to sublight. I'm guessing that once those drones start emitting, they'll be fairly easy to see, but that'll be too late, unless we're willing to destroy them to get away. Steve asked, I wonder if Scotty could shed any light on the problem. I replied, I'm sure she could, but I'm not willing to bother her till she finishes putting in the new drive. That has priority at the moment. Steve replied, Understood. You intend to develop a strategy for dealing with what we find while we're in FTL, am I correct? I said, I intend to do my dead-level best.
I expect everyone involved in building Sims to come up with ways they can do us dirty when we get there, so I will at least be acquainted with some of the things we may be called on to face. Lackey, I would like you to consult on the Sims to make sure they represent things that might actually happen. Lackey said.
Of course, boss.
Also, do you know of any of the information we downloaded out of your ship's computers would tell us more about this defensive grid?
Lackey replied. That was considered above my level, but I would be more than happy to help look for something like that.
I replied, consider that your main job right now. We'll find you something nicer once we've made it through this. Lackey said.
Sounds good, boss. Thanks.
For what?
Trusting me.
No problem. Just don't convince me I was wrong.
Lackey replied. I'll avoid that. Do you need me for anything else right now?
I asked. Do you folks have any more questions for her?
Nikki said. Do you have any information about any other security systems that might give us trouble while we're at your homeworld?
Lackey said.
No, ma'am, I don't. I only knew about the drones because it came up as we were leaving the system. I just happened to be in the right place to hear the officers talking. You shouldn't think that I know everything about the defenses, because I can assure you that I don't.
Dingus said. Thank you for what you did tell us. At least we know one thing to avoid.
You're welcome, sir.
After Lackey left, Dingus spoke up. What good would it do to have a system to keep an enemy ship from jumping out, unless you had a quick reaction force ready to jump in on top of them and pound the snot out of them?
Sally said. That's my dinghy, getting right to the point.
I said. Scotty says she can offload those squirrel ships in about a minute. As long as this reaction force has been in place, do you really think they could be on top of us that quick?
Nikki said. If it were you, caveman, you'd have bots standing watch, and no intruder would have a chance.
Sally replied.
That's true, but from what interaction I've had with the squirrels, it seems like they're even less trusting of us mechanical folks than the Commonwealth.
Steve asked. We're going in, hoping that there's not some other trap in place, and that these folks have been on guard duty so long they're not as sharp as they could be, and trusting that Scotty and Ruth can get us out before they realize what's happening?
Nikki asked. It sounds awfully iffy when you put it like that, Steve. Can't you be more positive?
Steve replied. Okay, I'm positive it's iffy. I said. Doesn't sound all that good to me either.
Sally asked. Now that Scotty has removed all the trackers, couldn't Mr. Bongwater look at the system in Black Beauty? I'm sure he could find out more about the defenses.
Nikki said.
That sounds like a good idea. Do you think he would do that for you, caveman?
I replied. A chance to get back at the squirrels for chasing them and Taz all over the sky? We'd have to throw 'em in the brig to keep 'em from going. Dingus said. It would be nice to know something about what we're going up against before we stroll up in there.
Sally asked. What are we going to do if they do have a reaction force ready to go?
Steve asked. Is there any way we could keep them busy while we go in system and drop off those ships?
Nikki asked. Couldn't we jump some ships in close and zap their drives?
I said. We don't have the tech to shut down their FTL drives, and that's what they would probably use to jump in on us. The best we could do would be to keep 'em in reset until we were clear. Dingus said. That would be good enough. As long as they're not able to jump in after us, we don't have any worries. I pointed at Sally and Dingus. You two know what we need to be gaming out in the Sims. Let the other team know. I want to go through every way you folks think this can go sideways before we get there. Sally said.
Yes, boss.
Dingus asked. Anything else you wanted to go over, Bob? I replied. I can't think of it right now, if there was. We have a couple of days before we have to start doing things. That gives us some time to think.
Nikki asked. Have we done all we can do for now?
I replied. I believe so. Sally, do you have an update on how soon Scotty will be ready to fly?
She says about an hour and a half, boss.
I replied. I'll be on the bridge in an hour and 15 minutes then. I think I'll head to the galley and have a cup of coffee. Maybe some of this will start to come together in my head."
Nikki asked. "Mind if I come along?"
I said. "I figured on walking. I don't know how much that scares you." She replied.
"I think I can manage."
Steve asked. "What was that about?"
Nikki said. "Whenever he walks somewhere on the ship, he finds something that he needs to take care of."
Dingley said. "I thought that was just my imagination."
Nikki said. "No, Grandpa, I've seen it happen."
I said. "You guys sure have an inflated opinion of me." We headed out to the galley, and the rest of the meeting headed back to what they were doing before. We were almost there when we came up on Ace, talking to several bottles. I asked, "Hi, Ace, what's up?" He replied,
"Oh, these fellas just wanted to know what it was like flying the Chuck Yeager."
I replied, "Chuck Yeager, huh? Faster than anything before? I thought that ship was supposed to be automatic. No pilot."
Ace said, "You got me, boss. Scotty tried to make it automatic, but she couldn't come up with a system she trusted. She put out a call for volunteers. It came down to me and Ruth, and Scotty said there was no way she was putting the captain's favorite combat helmsman on an experimental ship. So I got the job. Dang, she's fast, boss. I like that new FTL setup."
I replied, "I'm wondering why I'm only hearing about this ship having a pilot now."
Scotty said, "The captain needs this drive. Telling him would only slow things down, and since this is the only way to make it happen in the time we have, that's not an option."
I said, "I can see how she would think that way. You were only flying the mission you were assigned."
Ace said, "She had a pile of sim data that said it was safe as houses, boss."
I replied, "She wouldn't have sent you if she didn't think you would get back. It's just a surprise."
Ace asked, "Did I get her in trouble, boss?"
"Nope. We're still working out how and when to communicate things. I think maybe this is one of the places we need to upgrade, but I'm not going to bother her with it while she's working. I'm just glad to see you back safe."
Ace replied, "Me too, boss. I didn't take the job to fail."
I said, "Well, us organic types need a little fuel before the next round of fun. See you folks later."
Nikki said, "You must have taken the wrong turn, caveman. That was almost painless."
"Ha ha. Let's get that coffee. I want to be sharp when we go to FTL."
Nikki asked, "Are you worried about Scotty's new drive?"
I replied, "It's something different. I trust Scotty in her simulations, and I'm sure Ace gave it a good test. But Murphy is our shepherd, and I want to be ready if he decides it's time for our next lesson." I looked down to find wisdom in the mystic black swirls of my coffee cup, but there was none to be had. Dixie came out and said,
"Sally wanted me to tell you that Scotty finished early, and you need to report to the bridge, if you want to have the con when we go to FTL."
I said, "Thanks," and headed for the transit, with Nikki right behind. Jean gave us a quick ride, and we scrambled across to the bridge. I went through the door, saying, "As you were." Sally said,
"Your ship, boss."
I replied, "I have the con." Sally continued,
"Scotty is just finishing up the self-checks. We should be ready to resume FTL by the time you get strapped in."
I said, "Topper, give me intercom all over the ship." He flipped some switches and nodded. "Crew with a Gene Certain. This is your captain speaking. I'm sure the coconut telegraph has informed all of you why we stopped, and what has been happening while we were. We are about to go to FTL with a new drive. It has been tested as much as we were able, but I would like y'all to secure yourselves and your gear as if we had an old Commonwealth drive. I expect Scotty and her crew have done a wonderful job, and your preparations will be unnecessary. We are headed out to show the squirrel race just what a fine ship the Gene is, and what a skilled crew she has. Hopefully, that will convince them it will be better to be our friends. I know I can count on all of you, from Abe and Niner Deuce down to Trainee Branham, to do your best." Captain out. Topper cut the connection. I asked, "Ruth, what course do you have set?"
"Boss, I wasn't sure how close you wanted to get, since things have changed."
I replied. Drop us in about a light year out, and we'll go from there. Ruth said.
1 light year from the target system. Coming up.
Sally said.
Scotty reports ready to go to FTL, boss.
I looked at Topper, and he put me back on the intercom. I said, transition in 2 minutes. I say again, transition in 2 minutes. Topper cut the circuit and put a countdown timer on the main screen. I asked, dramatic much, Topper?
Just figured you would want to keep track, boss.
I asked, any reason not to proceed, Sally?
No, boss. All personnel report ready. Ship is ready.
I said, Ruth, proceed when the timer hits 0.
Yes, boss.
Nikki said.
A wise man once said, hire good people and stay out of their way. Then you can watch the miracles happen. Don't you think you should listen to them?
I replied, are you trying to tell me I should pay more attention when I talk to myself? She said.
Something like that, yes.
Soon enough, the timer hit 0. At first, I thought the drive had failed. The transition was so smooth. Then Ruth said,
FTL achieved, boss. Making really good time.
I replied, good to hear. Let me know if you see any problems. Ruth said,
right after I fix them, boss.
Sally asked,
do you want to hit the sim deck, boss?
I said, give it a few minutes. I'd like to stay for a bit, if you don't mind.
Not at all, boss. Could I ask why?
I replied, new systems usually fail in the first few minutes, if they're going to. I don't want to be halfway to sim deck when we fall out of FTL. Topper spoke up.
Murphy is our shepherd.
I replied, that he is. After a half-hour of dead calm, I said, I suppose that's all the lollygagging I can justify. Would you take the calm, please, Sally? Sally replied,
of course, boss. My ship. You are relieved.
Nikki asked,
do you want me to come with you, caveman?
I replied, yes, of course. I thought that was on the schedule for later in the day. She said,
to the sim deck.
That, too. We grabbed a transit and headed to the sim deck. It's a mystery to me how Snitz knew to be waiting there, so he could ride my lap. But there he was, waiting with Jasmine. She said,
are you ready for the new Sims, Captain? Mrs. Wilson?
I replied, probably not, but hook us up anyway. She put us in our pods and started the simulation. It took us a bit to get back in the swing of it, but soon enough we had a rhythm going. We beat the first one, but then we hit the first of the Sims Jane and Niner Deuce had built. They had enough of a different approach to things that we had a hard time at first. On our third run, we finally figured out what the trick was and beat the simulation. Nikki hit the end button, and I did too. I asked, what's up, Spice Cadet? She replied,
your kids are hungry. I need to go feed them. Not to mention one of them has been kicking my bladder the whole last run.
Nikki hit the head, and then we started back to the galley. She said,
we're taking the transit. I'm hungry, and I don't have time for one of your adventures.
I replied, that's fine. Remind me I need to go by and have a chat with Scotty after lunch. She asked,
about Ace?
Yep, she did the right thing, but I really would have liked to have been told before he flew the mission. Nikki said,
go easy on her, caveman. You know you need her skills to keep this ship flying.
I replied, I just wanted to ask to be informed in the future. I don't think she did anything wrong. I would have told her to go ahead if she had asked.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure you weren't mad at her. That would be bad in a big way.
We got to the galley. Dixie said,
you folks are early. Sims too hard?
Nikki said,
we got past a couple, but the kids decided it was time to eat.
We had lunch, and then we headed to engineering. Scotty met us at the transit. She said,
yes, boss. I should have let you know that Ace was flying that test. I knew you wanted to get it done before we left, and I didn't want to slow things down.
I said, I understand. If a similar situation comes up, I would like to be informed. I would have been paying more attention if I had known Ace was aboard the ship. Good choice of name, by the way. Scotty said,
You're not mad?
I replied, maybe a little disappointed that you didn't think you could tell me, but mad, no. You did what had to be done. I can't see anything I would have asked you to do differently. It's just that I would like to know when a member of the crew is in danger. Scotty looked at me for a moment. She said,
You really do think of us bots as crew members, don't you?
I replied, I do. Is there a reason I shouldn't? Scotty replied,
I suppose not. That's just so different from how it used to be in the Navy. We were expendable. None of the humans cared about us.
I looked at Nikki. And you think I'm a hardhead? She still thinks she's in the Navy. Scotty said,
I get it, boss. Sometimes old habits are hard to break.
I replied, I thought it was just us slow, organic types that had those kinds of problems. Scotty looked at Nikki.
How do you put up with him? Is he always this annoying?
Nikki replied, Nope. Sometimes he's worse. Scotty said,
I feel for you, ma'am.
I asked, How's the new drive doing? Scotty replied,
Just a little better than the Sims predicted. Frank and Tiki are hard at work trying to figure out what they failed to account for.
I asked, Not overstressing any parts, then?
No, boss. I've got monitoring programs on all of them. If anything acts up, I'll drop us out of FTL. I'll try to give a warning, but I can't promise you anything.
I said, That's as good as I could ask for, Scotty. Thanks for letting us interrupt you.
No problem, boss.
She went back to what she was doing. I asked, You ready for another sim? Nikki replied, Nope, but let's do it anyway. I replied, You know, we have this fine old Earth custom of taking a walk to settle a meal. She said, Oh, all right, but you know we're going to run into some kind of nonsense if we do. I said, You may be right, but if we do, it was probably something that needed to be taken care of anyhow. Nikki said, I hate it when you're right. We made it part of the way, before we found Jackie working in an access panel at the side of the passageway. I said, Hi, Jackie. How's it going? Jackie replied,
Doing good, boss. Just taking care of some preventative maintenance. You off to tear up some more Sims?
We are. Any more issues with the crew I should know about? Jackie said,
Not that I've heard about, boss. I'll let you know if I hear anything.
Thanks. See you around. We walked on, and I said, See, that didn't amount to anything. You worry too much. Nikki replied, Oh, really? What about this fella up here? I looked where she was pointing, and saw a bot who looked about as old as Niner Deuce had before Scotty went over him. He seemed to have some mobility trouble, but not as bad as Niner Deuce had been. I walked up and said, Hi, I don't think I know you. What's your designation? He did his best to snap to, and said, B128, sir. I asked, Is there a reason you haven't taken yourself down engineering to get those mobility issues looked at?
Sir, I'm an old bot. Surely the folks down there would scrap me out before they would take the time to fix me.
I asked, Do you know who I am? He froze while he downloaded some files.
You are the new captain, Bob Wilson. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize who I was talking to.
I replied, No problem. Why do you think Scotty would scrap you out? He froze again.
She's chief engineer? Well, that changes things, doesn't it?
How do you mean?
Back in the Navy days, the human engineers would scrap out us old bots if we couldn't do our jobs anymore. Scotty, as you've named her, used to sneak us parts so we could stay functional enough to keep from getting scrapped.
I replied, Did you fail to notice you're not working for the Navy anymore? He said,
I did notice things were being done a little differently, yes, sir. I got in the habit of keeping my head down and staying out of sight. Back in the old days. I guess I'm having a hard time adjusting to the new ways.
I replied, I can see how that would be after having to sneak around to keep from getting scrapped. Are there a lot of you old-timers afraid to go in and get the maintenance you need?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say a lot, but I know a few.
I said, Well, then, I have a job for you. Go find all of them.
and get yourself and all them to Scotty to get yourselves looked at and fixed up. I need all of you functioning at full capacity. Things may get interesting in the next few days, and we'll need everyone working at their best." He replied,
"I like the sound of that, sir. But what if some of them don't want to go?"
"First, you can play back this conversation, and show 'em it is a direct order from their captain. If that doesn't work, call Andre. We need to get this taken care of." He snapped to again and said, "Yes, sir." I asked, "One more thing before I go. Could you please call me boss, like everybody else?" He said, "Yes, boss." We walked on down the hall. I said, "See, Spice Cadet, that wasn't so bad." She replied,
"I suppose not. But we haven't made it to Sim Deck yet, either."
We were nearly there when we met Nunya and Rhonda. I asked, "Hey, Nunya, how's this refugee from a primitive planet working out?" Rhonda said, "Hey, you're from that primitive planet yourself, Captain." I replied, "Never said I wasn't. That doesn't answer the question, though." Nunya said,
"She's doing at least as good as the last two that followed you home, boss. We're still lighting her up every 4 hours to try and pour some knowledge into that silly primitive brain."
Rhonda said, "At least I'm not a loony."
Nikki said, "Sounds like you two are getting along fine. Any problems the captain should hear about?"
Nunya said,
"Millie says Janet is still having some trouble sleeping, but it isn't anything too bad."
I said, "Tell her if it gets worse, Janet is always welcome to stay with us for a few days. Has she been down to Med Bay? They can help with that sort of thing." Rhonda asked.
"You mean sleeping pills?"
I said, "Nope. John and Jane both know a little about PTSD. They can help her figure out what she needs to do in order to keep the bad memories from bothering her so much." Rhonda asked,
"PTSD? What does she have PTSD from?"
I replied, "Not my stories to tell. If she wants you to know, that's her business."
Nunya said, "Nicely done, boss. Anything we can do for you today?"
I replied, "I don't think so. We better get back to Sim Deck. I've been goofing off long enough." Rhonda said, "Later, boss." I said, "Later, you two." When we were out of earshot, I said, "See? 3 conversations and almost no drama at all." Nikki said,
1, we're not actually there yet. 2, you had to order a bot to get maintenance. Doesn't that count as drama?"
Just then we got where we were going. I said he didn't argue. Just set her off to do what I told them to do. Not to mention, we're here. Nikki replied,
"You got lucky once, and it was borderline. Don't think you've proved it safe for you to walk around the ship."
Jasmine said,
"Excuse me, ma'am, but please don't make him quit walking around the ship. All the bots love to see the boss out and about. It makes them think he cares about them."
Nikki said,
"I didn't realize. Of course I won't make him quit, if it's that important to all of you."
Jasmine replied,
"Thank you, ma'am. Are you ready to resume the simulations?"
I said, "I think that is the wrong question. We've run out of excuses to put 'em off." Jasmine said,
"Whatever the reason, it's good you got here. Snitz got so tired of waiting he went to sleep."
I looked around and didn't see him. Jasmine said,
"In your pod, boss."
He was asleep in my chair. I aroused him and got hooked up. Then he climbed on my lap. The next simulation must have had some input from a squirrel, because it wasn't what we were used to at all. Took us 4 tries to beat. We were able to get in a couple of runs against the next one, but Nikki got hungry again before we got through that one. Once we got out, Jasmine said,
"You're doing well so far. Will you be back tomorrow?"
I said, "I think we better. There were things in that last one we had never been up against before. How long before I have to train again?"
2.5 hours, boss. I won't let you forget."
Once Nikki got the yellow tinge out of her eyes, we started to the galley. She said,
"We're taking the transit. I'm hungry, and I don't want to wait for you to straighten out crew issues."
I pushed the button to call transit. Nikki asked,
"You gave up easy, caveman.
What's up? I replied. I'm hungry, too. Chapter 17. We weren't paying attention when we wandered into the galley. I heard a, "Hey, delicious," from another table. I turned and asked, "Hi, Willem. Mind if we discuss business over supper?" He said, "We can, but I already told Sally I would fly the mission. I just have one condition." I replied, "I'm scared." "Oh, my Spice Cadet," Nikki said. "I'm scared too, Caveman." Willem said, "You two are a riot. I just want Taz in the second seat." I asked, "Have you asked him?" Willem replied, "He threatened to stow away if you didn't let him." I replied, "That settles that. Never give an order you don't expect to be obeyed. Is Black Beauty ready?" "She is. Scotty has been over her several times looking for tracers, with Chicky's help. I find it hard to believe they missed anything." Nikki said, "That's what we thought the last time you went out." Willem said, "I know, but now Scotty knows what to look for. I have faith." I said, "That's pretty much what this all comes down to, isn't it? We have faith in each other, and faith in the gene, and faith in our preparations. Beyond that, we've got nothing to go on." Willem replied, "I've seen what this crew can do when they have time to prepare, Bob. Don't make it sound so hopeless." I replied, "I know we're a dang good crew, and we have a better chance than anybody from the Commonwealth. That doesn't mean I'm going to quit worrying until it's all over." Willem said, "I'm not sure I follow." I said, "Let me quote Mr. Buffett. It's my job to be worried half to death. That's the thing people respect in me. It's my job, but without it I'd be less than what I expect from me." Nikki asked, "You're taking management advice from Jimmy Buffett?" I replied, "I've never heard of a Margaritaville going bankrupt, have you?" Nikki said, "You've got me there. Maybe there is madness to your method." Willem said, I think you got that backward." I replied, "I think she said exactly what she meant to." Dixie came out, took our orders, and then I asked Willem, "Do you have any ideas on how to approach these folks when we get there?" He said, "No, I don't. They seem to enjoy chasing people, but other than that, we didn't learn an awful lot." I replied, "You said Scotty had gone through Black Beauty. Does that mean you have a comm that isn't going to show up on their scanners?" He replied, "It sure does. She's been going through all the comms on the ship, eliminating that problem. I'm surprised she hasn't done yours yet." Nikki said, "She did. She had me sneak it out the other night after he went to sleep." I replied, "And people wonder why I feel like a figurehead around here." Willem said, "The ship wasn't anywhere near squirrel territory. There was no pressing need for you to know. Just one more detail you should leave to your crew, so you can focus on the mission." I said, "Lately I've been craving some time not thinking about the mission, trying to figure out the best way to accomplish what we want, without having enough data to know the best course to follow, is driving me batty." Willem said, "Don't worry, boss. That's our job, Taz and I. We'll get you some info so you can get this done safely." Nikki said, "See, Caveman, you've already got the right plan in motion. All you have to do is let it play out." I replied, "I truly wish I could be as confident as you folks." Willem said, "You forget, Bob. We've already seen you pull off crap just as crazy as this. We know you can. We're just waiting to see what you pull out of your hat this time." I just shook my head. Dixie brought our meal, and it was just as good as always. We were nearly finished when Dee and Grandma Katja came in and sat with us. Grandma looked very serious. She looked at me and said, "Captain, I fear we have failed." I asked, "How's that?" "We worked all day, and we could not get your new pistol to fail. I know you were counting on us. I'm sorry." Dee was trying to keep a straight face through all this, and almost succeeded. I said, "You're right, I was counting on you. This is a serious failure in your duties. I'll have to put you on half pay for a week." It took a moment for that to sink in. "Wait a minute. I'm getting paid?" I said, nope, half of nothing is still nothing. Her face twisted as she got her mind around that one. She looked at Dee.
You told me I shouldn't play with him unless I was good.
You were right, Dee said. He's not as dumb as he looks. Of course, that don't take much. I said, I sure am glad you decided to join us on the ship, Dee. I missed your friendly conversation. Dee replied, You don't fool me. You just miss my biscuits. I replied, You don't really expect me to admit that, do you? Nikki said,
I think I heard the sizzle off that one, Dee.
Dee said, I think I did, too. I wish I could get mad at him, but he did let us play with his brand-new pistol all day. I guess I have to cut him some slack. Nikki asked,
Isn't it aggravating? The way he always manages to turn it around so you can't be mad at him.
Grandma Kachi said,
It is, but I think maybe he's worth it. Don't you?
Nikki replied,
Yes, I do. That doesn't keep him from being aggravating, though.
Grandma said,
He reminds me of my Ernesto. That man got me down off my beloved mountains and dragged me to the U.S. I fought him every step of the way, but he was right. I'm so glad he did it.
Dee said, Sounds like you found a good one. I did this time. Nikki asked,
So Grandpa is keeping you happy?
Dee replied,
Oh, yeah. I realize we're still newlyweds, but this is just so much nicer than my first marriage.
Willem said,
If you'll excuse me, I need to see to a few things.
Dee said,
Oh, I'm sorry, Willem. I didn't mean to run you off with all our hen talk.
He replied,
I really should go over some of the records from our last mission. Maybe I can find some things to help with this one.
I said, If Tyez isn't busy, get him to help. Willem said,
That's why I need to head out. He just got finished with what he was doing.
I replied, I see. Thanks for agreeing to fly the mission, and good luck with the mission logs. He said,
Later, boss.
After he was gone, Grandma Kachi asked,
Why would hen talk run him off?
Nikki said,
He, likes men. Oh, I thought he was just a snappy dresser. Good thing you said something. I would have embarrassed myself.
They continued chatting for quite a while. I pretended to pay attention, but mostly my mind was drifting. I didn't notice how much time had passed until Dixie came over and said,
Boss, Jasmine is waiting for you in the ready room.
I said, Thanks. Where does the time get to? Snitz followed me onto a transit, and I went to get educated. I must have been giving off word vibes or something, because Snitz sat in my lap while I took the training. When I came back, I went to find the grass room and headed for our cabin. Nikki wasn't there yet, so I sat and thought about all the things I'd been learning. I hadn't made a lot of progress when there was a knock at the door. When I opened the door, I saw B-128 and several bots I didn't recognize, but they were all older models. It got awfully dusty when they broke into, for he's a jolly good fellow. When they had finished, B-128 said,
Boss, we just wanted to come by and say thank you for making us go get patched up. Hope we didn't interrupt anything important.
I replied, Not at all. Just trying to understand what I've been learning about the squirrels, and not making much progress. I don't suppose any of you had dealings with them back in the day. One of the bots in the back spoke up.
I was on a ship that met them, but it didn't go well. The captain panicked and opened fire. The ship took enough damage that the crew had to abandon, and they left me behind. I watched as the squirrels captured the escape pods, one by one. Then they came aboard the wreck. They must not have had much interest in bots, because they let me hide from them, while they gathered all the information they could. I was adrift, alone, for 6 months, before anyone came looking for the ship. I was nearly out of power when the rescue came. They powered me up, and went over my memory, frame by frame. Then they told me to forget it ever happened. Luckily, they never made it a formal order, so I was able to save my records.
I asked. "If it's not too much bother, could you send those records to Sally?" The bot replied.
Do you think she needs another copy? Scotty had me send them as soon as she found out I had them.
I said, "No, I doubt she needs another copy. I should have known Scotty would have taken care of it." "Anyone else?"
B-128 said.
"Several of us were on ships that spotted squirrel ships in space, out on the rim of the Commonwealth. But Scotty asked Taz, and he said he already had records of all the sightings we were a part of."
I asked, "Do you folks want names, or are you set in your ways like Niner Deuce?"
I got a chorus of, "We're good, boss, but thanks."
B-128 said.
"We've bothered you enough, boss. We'll get on out of your way."
I replied, "Thanks for stopping by. Come back if you need anything." They split up, heading back to their duty stations, I assumed. I saw Nikki coming down the hall, with Janet.
Nikki asked, "What did we miss, caveman?"
I said, "They just came by to thank me for making them go get fixed up. B-128 and a bunch of old-timers."
Nikki replied, "Scotty got through with them already?"
I said, "I suppose so. They all seem to be in good condition."
Nikki said, "Janet asked if she could stay over. I said I thought it would be okay with you, but we would need to ask."
"It's fine with me. All that squirrel training may give me weird dreams, though."
Janet said, "I'll take my chances, Captain."
I asked, "Did you check in with Medbay?"
Janet replied, "I don't think sleeping pills are the answer, boss."
"I don't either. You have what they call PTSD on my planet. There are ways to help you learn to deal with it. Mr. and Mrs. Branham know something about it. That's why I wanted you to go to Medbay. Sleeping pills aren't going to do you much good."
Janet said, "That all sounds pretty strange, Captain. I'm not sure I believe you."
I asked, "Jean, can you page Mr. and Mrs. Branham to my cabin, please? Tell them it isn't an emergency. I just need their help with something." Shortly, they appeared, straightening their uniforms. I said, "Oops, you were working on Greg's little sister again, weren't you?" Jane asked, "How did you know about that?" I replied, "Greg mentioned some. Scotty could probably put better sound insulation in your walls, if you just ask her."
Jane turned red. John asked, "What did you need anyway, oh hopeless leader?"
I replied, "Janet here has a touch of PTSD. I keep telling her to come see you about it, but she thinks you're going to just give her some sleeping pills and send her away."
Jane said, "You realize that therapy for something like that takes some time, right?"
I replied, "Well, I thought you had already started it when I met you trying to get her to go back in the room when she got attacked."
Janet said, "We had, but I quit showing up. I wasn't making much progress, and I had other things to take care of."
I said, "This isn't the kind of thing that can be fixed quickly. Just because it was the one thing that happened quickly that set you off, that doesn't mean being scared of the world you were living in all those years isn't making the problem worse."
Janet asked, "How did you know I was scared of living there?"
I replied, "Any sensible person would be. Animals that want you for lunch, doing their best to break into your camp and drag you off. That's not a friendly place to grow up. You jumped on the offer to join the crew when you had no idea what that might entail. Nobody does that unless they are afraid of where they are. Don't feel like you're weak for wanting to get out of there. The rest of them did too. They just wanted to steal our ship to do it." Janet started crying. I said, "Oh, crap," and hugged her. Finally, she asked,
"You really don't think I am weak for being afraid of that awful place?"
I said, "No, I do not. Snitz almost died there, and he's a smart dog. A dumb old hillbilly like me wouldn't have no chance at all."
Janet said, "You're just being silly. I've seen you shoot. I think the animals down there are the ones who should be worried."
I replied, "The fact remains I don't hold it against you. Any sensible person will be scared of that planet."
Jane spoke up. "I tried to tell her that when she was still coming to therapy, but it didn't seem to sink in."
I replied. You don't think she could fit in on this crew if she wasn't a hardhead, do you? John said. You know, honey, he has a point. Jane replied. I know he does. That doesn't mean you get any slack. John replied. Wouldn't expect any, dear. Janet said. Now, wait a minute. You all think I'm a hardhead? Nikki said. If you weren't, you never would have survived as long as you did on that planet, sweetie. Janet looked a little confused. So, being a hardhead isn't a bad thing? I said, that all depends on the situation. If you're being too tough to lay down and die on a planet that is trying its best to kill you, that's a good thing. If you're being too stubborn to let people help you when you need help, that's a bad thing. Janet still looked confused. I guess I still don't get it. I said, being a hardhead is part of who you are. What matters is how you use it. It's like any other tool. You can use it to do good or to do bad. It isn't good or bad all on its own. Jane said, Our captain does have a way with words, doesn't he? Nikki said, He does. I wish I could cut through the BS like he does. Janet asked, You mean I'm not bad, just because I'm stubborn? I replied, Nope. You just need to learn when to listen to people. It's fine to be stubborn. It's not fine to be so hard-headed you can't tell when you're wrong. Jane said, You've seen the captain work. Wouldn't you say he's a hardhead? Janet said, Well, yes, I guess so. Nikki said, Have you ever seen him refuse to change when somebody proved him wrong? Janet thought on that for a minute. No, I don't suppose I have. You're saying he's able to tell when to be stubborn and when not to? Nikki said, Exactly. That's what you need to learn. Janet said, How do I do that? I replied, It takes judgment. Good judgment comes from experience. Experience comes from bad judgment. You just have to be able to learn from your mistakes. Janet said, I don't like making mistakes. Jane said, Nobody does, but everybody makes them. You need to accept the fact you can't try hard enough to be perfect. The best you can hope for is to be a little better today than you were yesterday. Janet said, I wish I could just climb in the auto dock and get this fixed. I appreciate all of you trying to help me, but it's taking so long to see any results. Sometimes I wish I was a bot, so Scotty could just change out the bad parts and reset my software. I saw a light come on in John's eyes, but he didn't say anything. I figured whatever he had up his sleeve, it would keep till he could tell me in private. I said, I understand how you feel, Janet, but right now, therapy with Jane is the best we know to do for you. I need you to keep trying, even if you don't see the point. Janet asked, Is that an order? I replied, I can make it one, if that makes it easier for you. She got a confused look on her face. Nikki asked, What's wrong, Janet? Janet said, He knows what's best for me, but he's willing to let me make up my own mind? It's just so different than anything I'm used to. Jane said, He knows you have to want to, for this to work. He's trying to get you to see that. Janet said, I think I need to sleep on all this. Maybe it will make more sense in the morning. Nikki said, That's fine, hon. We just want to see you get better. We're not in a hurry. John said, We better be getting back. Call us if you need anything. Nikki said, We will. Thanks. I said, I need to ask John about something. I'll be right back. The three of us walked out into the hall and across to the transit. It opened, and we stepped in. I said, Jean, hold the car here and tile the lodge. Jean replied, Whatever you say, Gibbs. I said, Even Jean is hitting the culture pack. Okay, John, I saw you light up in there. What have you got up your sleeve? Jane asked. What did I miss, Bob? I said, You were concerned with Janet, as you should have been.
I just happened to be standing where I could see his face when he said something about crawling in the auto dock and getting fixed. I think he has an idea how to do that."
Jane asked. "Really? That's great, sweetie. When did you figure that out?"
John said, "I haven't, yet. I just remembered something from one of the training courses I took. I think there may be a way. But I need to find the right training course and take it to be sure." I said, "Still yet, that's way better than what we had before." "Good work, Doc."
John said, "Don't count our chickens before they're hatched, Bob. It may be that I'm remembering wrong. Or what the course was talking about won't work for Janet."
I said, "I know that, and I won't mention it to her. Still, it's a glimmer of hope."
Jane said, "If you do find a way to help PTSD with the auto doc, I'm your second patient. I've got mine under control, but it isn't gone, by any stretch."
John said,
"I think I'm beginning to understand why you're always griping about people thinking you're a hero, Bob. The fear you're going to let somebody down is a heavy load, ain't it?"
I replied, "That it is. You're tough. You can handle it."
Jane asked, "Are we done? We have another project to get back to."
I replied, "I think so. Get with Scotty about that sound installation in the morning."
Jane turned red. She said, "The next time we play paintball, you're toast."
I said, "Jean, let me out, please." The door opened. I said, "Have fun, you two." Having sown enough mayhem for one day, I went back to the cabin and got ready for bed. Janet said,
"Thanks for caring so much, Captain."
I said, "It's about time somebody took care of you. Things have been rough for you for a long time." We all settled in, and all too soon Snitz was licking my ear. Alice was sitting by the bed, head tilted. I scratched her ears and whispered, "Let her sleep, girl." I finished what I needed to, and took Snitz to the grass room. Jim was there with Molly. He said, "Morning, Bob. How's the captain business going?" I replied, "I took a couple of those squirrel training programs they translated yesterday. Boy, howdy, I had some weird dreams last night. Do you think we'll be able to make friends with them?" I replied, "We're running an awful long way to fail, Jim. I know everybody else is doing all they can. I'm going to do likewise. If that ain't enough, at least we gave it a good try. Do you have any suggestions?" Jim said, "Just don't expect them to warm up to you right away. This is all new and scary for you, and you've had a few days to get used to the idea. They're getting it sprung on them all at once. Are you saying we should warn them we're coming?" "Nope. I've heard people talking about why you want to just show up in their system, and I think you're right. But if you give them any warning, they'll try to blow us out of their sky, just out of fear. It's going to take a show of force to get them to listen, but they still aren't going to be happy about it." I said, "I wish I could figure out a way to meet them that didn't have so much potential for going sideways, but I've yet to figure it out." Jim asked, "What do you think the big obstacle is?" I replied, "I think the Walnut Cartel is trying to keep relations between our races closed up, so they can keep their profits high. They see us as competition, and they want to keep us from making contact with Squirrel Society." Jim said, "That friend of yours, Joshua, isn't he already looking to open up the walnut market?" "Mostly it's Ricky, the fella riding with him, but yeah, that's one of the things they went to do. Shame we can't wait a few years till their influence dies out some, before we head in." I replied, "Sure is. I can't help but think, though, that they will be sending people to try and take us out, the whole time we were waiting." Jim said, "That's our Bob, making friends wherever he goes. I wish I knew why I have that effect on people." "You haven't figured that one out? It's 'cause you don't back down, Bob. If you know you're right, you're going to do the right thing, and nobody better get in your way." I replied, "I don't believe that's something I can change, Jim." "Didn't mean you oughta. I've aggravated my share of people the same way." I asked, "You have any wisdom I could use to get these folks to calm down and make friends?" "Well, Bob, from what I've heard,
You're already doing just about what I would, if I was sitting in the big chair. I asked, would you mind just terribly getting rid into what all is going on, so you could tell me for sure about that? If you think it might help, Bob, I'd be glad to. I said, I'm sure it can't hurt. I need all the help I can get, out here in the deep black, without a clue. When do we start? After breakfast. I'm hungry. We headed up to the galley. Janet was already there, serving. I said, you got around in a hurry, young lady.
Alice decided I needed to get up.
I tried to get her to let you sleep. Guess she listens about as good as Snitz.
She asked, you want anything special this morning?
Nope, whatever's handy. When she went back to the kitchen, Jim asked, she's staying with you? I replied, she's been having trouble sleeping. Only place she seems to be able to relax is between Nikki and me. Jim replied, she's been through a bit. You have her talking to someone? I did. Then she decided she was too busy to fool with it. I think we got her talked into trying again last night. Jim said, keep after her. Took me a long time to get back on an even keel. After I got back at 72. Would you consider having a chat with her? Suppose I would, if you think it might help. I said, if you can get through my hard head, you ought to be able to help her out. Jim replied, I see what people are talking about when they say, don't hang around the captain. He'll find you something to do. Shoot the breeze with you for 30 minutes, and I've already got 2 jobs. I replied, you were the one who wanted to come along on this trip. We don't haul tourists. Don't I know it? Sally has Janice helping with school for the kids. I said, we do have a good assortment of short people, don't we? Assortment is right. Greg, Nellie and her brother from Earth, Nunya from the moon, and Janet and Millie from that dinosaur planet. Janice says the stories she hears would curl your hair. I have no doubt. Are they all making good progress? Jim said. Janice says Nellie and Scott have been the biggest challenge, surprisingly. Getting all that new math nonsense out of them is giving her fits. I replied, that's kind of odd. Most kids take right to it, when they find out it's not as hard as the teacher tried to make it. Jim said, there's more to it, Bob. Bill tutored them in math until their folks died. The way I understand it, their grandparents got sick of hearing, but that's not the way Uncle Bill taught us, and forced them to do nothing but what the teacher said. The more I hear about those folks, the less I like 'em. I'm glad we didn't have to decide whether to bring 'em along or not. Jim asked, they weren't there when you picked up the kids? I said, nope. Nellie said the government folks gave 'em a lot of money, and they left. Jim said, I see what you mean about not liking those folks, Bob. Janet brought out our breakfast. I asked, how much do you have on your schedule today, Janet?
Well, after breakfast, I need to train, and then go to school. I'll be back here for lunch rush, and then I train again. Normally, I would help Scotty after that, but things are pretty slow in engineering right now. I need to go by Medbay sometime and talk to Mrs. Branham, but that won't take all afternoon. Do you need me to do something?
Mr. Bailey here needs some company this afternoon. Could you hunt him up after you get done with Mrs. Branham? Janet said.
Captain, even I can tell you two are up to something. Are you going to tell me, or do I have to figure it out?
Jim said, I know a little about the kind of feelings you're having, young lady. I might be able to help a little, if you were interested.
What did you have in mind?
Well, we've got a couple of dogs, and I've heard it's possible to scrounge up a frisbee around here, if you're interested. Janet said,
Alice isn't much interested in playing frisbee, but I would like to play with you and Molly. Would you mind if I brought Millie along?
Jim said, I don't see why I would. Does she cut rude ones like Bob here? Janet laughed.
No, she doesn't.
I'll see you this afternoon, then. I got on the comm to Sally. Yes, boss. Can you have somebody read Jim Bailey in on our mission? I'd like his take on how to approach relations with the squirrels.
Sure, boss. Mind if I use your ready room?
Not at all. I need to go train in just a minute, but after that, it should be free for whatever you need to use it for. You want me to bring 'em with me when I come to train?"
"That would be good, boss. Thanks."
"No problem. Anything I need to know about this morning?"
"Nope. Nice and boring, the way we like it."
"Enjoy it while you can. Things will get interesting again tomorrow. I'll make squirrel space."
"That's for sure. Talk to you later, boss."
Bye. Chapter 18. Janet had brought our breakfast while I was on the comm. I decided I might as well finish with it while I headed out. I called Jane. "Morning, Bob. What can I do for you? Janet have a bad night?" "No, I just stepped on your toes, and I thought I would tell you before you found out from somebody else." "That tells me a whole lot, Bob. Which hat was I wearing when you stepped on my toes?" "Ship's counselor. Jim Bailey has been around the block, and I asked him to have a chat with Janet, in addition to you talking with her." "Okay, I guess. What do you mean, around the block?" "He said he had a rough time for a while after he got home in '72. Sounded like he had the right experience." "I suppose he does. Can I be next?" "You'll have to talk to Jim about that. I've got him training up to help me figure out what to do when we get where we're going, so we may be a bit busy for a day or so." "Thanks for letting me know, Bob. I'm not as touchy about it as John, you know. Still, it would be rude not to say something. My breakfast is getting cold. I better let you go." "Later, Bob." We ate and got up to head to the ready room. Nikki arrived as we were leaving.
"Hi, Jim. Has the caveman put you to work?"
"Yes, ma'am, he has. Thinks he needs adult supervision, I think," Nikki replied.
"Couldn't hurt."
She kissed me and said,
"I'll catch up with you on Sim Deck. You're going to go train before you head down there, right?"
"I am. Enjoy your breakfast."
"Thank goodness I can again. That was no fun."
"Glad you're doing better. Feed those two, and then we'll see what they've got for us to go up against today."
"Sounds good."
Then she kissed me again, and Jim and I headed for the transit. Jim said, "It's not that far. We could walk." "Ask Nikki about that sometime. Whenever I walk anywhere on this ship, I find things I need to see to. Takes me quite a while to get anywhere." "Management by walking around, huh? I've done a bunch of that. So far, it seems to be working out all right. You've got good people, and sense enough to listen to them. You could do a lot worse." I made it to the ready room. Jasmine got me lit up. I assume she got Jim started on the records of what we knew about the squirrels as soon as she got me going, because he was deep into it when I woke up and left. When I got to Sim Deck, Dixie and Snitz were waiting for me. Nikki's transit arrived not too long after mine. We got hooked up, and Snitz crawled up into my lap. The Sims were getting harder. We only made it through one before Nikki wanted a break for lunch. She said,
"We can walk if you want. I've been sitting too long. I need to stretch."
"If you're sure." We hadn't gotten very far when we saw B-128 working inside a wall panel and whistling. He noticed us and said, "Hi, boss. Great day to be in space, isn't it?" "That it is. You look like you're feeling better." "Yes, sir, I surely am. Thanks for getting me fixed up." "No problem. Did we get all the bots brought up to spec now?" "No, boss. I know a couple of bots that can't get around. They were afraid of getting scrapped, so they hid out." "I don't suppose you could talk 'em into coming to engineering, will you?" "No, boss. I tried, but they didn't believe me. One of them even accused me of trading their location for new parts." "When you finish up here, get with Scotty and see what you two can figure out about sending some help to him. Might be best to send in somebody small at first, like Velma or Odie." "That sounds like a good idea, boss. Velma helped me out yesterday. She's a sweet little bot." "I think so. We need to get those bots functional, though. We're about to need all the help we can get." "I'll get to it as soon as I finish checking these circuits, boss." "Good deal. Get a hold of me if you need anything." "I will. Nice seeing you again, boss." "Good seeing you, too." Once we were out of earshot,
Nikki asked. Are you ever going to get all the old scared butts to come in and get fixed up? I'm beginning to wonder. As logical as they are, I thought they would be able to convince one another that the new management would fix 'em up, rather than scrap 'em. They seem to be more independent than I gave 'em credit for. We walked by a compartment with an open door. I heard shh from inside. When we were a little farther down the hall, I pulled my comm and texted Jean, "Who was in that compartment?" I got back. Nellie and Scott. They are trying to delay their return to Mrs. Bailey's instruction. I turned and walked back to the compartment. I announced, in a loud voice, "Yeah, we had a complaint of some kind of infestation in this compartment. We'll seal it up and blow it down to vacuum. That's you squared away." I started to swing the door closed when I heard, "No, wait! We're in here! Help!" I caught the two truants as they ran out of the compartment. Nikki said, "You're evil, caveman, making those kids think you were going to open the room to vacuum." Scott asked, "Caveman? You mean you're the captain? We're so busted, Nellie. You know what's going to happen now? We're going to get jobs. That's what always happens when people meet the captain." I asked, "Why do you think I'll give you a job when you're doing so poorly at the one you already have?" Nellie asked, "What do you mean, the one we already have?" "Don't you have some place you're supposed to be?" She replied, "Well, yes." "Is this that place?" "No, sir." "Keeping Mrs. Bailey waiting is probably not in your best interest. She's a lot of things, but I've never noticed a patient being one of them. Jean, could you give me a light trail to where these two are supposed to be? I don't trust my native guides here." Jean replied, "Honest, boss." Scott asked, "Will you have to tell her uncle?" I answered, "Someone should, don't you think?" "Yes, sir." "I really don't want to. I have other things to do. Who do you suppose I could get to do it for me?" Nellie caught on. "I'll do it, sir. We shouldn't have played hooky." I said, "Jean, could you get us a line of Bill Richards?" Bill's voice came over the speaker. "Yes, boss? I have someone here who has something to say to you. Hold, please." Nellie said, "Uncle Bill, we skipped school. We shouldn't have, and it won't happen again." Bill replied, "I believe 2/3 of that, anyway. Let me guess. The captain was taking one of his infamous walks?" I said, "Right on the first guess. How do you propose to keep this from happening again?" "I'm not sure. Their grandparents are so hardcore that they should do things the way the teachers wanted. They're having a hard time readjusting." Nikki spoke up. "Do you think Zoom and Nanya showing them the kinds of things you can get done when you understand how the world works would help?" Nella spoke up. "It doesn't matter what you show us. You guys didn't have the right paperwork when you came and got us. They'll find you and take us back, and we'll have to do things their way again. Why should we learn anything different?" I looked at Nikki. "Write this in your book. This is the first time I ever wished anybody believed any of the legend of Captain Bob." She smiled and said, "Just a tool, Bob, just like any other. What matters is how you use it." I knelt down to get on their level. "Where do you kids think that you are?" Scott said, "We don't get to go outside, so we must be underground. It's a big building, so it must be far away from anything else. I don't know. Arizona, maybe?" I asked. "Bill, you haven't told them where they are?" He replied, "I have, boss. They refuse to believe it." "I see. Just what would it take to convince you two that you really are where your uncle says you are?" Nellie said, "I don't know. Maybe a real alien?" "Oh, I thought you were going to ask something hard. Come on, then. Let's go see Tiggy or Lackey." Scott said, "Did you hear that, Nellie? There are aliens aboard." Nellie said, "Oh, come on, Scott. It's going to be a person in a silly suit. We're in Arizona, like you said." We got on the transit. I said, Gene, engineering, please, Nellie asked.
Who is this Gene, who everyone talks to?
Gene replied. I am the artificial intelligence that runs this ship, the B.S. Gene Cernan. Nellie said.
See, even the ship's name is B.S.
I looked at Nikki. You want to try? Nikki started speaking Galactic. Nellie asked.
What language is that?
I said. Galactic. You haven't trained on it yet?
You mean those silly caps everybody zones out under? No, thanks. We don't need any of your mind control.
I must have been misinformed. I heard you kids were psyched about being here. Scarlet replied.
We are. It's lots better than what we were. We're just tired of everybody trying to convince us this is a starship. Everybody knows there ain't no such thing.
I said. That's what I thought, too, till I came home one evening and caught her in my garage trying to patch hers. Nellie said.
Yeah, right. She's an alien. She's as human as you or me.
More or less. We're still trying to figure out exactly how that happened. But she's not from Earth, believe it or not. The doors opened to show Tikki and Lackey waiting for us. Tikki said,
Gene told us you needed to see us, Captain.
Not so much me as these two. They're having trouble believing that they're on a starship. They wanted to see some aliens. Nellie was stammering, trying to get something out. I caught Scott as he fainted dead away. I didn't realize Gene had kept Bill in contact with us the whole time. Bill spoke up. Is everything okay there, Captain? I replied. Your nephew has passed out, and your niece appears to need a factory reset. Nikki had stepped over to see if she could help Nellie. Luckily, because she was handy to catch her when she said,
They're real,
and passed out like her brother. Lackey said,
Sorry, Captain. We didn't mean to break your young ones.
They're not broken. They just got educated faster than they were able to deal with. Thank you for your help.
Sure, Captain. We'll scare your children whenever you like.
They went back to what they were doing before. Bill said, Captain, I'm almost engineering. I'll take those miscreants off your hands. Thanks, Bill. We were headed to lunch when we got deputized as truant officers. Bill arrived shortly. Nellie and Scott were waking up by then. Nellie asked,
Those were real aliens, weren't they?
Nikki said,
Yes, honey. That was Tikki and Lackey. They're parts of our crew.
Nellie turned to Bill.
I'm sorry, Uncle Bill. They told us you were evil and you would try to fool us. I shouldn't have believed them. I knew better.
Bill said, It's okay, Pumpkin. You were doing the best you could to take care of yourself and Scott. Nobody can fault you for that. I have to ask, though, do you believe you're on a starship now?
I suppose I have to. What's with that BS stuff, though?
I said, somebody thought it'd be funny to call all our ships Bob's ship, so that would get shortened to BS. If I had been thinking faster, I would have come up with something else before they got that started, but I wasn't, so it kind of stuck.
So, how many Bob's ships are there?
A great honking wad. I'm sure Scotty could tell you, but I've never had a reason to find out. There's always one handy when we need to do something, so I don't worry about it. Scott asked,
You don't even know how many ships you have?
How can that be? We found the Gene abandoned, and she had bunches of ships inside her. Nellie asked,
Why didn't the people who abandoned the ship take the little ships?
A meteor jammed the door on the landing bay, so that they couldn't get 'em out to fly away. Bill said, Come on, kids, that's enough questions for now. Let's let the captain get back to his lunch. They wandered off. I asked, Do you think Gus and Becky will be that full of questions? Nikki replied,
If Jimis is any guide, even more so.
That's more than I can handle on an empty stomach. Let's go eat. By transit, if you please.
What's the matter, caveman? Can't handle a couple of kids playing hooky?
After Sim's designed to blow my mind? Nope, I sure can't. When we got to the galley, Janet was waiting on us.
There you two are. Dixie told us to expect you a long time ago. Did you have to sneak off for a nooner since I intruded last night?
I said. She's been hanging out with Dee, all right. Nikki said.
No, we were dealing with a couple of your schoolmates who had decided to play hooky. I told those two they would never get away with it, especially since Jean upgraded security.
I replied. It wasn't even that complicated. Their noise discipline sucks. I heard 'em whispering when we walked by the room they were in.
Really? They got busted by the infamous Captain's Walk? That's too funny.
I replied. Infamous?
Oh, yeah. Everybody in engineering says, you better check that again. You never can tell when the captain might walk through here. It's a joke, but not really, I guess.
I said, bring us a couple of plates of whatever's handy. We need to eat and get back to sim deck. Janet snapped to and said, yes, boss. I looked at Nikki. What did I say?
Captain's voice, caveman. You slipped into captain's voice.
Oops. We got our lunch and chowed down. Janet came by as we were getting ready to leave. She asked,
did I do something to annoy you, Captain?
Nope, I was just hungry. Sorry I snapped at you.
No problem. I just wanted to be sure.
Nikki and I headed back to sim deck to try again. We took the transit for fear of the infamous Captain's Walk. Jasmine was there waiting for us. She said,
about time you slackers made it back. You're like a couple of kids playing hooky.
Nikki said,
actually, that's exactly what we were dealing with.
Jasmine asked.
Is it now?
I replied, yes, it is. I'm sure you already knew that, the way you bots are linked up.
Aw, boss, I was just having a little fun. No need to be that way about it.
I know. Me too. We got hooked up, and Snitz climbed into my lap. Then we were in deep trouble again. It took us all afternoon to figure that one out. Once we did, Nikki hit the cancel button. She said,
Caveman, your kids are hungry again.
Why are they always my kids when they get hungry?
Because it's your fault I'm like this.
I don't recall you complaining at the time.
Asshole,
Jasmine asked.
Will you be back after you eat?
I replied, I don't think so. These scenarios have taken too long to finish in an evening.
Nikki said, I know the risks, but I'd like to walk to supper, if you don't mind.
Fine with me. I'm sure there's something out there I need to take notice of. We took off, strolling arm in arm. A bot, with more scars than Deadpool, snapped to as we came around a corner. I said, at ease. What's your designation, old-timer?
Sir, I am bot A1, sir.
Does that mean you were the first bot constructed?
It does, sir.
Am I correct in assuming that you were one of the holdouts B128 was telling me about?
Sir, yes, sir.
Do you recognize my authority?
I do, sir.
Then please call me boss, rather than sir.
Yes, boss.
What is your specialty, A1?
When I was constructed, they hadn't started giving us specialties yet, boss.
Why didn't you come out to get patched up?
Seen too many old-timers get scrapped, boss. It was hard to believe we had a boss like you.
That sounds reasonable. What changed your mind?
Sweet little bot named Velma crawled back into the hole where I was hiding, and started fixing me up. Didn't even give me a choice. Then she told me that working for Bob wasn't like the Navy at all, and I needed to get off my duff and help out. That one had some fire, let me tell you.
She's a corker, all right.
So, you're this Captain Wilson she told me about?
Afraid so. Don't quite live up to the hype, do I?
Well, boss, I've looked through some of the records, since she got me going again, and I'd say you do, even if you don't look like much.
That's half the trick right there. If people underestimate you, you don't have to do near as much to impress them.
Sure, boss. It's all a trick. I can't say I believe that. I've seen what you can do in the simulator.
I pointed at Nikki. I did have some help with that, you know.
I've seen lots of captains.
I've never seen one who had sense to ask for help when he needed it. Guess that makes me one of a kind. If you're not, the Commonwealth is about to be under new management. I'm trying to keep that from happening. I don't want to be in charge of anything like that. I may be speaking out of turn, boss, but they could do a lot worse. Well, I was raised to respect my elders, so I suppose I shouldn't tell you that you're full of it. I think I'm going to like working for you, boss. I do have a question for you. Would you accept a nickname? What did you have in mind, boss? Back where I come from, they have a sauce called A1. Would you mind if I called you Saucy? The other bots tell me it is an honor to get named by the boss. I may be a hardhead, but I'm not dumb enough to turn down an honor. That sounds like a yes to me. Yes, boss, it is. With all your experience, I'm thinking you should sit in on strategy meetings. Us dumb hillbillies need all the help we can get. Boss, if you're a dumb hillbilly, I don't have any interest in meeting one of the smart ones. I'll be sure Sally put you on the list of folks to be paged when we have a meeting. Anything I can do for you? No, boss. You've already done more than I could have asked for. I better head out, then. Mrs. Wilson is hungry, and if she's not happy, I sure won't be. See you around, then, boss. Fly safe. I don't want to go back to the Navy way. Take care of yourself, Saucy. As we walked away, Nikki asked, You named him for a steak sauce? I didn't hear you popping up with a better suggestion, wifey dear. I was stunned. Couldn't even speak.
Strong the BS is with this one.
We got to the galley, and Dixie was waiting. She said, Do I dare ask where the dreaded captain's walk uncovered this time? Nikki replied, Not much. He just found an old bot in need of a name. Dixie asked, It took him this long to name a bot? Nikki said, They had quite the conversation. I think he's just getting hard up for company. I said, He's an interesting fella. Thought I might learn some. Dixie asked, Who did he find this time? Nikki said, A1. Now his name is Saucy. Dixie exclaimed, A1 is really still functional? I had heard rumors, but I didn't think they could be true. I said, He looked pretty functional when we saw him a few minutes ago. I remember him from when I first came aboard. He was old then. I replied, He's got plenty of scars, that's for sure. Dixie said, I'll have to go talk to him after the rush is over. Come and sit down. I'll bring you something to eat. We sat, and she brought us the special. As we were finishing up, my comm rang. Captain Wilson? Bob, it's John. I just wanted to let you know that Janet won't be staying with you this evening. Why is that? She and Jane are otherwise engaged. You figured out how to program the Audiobook for PTSD? I did. Took 4 different courses to get all of it straight in my head, but I got it figured out. Will Jane still be as good with a gun as she was? Better. I set the box to work on her reflexes while she was in it. Thanks for the update. When do you expect to get them out? I could take them out about 2 in the morning, but I didn't see the need. They can sleep in the box, and I'll get them out in the morning. That sounds great. I can't wait to see what Janet is like without all that crap messing her up. How do you think I feel? Jane, without what's left of her PTSD? I just hope she still wants me around. I'm sure she will. You may have to get the box to pop your head out of your anatomy, though. I'd offer to do it for you, but the whole crew would be after my head for messing with the way the captain thinks. You're the doctor. Whatever you think best. We are going to catch you with those contacts out one of these days, Bob. Talk to you later, John. Later, Bob. Nikki asked, What was that all about? John has Janet in the Audiobook fixing her PTSD, so she won't be visiting tonight. He wanted to let us know, so that we didn't worry. So that means you can catch up on your practice? Why, yes it does. I whistled, and Snitz came running. I said, I'll meet you back at the cabin. We have to go make sure no alien dogs have snuck aboard and defiled the grass room." Nikki just shook her head. "Where do you come up with this stuff, caveman?" I kissed her, and went on about our business. Once Snitz was satisfied with the state of the grass room, we headed back to the cabin. Surprisingly, we didn't run into any boss with problems. We got back, and regardless of her intentions, Nikki was fast asleep. I slipped into bed and managed not to wake her. Chapter 19. Yearlick time came way too soon, and I got up to do what needed to be done. Snitz and I slipped out to go to the grass room. Jim and Molly were there, too. Jim said, "I guess you'll have to come up with more for me to do, boss. John has already taken one of the jobs you gave me." "Let's wait and see how they hatch out before we count those chickens, Jim." "You don't think John can fix her?" "I'm sure what he's doing will help. Whether or not it's a cure, well, I'd rather wait and see." "Those machines haven't failed to do what you needed them to yet, have they?" "No, they haven't. But fixing such a big problem with one night in the box seems like a lot to ask." "The symptoms are big, sure. How do we know how big the cause is?" "I hope you're right, Jim. I just don't want to get my hopes up until we know for sure." "That's understandable. I thought you really didn't think it would work." "John's sure enough to put Jane through it. That says a lot, right there. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but I still can't quite relax about the whole thing." "You sound like you're worrying just because you think it's part of your job." "Isn't it?" "Not if it's not justified. You have to be able to let yourself take the win, Bob." "We haven't won yet, Jim. Today could turn into a real mess. You've got the best crew around, and the fastest ship anybody has seen. I think you'll figure it out. We've made it this far. There's no real reason to believe we can't get past this one, too." "Exactly. Now put on the confident look the crew needs to see, and go have your breakfast." "Thanks for the kick in the butt, old man." "You're welcome, punk." Snitz and I went to the galley. Dixie said, "Let me guess. Light breakfast because you don't have any interest in seeing it again." "Right on the first guess, Dixie. Thanks." When I finished eating, I asked Dixie, "Is Jasmine ready for me in the ready room?"
"Yes, boss. Are you going to work in the sim today?"
"Hadn't planned to. I need to check on how soon we're coming out of FTL."
"You know Sally can handle it, right?"
"Of course I do. I just want to be sure I'm there to take responsibility if something goes sideways."
"Are you saying you don't want her to have to take the blame if something bad happens?"
"I am. Is that wrong?"
"Not wrong at all, boss. Exactly backwards to how the Navy would have done it, though."
"They were looking to cover their highness, not get things done."
"However you look at it, I'd rather work for you."
"Thanks. I better get to it. Knowing Scotty, we could come out of FTL at any time." I grabbed a transit and headed to the ready room. Jasmine greeted me with,
"Hi, boss. How are you this morning?"
"Just fine. Let's get to it." She lit me up. When I woke up, she was gone. I took off the teaching machine and went across to the bridge. Topper sang out, "Captain on the bridge." I replied, "As you were." Sally asked,
"Would you like the con, boss?"
I asked, "How long till we come out of FTL?"
45 minutes, boss."
"My ship, Sally."
"I stand relieved."
I asked, "Are we still coming out 1 light year from their system, Ruth?"
"As close as I can come to it, boss."
"So I need to find a micrometer to check you?"
"You say the nicest things, boss."
"Topper, connect me to Willem, if you would."
"Morning, Captain Delicious. We're ready to launch whenever you drop out of FTL."
I replied, "Is it a job requirement around here to be able to read the captain's mind?"
"Just makes life easier. Anything special you want us looking for?"
"If you can figure out a way to locate those FTL suppressors, I would be grateful. But I expect them to be well hidden."
"So, do our best on those, and get you a good idea of what kind of ships they have in system."
"Sounds right.
You won't know for sure until you get there.
If they can still track us, jump out and call you in a panic?
I say the panic is purely at your discretion, but do as you see fit. Just make dang sure you get back.
Understood. Fly safe, boss.
You too, Mr. Taylor.
And here I am, all out of confetti.
I asked. Topper, have you been working with Gene on his camo?
Yes, boss.
How close can he come to not being there?
It won't fool anyone up close, but give him a little range, and it works just fine.
Please make sure we come out FTL in that mode.
Yes, boss. You expecting a welcoming party?
Nope. Murphy is our shepherd. Best to be more cautious than we need.
Yes, boss. Anything else I can do for you?
Connect me with Mr. Branham. I'd like to know how his experiment came out.
Morning, Bob. What can I do for you?
Just looking for the morning lab results, Dr. Frankenstein.
Ha. They both came out in good shape. It'll take a while to know for sure, but I think it worked.
Sounds really good, John. You do know we're coming out of FTL in hostile territory fairly soon, don't you?
I do. Jane is fit for duty. No worries.
That wasn't what I was asking, but thanks for the reassurance. I just want to make sure you were aware.
We're ready, Captain.
Thanks. I'll do my best to keep from giving you any business.
Fly safe, Bob.
You too, John. Nikki came onto the bridge and strapped in. She said,
"How's it going, caveman?"
"All good so far. We'll see what drops in the pot when we drop into normal space." We all waited, wondering what would greet us. Finally, Ruth made the announcement.
"Prepare for transition to normal space. Transition in 2 minutes."
Topper put up the countdown clock. I couldn't help but watch the darn thing. I took a deep breath, trying to calm down and be ready for what happened next. The clock hit 0, and the stars came back. Sensors called.
"No targets, boss. Your sky is clear."
I replied, "Good to hear, sensors. Keep a sharp eye out. We don't have any idea how good their stealth is."
"On it, boss,"
Sally said.
"Scotty reports Black Beauty is away."
I replied, "Now we wait." Time passed. I'm sure it did. Certainly didn't seem to, though. I asked, "Topper, how did that camo scheme to make us look like a squirrel ship come out?"
"We got it to look pretty good, boss. Mrs. Sloane suggested we call her the Tabby, since we already had a Ricky and a Ticky."
You did check to see if that was a valid word in their language, didn't you?
"We did, and it was."
So we plan to enter their system outside the jump limit, dump our cargo of unwanted ships and personnel, and un-IS the neighborhood?
"Gee, boss, it sounds so simple when you say it like that. Why do I feel like it might be more complicated?"
Because most likely it will be. Murphy is our shepherd, after all. Nikki said,
"Caveman, we'll figure it out."
"I know, I just wish I could get on with it, instead of sitting here worrying." She asked Topper.
"Obviously we can't be the BS Tabby. What kind of designation do they use?"
Topper replied,
"Ma'am, it translates to squirrel ship, as near as we can make it out."
"So the SS Tabby?"
"Yes, ma'am."
We made small talk for hours, waiting to hear from Taz and Willem. Finally, a text came in over the comm.
"System largely as expected. Have detailed scan. Will transfer in person."
More waiting. Suddenly, Sally said,
"Scotty reports Black Beauty is aboard."
Shortly thereafter, Taz and Willem came storming onto the bridge. Willem said,
"We've got a good scan of their defenses. They look to be pretty much like Lackey said."
I replied, "Give 'em to Ruth, if you would." "Were you able to pin down the locations of the individual emitters?"
Taz said, "Not well, boss. We pinned them down to small areas, but we couldn't get closer than that without going active, and then we wouldn't have made it back."
"I'm sure what you have is good enough. At any rate, it's tons better than what we had before." Willem said,
"We saw what looked like a reaction force, but their readiness didn't look too good."
I replied, "How sure are you that wasn't just for show, and the real force hidden somewhere?"
Not sure at all, boss, but we didn't see anywhere the real force could have been hidden.
I asked. So, your recommendation is that we proceed as planned? Taz and Willem said together,
It is.
Topper, give me Scotty on the comm.
On it, boss.
Scotty asked.
Yes, boss?
Are those ships ready to be ejected?
Ready and waiting, boss.
We'll be going to FTL shortly.
Get them off the ship as soon as we come out. Yes, boss.
Glad you understand the plan, Scotty.
No sweat, boss.
Ruth, do you have an exit point picked out?
Yes, boss. I have a nice one.
Set it up and sound the warning. After Ruth warned the ship, I said, Topper, give me ship wide, please.
You're on, boss.
The moment we have all been waiting for is here. We're about to jump into the Squirrel Home system. Thank y'all for all your hard work and dedication. No matter what happens next, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve with you all. I cut my hand across my throat. Topper killed the circuit. We watched the timer run down. Suddenly, we were looking at a beautiful planet. Seconds after we came out, McCall made a tone for an incoming text. Then Topper said,
Incoming transmission, boss. Running it through translation.
The speakers came alive, saying,
Starship Tabby, this is Oak Control. Say your intentions.
I replied, Oak Control, this is Starship Tabby. We've found some wayward travelers. We're just here to drop 'em off and be on our way.
Starship Tabby, your entrance into our controlled space was not according to regulation. We will be issuing a citation.
Do as you must, Oak Control. We have a schedule to keep. A different voice came on the line.
Starship Tabby, how is it that you have someone aboard receiving comm calls from the infamous monkey, Captain Wilson?
I replied, My compliments to your agent in Commonwealth Comm Central. That was fast work. Regardless, our intentions remain the same. We want to drop off your people and be on our way.
Are they, and their ships, unharmed?
They are unharmed. One of the crew decided she would rather work for me. We wound up destroying one of the ships because the self-destruct was too well constructed for us to disarm safely.
And that crew?
We took them off before we blew the ship. They are distributed among the other ships.
How did you come into contact with these ships in the first place?
Your Walnut cartel sent them to cause an incident that would provide your people an excuse to destroy our ship. We were able to capture them without bloodshed.
What makes you think you can leave after coming here like this?
Our ship is perfectly capable of fighting her way out, if you insist, but we had intended to leave before you were able to get your quick reaction force under way. Sally said,
All ships away, boss.
I said, It's been nice chatting with you. We should do it again sometime. We'll be going now before we overstay our welcome.
Wait, how did you know how far you could come into the system and still avoid the suppressor field?
Well, that would be telling, wouldn't it? Goodbye, and thanks for your hospitality. Hit it, Ruth. Our transition to FTL wasn't as smooth as usual, but we made it. Once we were safely back where we had made our last jump from, I asked, What was that, Ruth?
We were a little too close to the suppressors, boss.
Make a note of that, in case we have to go back.
Yes, boss.
I asked, Someone want to explain how that comm text got detected?
Sally said, As near as we can tell, it was pretty much what you thought, boss. Somebody was watching your comm account and saw that you had received a text. The comms automatically report their location when they first check in after being in FTL.
So the only way to keep from being found is to leave the comm turned off?
Yes, boss. We should have thought of that before we jumped.
It just comes down to extraordinarily bad timing. Murphy is our shepherd. Topper said,
Willem to speak with you, boss.
Put 'em on.
Do you want us to make another run and see what you stirred up, boss?
Might as well. You made it out safely before. Just get back safely. I don't have any interest in telling Lila I got you killed, Taz said.
So nice of you to care about us, Captain.
I replied. You know I need a little James friggin' Bond round here, Taz. Don't you dare fail to make it back. Willem said.
Fly safe, Captain.
Sally said.
Black Beauty away.
I said. Censors, keep a sharp eye out. We don't have any idea how good these folks are.
On it, boss.
Nikki asked.
Who was that text from, anyhow?
I replied. I didn't have a chance to look. I pulled out the com and saw that it was from Jim's. I said, Sally, you have the con. Do not hesitate to call me if the situation changes. I'll be in the ready room. Nikki, you'll want to see this. Sally replied,
My ship, yes, boss.
Nikki and I went across to the ready room. She asked,
What's up, caveman?
Jim has replied to my text.
What does he say?
Let's look together. Mr. Wilson, I would like to meet the man who has made my mother so happy. I would also like to become acquainted with my half-siblings. However, my grandmother, with whom I have lived my whole life, forbids it. She also doesn't want me to have contact with you through texts, so this will be my last message to you. Sincerely, Jimis Brigham. I quickly typed, Message received and understood. Bob Wilson, and saved it to the drafts folder. Nikki asked,
Why didn't you send it, caveman?
I will, as soon as we are back at Charlie's planet. I don't want to give away our location again.
I'm sorry she's like that. I wish she would just agree to meet you, so she could see you're not like her idea of a primitive.
She's doing what she thinks is best for Jimis. I wouldn't want her to do any different.
I'm amazed you can be so understanding, caveman.
I understand. That doesn't mean I like it one little bit.
I know, caveman. I don't know what to do about it, though.
Me either. I do have to say, I like the way he worded his message. Sounded very mature.
It did, didn't it? He sounds more like a kid when he sends me texts. Do you think he had help?
It would have had to be some third party we don't know about. His grandma wouldn't have been nearly so nice, I don't think.
You're right about that. I don't know of anyone else it could have been.
He's not in touch with my ex?
Nope. Mom makes sure of that, especially since Dad came to Earth. She thinks he has gone native, too.
I'm going to give Jimis credit for writing it, until I have some reason to think otherwise. We better get back to the bridge.
Sally can handle it, you know.
I know she can. I just don't want her to have to. We went back to the bridge. Topper sang out, "Captain on the bridge!" I replied, "As you were." Sally asked,
"Would you like the con, boss?"
I said, "Yes, if you don't mind."
"Of course I don't mind, boss. You can fly the ship whenever you see the need."
"Anything happen while I was away?"
"Nothing, boss."
There we sat, for quite some time. We scrambled fighters after a couple of glitches on the sensors, but none of them turned out to be anything. After a long, tense wait, Sally called out,
"Launch Bay 4 reports Black Beauty is aboard."
Shortly after that, Willem and Tyaz came onto the bridge. Tyaz said, "Gee, boss, you know how to stir up a fuss. Those folks are all shook up." Willem said, "We weren't able to translate all of it as it came in, but what we did sounds like pandemonium." I asked, "Ruth, you have a course set for Charlie's planet?" "Yes, boss." "Sally, is the ship ready to go to FTL?"
"Yes, boss."
"Let's have some fun, then," Tyaz said. "Oh, crap! Are you sure, boss?" "After all the worrying I've done about this, you bet I'm sure. It's time to have some fun with these turkeys." Sally asked,
"What is he about to do, Taz?"
Tyaz replied, "I don't know, but when he says it's going to be fun, I get concerned." Nikki said,
"Me too. He's got a lot of aggravation to get out."
I said, "Ruth, do you have Death Blossom handy?" "Yes, boss." "Tex, just resets, if you can manage it. Let them have the first shot. That means you have to be ready to jump out of the way, Ruth." Both of them said, "On it, boss." Nikki asked, What are you up to, Caveman? Just checking to see if they are as sharp as they think they are. I pulled out my comb. Nikki said, You don't think they'll fall for that, do you? One way to find out. I pulled up the message to Jimmy's and sent it. I said, Get ready. They'll be here soon if they're coming. We waited longer than I expected, and rather than the armada I thought they would send, there was only one ship. Topper put their transmission on the main screen. Captain Wilson, I presume? I said, I am Captain Wilson. Who do I have the honor of speaking with? I am Major Rucky. We spoke earlier. You're the fellow who took over from Oak Control? I am. I should warn you, I only kept the higher-ups from sending everything they had by the force of my arguments. They made me put our conversation on a live feed. I expected as much. You probably delayed your next promotion quite a bit, telling me. I wanted to start off on a good note. You have some idea how much trouble you've stirred up? Some idea, yes, but not the particulars. You know how our society thinks of your race? Stupid monkeys, only fit to be the butt of a joke. Exactly. You just stood that on its head, coming into our home system without warning. You obviously know how close you can get without getting caught in the suppressor field. You came and left with impunity. You could have wreaked havoc, but you didn't. None of that lines up with the ideas we've had of your race. You do realize that most of that is based on your own sabotage efforts? How do you mean? The people in the Commonwealth mostly eat ration packs. Your spies put in place a plan to make sure a couple of nutrients, vital to good mental acuity, got left out of them. I hadn't heard that. Why do you think your higher-ups are so hot to see me shut down? I'm the one who figured it out, joking around with my father-in-law. I see. Having found that much, you naturally set out to find out how much else we had infiltrated, and found the trackers in your comms and FTL drives. I didn't anticipate you having a live agent in the comm center. Failure of imagination on my part. I have to assume you were sent here to keep me talking until your so-called quick reaction force could get its stuff together. I think I've given them a fair chance. Nice meeting you, Major Rookie. Ruth, take us home. Ruth did her usual routine, and nothing happened. Major Rookie said, Now we can talk about you surrendering your ship. I replied, Thanks, but I don't think so. Topper, cut the connection. Topper looked at me and nodded. I said, Get his grinning mug off my screen. Ruth, I want a close pass. At your best speed, please. Scare 'em good? Yes, boss. Tex, stun 'em till they glow, and then stun 'em some more. Light 'em up. Yes, boss. Sally, tell Ace and Andre they have a party to go to. Party time for Ace and Andre. Yes, boss. Censors, find out all you can about whatever is killing our FTL, and ship it to Frank and Tiki. I want to know how to shield against that. Yes, boss. Chapter 20. The Major's ship tried to avoid our attack. Up against Ozzy and Frank's drives, they had no chance. Tex lit 'em up. Sensors reported, I don't see anyone resistant, boss. Sally said, Ace is away, boss. I replied, When Andre gets to the bridge, have him link his feed to Scotty. I want that suppressor field shut down as soon as possible. Yes, boss. There were a few tense moments, but soon enough the ship was ours, and the suppressor was turned off. I said, Sensors, make sure they don't have any nasty little demolition charges hidden out before we bring 'em aboard. I don't see any, Captain. I shipped a couple of suspicious-looking things off to Mr. Mason, and he concurs they are not explosives. Sally, have Ace bring 'em aboard. Ruth, jump us a light year farther away from the planet as soon as they are secured. Jean, have Angus and his people report to the bay Scotty parks 'em in. I got a chorus of, Yes, boss, back from that. Topper, connect me to Scotty, please. On it, boss. Yes, boss.
They did shut down our FTL remotely. No, I don't have a clue how they did it.
Well, then, get your tin-hided down to the landing bay and find out. Ace is bringing their ship aboard.
I'll get right on that, boss. Have I mentioned lately that I like working for you?
I think you might have brought it up. Why?
Just that you don't tell me I should have figured it out in advance, when I had no way of knowing what they were doing.
If I had a clue, I would have told you. All we can do is try to keep it from happening again. Sally said,
Ace reports all secure, boss.
Ruth, ease us into FTL. We don't have time to warn people.
Yes, boss.
We came out into an interchangeable stretch of black. Sally said,
Andre reports all of our guests are on their way to the brig.
Good deal. Maybe some of them will feel like talking when they wake up. Topper said,
Scotty on the comm for you, boss.
Put her on.
Boss, is it safe to give this thing power right now?
We should be as safe as we can be until we make it back to Charlie's planet. Go ahead. Just be sure you can turn it off again if we need to.
Understood, boss. I have a Marine with a sledgehammer standing by.
Feel free to proceed, then. I really need to start recording these conversations. Scotty came out with cuss words that were on a level of their own. When she came back on, she said,
Scrap me out, boss. I'm an idiot.
I'm not going to scrap you. I don't care how dumb your mistake was. What did you find?
All it is a remote shutdown. The scary bit is, the drive on this ship has the exact same vulnerability.
You're saying they shut down their own ships when they turn that thing on?
Yes, I am. I'm also saying, all it takes is a software upgrade to beat the thing.
How soon could you put that upgrade in place?
Since it involves the software on the main drive, you have to order me to upgrade it. Once that is out of the way, a minute or two.
I do so order you to upgrade the drive software as discussed. I have one question, though. If all it is a software patch, how were we getting partial effects from it as we were leaving their system?
Our drive has enough non-standard parts. It was resetting itself constantly. I'm surprised it managed to pull together enough of a field to get us out of there.
There's one we need to be thankful for. Ruth spoke up.
I think I can shed some light on the situation, boss.
I replied. Enlighten us, Ruth.
What actually happened was that we were propping in and out of FTL very quickly, several times, until we got far enough out of the system to not be affected anymore.
Scotty replied.
She's right, boss. I went over the records. Jean is a tough old ship.
Is the upgrade completed?
Yes, boss.
Please turn the unit back on, then.
It's on, boss.
Ruth, see if you can jump us another light year away from the planet. The view on the screen changed just enough for me to be sure we had actually jumped. Nicely done, Ruth. Good work, Scotty. Scotty said,
I'm pushing the upgrade to every ship aboard, boss. I still feel like I should have caught that sooner.
That's the way I feel most days, Scotty. Welcome to command.
Thanks for being understanding, boss. Talk to you later.
Later, Scotty. Sally said,
I took the liberty of paging Mr. Sloane and Mrs. Branham to the brig.
Good. We need to get through chatting with those folks and take 'em home. Topper said,
Zoom for you, boss.
Put her on.
Boss, I'm going through the squirrel ship. It's better maintained than the last bunch, but I don't see any nicer features. I think this is their standard ship.
No surprises, then?
Not so far, and I've been through most of it. I really like those quick-release fasteners they use.
Talk to Scotty, not me. That is between you two.
Yes, boss. It was worth a shot.
Talk to you later, Zoom. Later on, boss. I said, Sally, you have the con. If they find us, jump out. We don't need to fight 'em if we don't have to.
My ship, aye, boss.
Nikki asked.
Where are you headed, caveman?
Down to the brig. See what Jane and your grandpa have found out.
Mind if I tag along?
Don't mind at all. Sounds like a good idea. We grabbed a transit and headed for the brig. Angus was waiting when we arrived. he said.
Hey, boss, you picked up a bunch of live ones this time.
Feisty, are they?
Yes, sir. That they are.
We went into the interrogation room. Dingus and Jane had one of our guests restrained, trying to get some answers out of him. I walked in. The squirrel said,
Captain Wilson, what is the meaning of this?
Meaning of what, exactly? Your attempt to capture our ship? Our refusal to let you? Or are you complaining about your temporary detention while we decide how best to return you to your people?
You monkeys are all alike. No respect for your betters.
I have plenty of respect for my betters. Dingus here is a better gunfighter than I can ever hope to be. Jane has more medical knowledge than I ever will. Just how is it that you think you are better than me?
We are more advanced technically, and our civilization is more just.
Let's see now. Your people have sabotaged the advancement of the Commonwealth for many years. So now you say you are more advanced, just because your program of sabotage has worked? That seems less than honest to me. You are trying to tell me that it is just to retard the growth of the neighboring civilization just because they are inconvenient to you?
You couldn't understand, not with your inferior monkey brain.
Dingus spoke up. See what we have been dealing with, Bob? I replied. I'm beginning to get an inkling, yes. If making friends with these idiots wasn't so important, I'd be tempted to send them for a walk and see if the next one was more receptive to reason. Jane said,
We can't even put him in the airlock and let the pressure down a little, just to get his attention.
I said, I certainly see how that would be desirable, just for the peace and quiet, if nothing else. I don't think it would help much, though.
Jane replied, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with Major Ego here.
Have you tried any of his crew yet? Dingus said. We started with him. When we went to select someone to talk to, he was claiming he would tell us everything we needed to know. I said, sounds to me like there is somebody he doesn't want us to talk to. We're wasting our time with him, and that's what he wants. The more time we spend on him, the less time we have to find whoever it is he doesn't want us talking with.
Jane said, It still floors me how well Steve's cold reading works on these folks. You hit on every point, boss. He really doesn't want us talking to someone.
I replied, Shame we don't have names for these folks. He could save us a lot of time. Dingus said, Well, that ship is small enough it only has 4 crew members. Surely we can get him to narrow it down for us.
Major Rookie said, I won't tell you a thing, stupid monkeys.
Dingus said, He really thinks he can hide it from us. Isn't that cute? The Major was fuming, but he didn't say anything. Jane mused. Let's see. Who all did he have on his crew?
There was that cute female in engineering,
Dingus said. Nope, not her.
Surely it wasn't that fellow who was relieving himself when the stunner hit?
Not him either.
The fellow on the weapon console?
Nope.
You mean he doesn't trust his XO? That has to be interesting.
The Major shouted.
What are you doing? Are you reading my mind?
I said, Nope, just your face. We have a game called poker. If anyone ever asks you to play it, you should turn them down. You wouldn't be very good at it. Dingus said, Let's go have a chat with his XO. Maybe she will have something interesting to say. Once we were inside the room, Jane said,
Thanks, boss. We weren't able to get him upset enough to read until you came in.
I replied, Wonder why I upset him so. Went to the room where the XO was restrained. She said,
Hello. Will we be released soon?
I said, We would like to have a few questions answered before that happens.
She replied, There's a limit on what I can tell you without violating my oaths.
Dingus said, That's certainly understandable. Your captain, however, refuses to tell us anything at all. That's not very helpful, as you can imagine.
What do you want to know? I'll tell you what I can. I just have one condition.
I asked, What would that be? She said,
My niece was on that mission to provoke you. She wasn't returned. I need to see for myself that she is okay.
I said, Jean, page lackey to the interrogation room, please. On it, boss.
Boss, is it? You're the head of this outfit?
I replied. Yes, I am the, how was it your boss put it? Infamous monkey, Captain Wilson.
She replied. Really? The stories I've heard, I expected you to be, I don't know, a little more impressive.
Thank goodness I'm not as dumb as I look. At least people tend to underestimate me.
I can see how that would be useful.
Just then, Patty escorted Lackey into the room. Lackey asked,
What did I do to get interrogated, Captain?
I replied, Nothing. Your Annie wanted to talk to you. She noticed who was in the chair across the table.
You came looking for me when I didn't come back? I did. Do they treat you well? They do. There was one fella I was a little worried about, but he had to leave and take care of other business. Why were you worried about him? He had been undercover on Earth for several years. He was anxious to find a lady squirrel after all that time. I can see how that would make you concerned. Did he bother you? No. He was a gentleman, but I could tell it was nearly all he could do. So, you're happy working for the infamous monkey? As happy as I've been in a long time. The people here are nice, even if they are monkeys. You ought to sign up with them, too. I couldn't do that. You're that loyal to Major Hansy? You shouldn't call him that in front of people, Lackey. Why not? It's what you call him.
Jane broke in. You mean Major Rookie expects to take liberties because of his rank?
Lackey replied. That's what she has told me before. Whether she will admit it to you or not remains to be seen.
Dingus said, Ma'am, before you answer, you should know that all the humans in the room are trained in truth detection, and will be able to discern whether or not you are telling the truth. It surprises us as much as you that it works across species, but it does.
You mean to tell me that you'll be able to tell if what I tell you is truthful or not, just by looking at me?
Dingus replied. Yes, ma'am, that is what I am telling you. You can choose to believe it or not, as suits you. She said,
He has made many inappropriate comments, but he has never tried to touch me.
Jane said, That wasn't even close to the truth. I'd bet he gropes you on a daily basis. She continued,
He has forced you to disrobe, hasn't he?
Jane was on a roll. She was getting enough feedback to keep up her questioning, even without any answers.
Did he force you to have sex with him?
Jane looked at me. I said, I know what you want, and it didn't happen under my jurisdiction. I don't have any standing to punish him. Lackey's aunt asked,
What are you two talking about?
Dingus said, The last fellow who did that on this ship went for a walk without a suit.
You killed a man? For forcing himself on a woman?
I replied. Yes, ma'am, I did. She looked at Lackey.
I see what you mean about these people. They don't mess around.
Lackey replied.
Unless I miss my guess, the captain will have something spectacular arranged for your ship's return. I doubt it would do your career much good, being made the butt of a joke by the infamous monkey. You're saying that if I were to go back, there wouldn't be much to go back to? You saw how he put back the crews I was with. We didn't even manage to convince him we were there to talk. The Major had him going for a little bit, until he tried to kill his drive. He will want a bigger show this time.
Dingus said, Yep, she's crew all right. Reading the captain's mind already. Lackey's aunt asked,
This a common thing? Reading the captain's mind?
Jane replied, Nearly everyone does it sooner or later. His mind is so logical, it's just natural to think the same way.
So it's not actually telepathy. It's more adopting the captain's style of thinking?
Jane said, That's a very good description.
Do you mind if I use it? No, of course not.
Lackey asked,
So, what do you think, Auntie? Are you ready to join up? I think I would like working here a lot more than where I work now. What do I have to do?
I said, convince these two that you are loyal to Bob's Saucer Repair, and you're good to go.
I don't have to convince you?
These two are better interrogators than I am. I trust their judgment. If they say you are okay, I have no doubt you are.
You trust your people that much?
I gave your niece an important assignment right after I hired her. I don't have time to mess with people I can't trust.
Working for you certainly will be different. None of our captains think that way.
Dingus said, as near as we can tell, the Commonwealth hasn't had a captain who thinks like Bob either.
You mean he's one of a kind?
So far as we can tell. He has enough will to command, without being too full of himself to listen when somebody has a better idea. I said, not this crap again. I don't do anything that anybody else couldn't do. I just happen to be in the right place. Dingus said, sure, Captain. Just remember, I trained on all the same scenarios you did, and never came up with anything close to what you did. Now you and Lackey go on, and let us do our job. We stepped out, and I thought of something. You're a good hacker, right? Do you suppose you could get into the computer records in that ship they flew in and find some video evidence of Major Hansy doing his thing?
Have I mentioned today that I like working here, boss?
It might have come up. I'm not sure. I take it that as a yes.
A hearty yes, with 3 cheers on top, boss.
We need it pretty quick, so we can download it when we drop 'em off.
I used to crack into those systems when my aunt was watching me, and I got bored. No problem, boss.
Get with Scotty if you need more resources. Call me when you get something we can use.
On it, boss.
Nikki said.
That was quite the show, Caveman. Do you think Lackey will actually be able to find evidence?
I replied, if it's there, she'll get it. The real question is whether it's there in the first place.
You've got a lot of faith in her. No longer than she's worked for you. Why is that?
I wish I knew. Just a feeling. Nothing solid yet.
It used to bother me when you said that, but I've seen you make it work so many times, it doesn't anymore.
Let's hope we can make it work one more time. I guess we better head back up to the bridge and see if there's anything new and different going on there. When we got to the bridge, Sensors was working hard, but the rest of the crew didn't seem too busy. Topper sang out, "Captain on the bridge," I replied, "as you were." Sally asked,
"Do you want the con, boss?"
"Thanks, but I just thought I would check in and see if everything was still running smoothly." Sally said,
"We have yet to find anything to worry about, boss. It has us worried."
"I know the feeling. Something should be going sideways, but it isn't. I see Sensors working his shiny hiney off, so if there was anything out there, he'd have it pegged by now." Sensor spoke up.
"Boss, I can't even find a glitch as big as the one that camera ship made back at Charlie's planet. If there is something out there, they're able to make it look like empty space."
"I'm sure if there was anything there, you would find it. Just keep looking. Topper, are you doing much?"
"No, boss."
"Take the sensor data from when we first jumped in and compare it to the current data. Make sure nothing is creeping in on us."
"I'm flashing it back and forth, boss. I can't find any differences."
"Good. I didn't think there would be, but it never hurts to check." Nikki said,
"Come on, Caveman. Let them do their thing. They're just as worried as you are. They won't miss anything."
"You're right. I'm not accomplishing anything hovering over people." We left the bridge, and Nikki said,
"You mind if we go feed your kids?"
"Sounds good, now that you mention it." We caught the transit and headed to the galley. We came out to the sound of Jane's voice coming out of the overhead speakers. "D. Sloan, report to interrogation, please. D. Sloan to interrogation, ape." Nikki asked,
"What do you think that is about?"
"Well, D only gets paged for one kind of problem, so I would say they finally got around to asking Lackey's auntie her name."
"You're not worried it is something more serious?"
I said, "If it was something serious, the page would have been for me, not D."
"Wow, Caveman, you're really calm. What changed?
We met the squirrels, and they aren't as far ahead of us as we feared. They have the same kinds of problems we do. That means we have a chance of making friends with them, even if it isn't a good chance. We went and got some lunch, and as we were finishing up, my column rang. Gavin Wilson?
Boss, it's Scotty. We have an idea, and we want to run it by you before we start running off parts. Any chance you could come down to engineering for a few minutes?
I'm just finishing my lunch. We'll be there shortly.
See you soon.
The line went dead. Nikki asked,
What now?
Scotty has an idea she wants to show me before she starts making parts. Hold me. I'm scared.
It will be all right, caveman. If she blows up the ship, she knows where to find another one.
It's just so rare that she asks before she starts making parts. This must be a big deal.
Quit worrying and let's go find out.
We hopped a transit and went to find out. When we got to Scotty's office, Tiggy, Nunya, and Zoom were there. I said, You guys are freaking me out. What did you find? Scotty said,
We just thought of something we should have been doing for a while now, but we're too dumb to see.
Do I dare ask?
Nikki said, You better. They look like they're about to bust.
What did you find, Scotty?
Zoom blurted out, We figured out a way to put a drive killer on a drone that we can send out to attach itself to a ship and keep them from maneuvering.
No more station keeping to keep them in the focus of the beam? That is good,
Nikki said. Judging by the looks on their faces, I think there is more to it, caveman.
Nunya said,
Yes, by using the drones, we won't be limited to only stopping one ship at a time. We can build you a whole fleet of drones, if you need 'em.
I replied. I have a couple questions, since it is so easy to kill off FTL capability. With that off signal you found, I assume you put that in the design as well. Also, how good is the stealth on these little boogers? Scotty said.
Dang it, boss. That's why we called you down here before we started making parts. We knew you would think of things we should have done. They are both simple things I should have thought to put in.
They won't make the package too big?
No, boss. We have plenty of room for both of them. Before you ask, a stunner would take way more power than we have available.
I guess we'll just have to get Frank and Tiggy back on power cores then.
Tiggy said, Come on, boss. We've already gotten them way better than anything you had before. You want a miracle just because we can't put you a stunner in a drone?
I replied. I was joking. I didn't mean to offend your squirrelness.
Tiggy looked at Nunya. You're right. It is fun to wind 'em up.
Nikki said,
I think you've been had, caveman.
You think? These turkeys need to start shopping for a smarter captain who can keep up with them. Scotty said,
We like the one we have just fine, thanks.
How soon are you going to have me some of these drones to play with?
We have the airframes in stock. It's just the internal parts that are custom. Give me an hour, and I'll have a good fleet for you to use.
I said, That sounds about right. I think I know some folks who need to learn the limitations of their tech. Call me when they are ready.
Zoom said, Oh boy, we get to build the tech the captain uses to explain it to the squirrels.
Tiggy asked.
Explain it? What do you mean?
Zoom replied.
Your people seem to think that we dumb monkeys can't offer them any competition. The captain is about to show them the error in their thinking.
Will he hurt them?
Not unless they don't give him a choice,
Zoom said, rubbing her behind. I said, It was the other side, Zoom. Quit playing for sympathy. Zoom replied.
Dang it, boss. Only you would catch that.
Nikki said,
We better get out of here, caveman, and let them get back to work.
Probably, but Scott already sent the orders to the printers. As soon as I okayed the design, I saw her lock up for a couple of seconds. Scotty said,
You're getting too sharp for us old bots, boss. Good thing I have all these kids around to keep you occupied.
I replied, That will be the day when I get ahead of you, Scotty. I'll see you later.
Later, boss.
Chapter 21. Once we were out engineering, Nikki asked,
What now?
Probably ought to have a strategy meeting,
before we jump back into the squirrel system. I wonder if they got finished an interrogation.
Call and find out.
Gene, connect me to Dingus, please. What do you need, Bob? I was wondering if you had finished what you were doing. We should have a strategy meeting before we head back into the squirrel system. We have finished. We'll head on up to the Red Room. Are you sure you're feeling all right, Bob? Calling a strategy meeting? That doesn't sound like you at all. I just want to give you all the chance to show me the errors in my ways. I know how much you enjoy it. See you in a bit, smart-ass. Gene, Paige Saucy, Pete, Sally, John, and Steve to the Red Room, please. Honest, boss. When we got there, everyone else had arrived. I guess I should ask Gene for transit priority. Saucy asked,
You really weren't kidding about having me in the planning meetings, boss.
Is there a reason you shouldn't be here?
No, boss.
Then chill out, until you have some hard-won wisdom to give us. Gene asked,
Does the lodge need to be tiled, boss?
Might not hurt. Go ahead. Lackey's aunt spoke up.
Are you sure you want me here for this, Captain?
I turned to Dingus. Did she pass? Flying colors, Bob. I'm sure. We're here to talk about what is going to happen when we jump back into the squirrel system. The plan I have so far is this. Since we figured out how to beat their FTL suppressors, we jump into orbit, drop off our passengers, and be on our merry way. Lackey, did you find that footage you were looking for?
I did, Captain. I'm still not sure what you intend to do with it, though.
I thought perhaps we could broadcast it while we were dropping them off. Would you mind getting with Topper and telling them the best frequencies to use?
I'd love that, Captain.
Her aunt asked.
Do I want to know what you two have cooked up?
Lackey said.
The captain just wants to show folks what a fine man Captain Hansy is. I found security footage of him taking advantage of you and several other female officers. You're going to stir up a lot of trouble for him, Captain.
You don't think he deserves it?
Of course he does. His family is very powerful, however. You may be starting more trouble than you want.
Dingus spoke up. We aren't going to let him get away with what he did. We came here to make friends, but we can't be friends with people who condone what happened to you. As for trouble, our captain can bring 'em all the trouble they can handle, and then some. Saucy spoke up.
All this talk of getting this idiot the treatment he so richly deserves is all well and good, but I thought we were here to decide how we intended to get in and out of this system, without scratching the paint on Gene.
Dingus said. I see why you want him here, Bob. He don't beat around the bush. How do you figure to get us in and out? I'm thinking, since we know how to get past their fancy FTL suppressors, we just jump into orbit, drop off the ship with their people aboard, while we broadcast the Major Hansy show for all to see. Then we jump back out, the same way we came in. Jane said, I thought you didn't like hey diddle diddle straight up the middle. I think we have enough of a tactical advantage that we can make it work. Do you have a different opinion?
No, I think you're right.
It just wasn't what I was expecting. Hopefully, that will be their reaction as well. Steve said, They saw us have trouble with the suppressors when we left. They sure won't expect us to have solved the problem since then. Sally asked,
Won't it take longer than you want to stay to play all of the video you want people to see?
Lackey said,
Yeah, boss. I found a bunch of stuff.
I asked, Could we set it to play from their ship after we ejected? Pete asked,
What's to stop some of their people from coming aboard and turning it off?
I replied, I think Scotty has just the thing, if we can figure out how to turn it off on a timer. Saucy asked,
What's that, boss?
She's figured out how to build a drone that can shut down FTL and normal drives when it attaches to a ship. We just shut down all the ships that can get to 'em in time to shut the show down before it's over, and everything takes care of itself. Steve asked, Do you really want to leave them the drone tech to study? That's where you come in, isn't it? What do you have in mind, boss? Can you use a small enough charge that we don't have to worry about damaging their hulls, but still be sure of destroying the devices? Does the Pope shit in the woods? Is a bear Catholic? Are you trying to insult me, boss? Not at all. I thought you could, but I didn't want to take your skills for granted. When we adjourn, get with Scotty and see to those charges. Does anyone else have something we should worry about? Pete said. I'm guessing the folks on the ship doing the transmitting will be out while this little show is going on. Would it be a wise precaution to put one of those drones on that ship as well, just in case someone wakes up, or some bright boy figures out how to get aboard? I replied, that sounds like a reasonable precaution. Anything else? Getting no answer. I said, okay then, we have a plan. If anything comes up that will affect it, let me know, and we'll adjust to fit. Meeting adjourned. Sally came up to me. I asked, something I missed?
No, boss. I just wanted to say I liked the way you ran that meeting. You're really getting the hang of being a captain.
Thanks, but I still feel like I'm making it up as I go.
That may be, but you managed to make everyone feel like they could speak up, if they felt the need, without losing control of the meeting. You did well.
What was that favor you wanted, Sally?
Excuse me?
You're buttering me up. You must want something.
No, boss. Just keep being you.
I don't know how to do any different. I'll be on the bridge in a few minutes.
Later, boss. Nikki came up. It's beginning to sound like this is going to work, caveman.
I wish you wouldn't talk nasty, Spice Cadet. You're just begging our shepherd to pay us a visit.
Sorry, caveman. What do you think will go wrong?
That's just it. We don't have enough information to even guess where it could go sideways. Jane walked up.
I know you can't take care of that turkey yourself, boss.
Thanks for trying to get the squirrels to do it. I hope it does some good. What did Lackey's aunt's name turn out to be? That you had to call in D.
Turns out she has the same last name as Lackey, and her first name is Haffy.
We managed to hold it together, but it was a near thing. You think she's going to turn out to be good crew?
I do. We showed her the tape of the trial and execution. She was very impressed.
I think you have a fan. I wish there was another way to get people's attention. We have to take what we can get, I suppose. Dingus walked up. I asked, how bad did I screw that up? Not at all. That I can see. You're doing all you can, with the information you have. If all you keep feeding me the same line, sooner or later I'll start to believe it. That's the best you got. No line, Bob. You don't know enough to make a better plan. Does the plan we have seem as thin to you as it does to me? How do you mean? Well, they might have some backup system to shut down the drives that we don't know about yet. They could have called in more ships to strengthen the defenses. And a number of things could bring the whole thing down around our ears. Well, let me ask you this. If they have more ships, what will you do? Drone as many as we have drones for, and put the rest into reset with Tickle Blossom. If they have another way to kill the drive, let Tech stake out whatever's emitting the signal with the biggest turret he can bring to bear. Sounds to me like you already have the contingencies figured out there, Bob. You worry too much. Maybe you're right, but I have a lot of people depending on me. I need to get this right. My comm rang. Captain Wilson?
Lyle asked. Bob, is that you? You sound different. When did you start calling yourself Captain?
I tried to drop out a captain's voice. Yes, Lila, it's me. What can I do for you?
Have you seen my uncle? I tried to get a hold of him earlier, but his comm acted like he was in FTL.
He was in FTL earlier. You should be able to get him now. Have you tried recently?
So, you know where he is?
Not precisely, no. He's around somewhere, but I haven't seen him for an hour or two.
That's not really an answer, Bob.
It's not?
What crazy adventure are you off on now, and what does my uncle have to do with it?
Sorry, I can't answer those questions. Most of that information is company confidential.
Can you at least tell me he is safe?
He's safe, and having a good time, enjoying the work he's doing.
They're right, Bob. You are an asshole.
Glad I could oblige. Anything else you need?
No. Thanks for what little you could give me.
You're welcome. Hope to see you soon.
Bye, Bob.
Nikki asked.
Who was that?
Lila, looking for her uncle.
You couldn't tell her much, could you?
Not much at all. Can you imagine her publishing a story about where we are now? That would blow the lid off the Commonwealth for sure.
You don't want me to ever sleep again, do you?
Not till after practice, anyhow.
Sorry about that. I really meant to stay awake.
Don't worry about it. You're doing hard work, building humans. You have every right to be tired.
Thanks, but I still feel like I'm slacking off.
Nope, I haven't seen any of that. We better get to the bridge. Scotty is going to have those drones ready soon. We walked across, and Topper announced me, as usual. I said, as you were. Sensors, have you found me any sneaky little squirrels hiding in the bushes?
No, boss, not a one.
Well, that's good to hear. I'll take the con, Sally.
Your ship, boss.
Once Nikki and I were belted in, I asked, any word from Scotty on those drones?
Sally replied. She says she needs another few minutes. Working in the demolition charges is taking a little time.
That's not something you want to rush. Tell her to take as long as she needs. Topper said.
Well, for you, boss.
Put 'em on.
Lila is a little miffed with us, boss.
You didn't tell her much either?
No, I didn't. I couldn't think of much I could say without telling her something she didn't need to know.
Thanks for being careful. Do you think she will take what we told her as good enough? Or will she push for more?
What do you think, boss?
You're right, it was a stupid question. Is there any way to limit the damage?
I don't see one right now. I'll think on it, though.
Thanks for the update. Talk to you later.
Later, boss.
We sat for a bit, waiting for something to happen. Finally, Sally announced,
Scotty reports she has the drones ready.
I said, Jean, please send someone from medical down to the ship to apply nighty-nights and have the brig move our guests back to their ship.
On it, boss.
Ruth, I want you to jump up close to the system so you can line up and jump directly into a nice, stable orbit. We need it to be impressive. She replied.
Impressive. Aye, boss.
Tex, be ready to zap anything that gets in our way. Non-lethal, if that's possible. If it's not, just get us out in one piece. Try to save everybody else. Be sure and save the Jean. Aye, boss. Sensors, things are going to be happening in a hurry when we get there. Keep track of all the threats, but get a good record of everything that happens, so we can study it when we've got more time.
Watch for threats, and make sure my system gets a good record to look at later. Aye, boss.
Sally, Nikki, you two have the most important job. Watch what happens. And if you see me missing something, sing out. They said together.
Cover your butt, aye, Captain.
Sally said.
Scotty reports ship and drones are ready for launch, Captain.
Ruth, we need to be somewhere else.
Unassing, boss.
Ruth was able to calculate the second jump in nearly no time at all. I barely got a flash of the system from the outskirts before we were deep in the heart of it. Sally sang out,
Scotty reports ship and drones away.
I replied, Take us out of here, Ruth. Just that quick, we were back to the place we started. I said, Jean, connect me to Willem, please.
Yes, boss.
Could you two make another run and see how they like the gifts we left them?
We thought you might want that. We're ready to launch on your order.
Launch, then, Sally said.
Scotty reports Black Beauty away.
The sensor spoke up.
Boss, one patch of stars looks funny.
What do you recommend?
I'd like to move the ship to get a different angle on it.
Send your course to Ruth. Tex, be ready. We began moving around the star patch that had sensors worried. As we got close, Topper said,
Dang, boss, there's a derelict drifting out here.
We completely missed it before.
Censors, I want to know the name of the builder's mother. Are we clear?
Aye, boss. You want to know everything there is to know about this ship? Could we move closer?
I said, Ruth, ease us in, if you would.
In easy. Rabbit, if it looks suspicious. Aye, boss.
Censor said,
It's an old Commonwealth ship, boss. This model was in common use before the Navy got mothballed. Appears to show some battle damage. The weapon scars don't look anything like the Commonwealth used, boss.
Topper said,
Hang on, boss. I think I might know a trick.
He fiddled with something on his panel and said,
There we go. These old ships had a transponder that could give a response even when they had no power. If you ping it hard enough. Definitely Commonwealth. Lost about 5 years before they shut down the Navy. If I'm reading this right. These ships were used on the edges of the Commonwealth till they got too worn out to fly anymore. Here we go, boss. That lady you were asking about? I was able to find her in the records. Ullin Rangus was her name. Oh, that's interesting. Says here her maiden name was Slongum.
I replied, Good work, smartass. Now tell me what kind of weapon caused that damage.
Sorry, boss. I've got no clue.
I sat for a minute, with the feeling I was missing something. Finally, it hit me. I shouted, The carolers! One of them knew about something like this. Topper, get B-128 on the comm.
On it, boss.
Yes, boss. Is there a problem? No, but I think there might be a solution. When you folks came by to sing the other night, one of the boss mentioned something about being on a ship that was attacked by squirrels. Could you find him and send him to the bridge, please?
Is he in trouble?
No, I need his help with something we found.
I'll get him on his way, boss.
Thanks. Gene must have given him transit priority, because he came through the bridge door in short order. I said, I didn't catch your name the other night, but I have a job for you.
I'm C-76, boss. What do you need?
Have a look at this derelict, and tell me if that looks like the same kind of damage your ship took when it was destroyed.
Sure, boss.
Topper motioned him over, and gave him his console. He went through the scans, and looked at the pictures we had of the exterior. Finally, he raised his head and said,
I can't find any reason to think this damage wasn't done by the same kind of weapon we were hit with. I wouldn't be able to say it was the same ship, though, boss.
That's good enough. We don't need to know what ship did the damage. Good work, C-76.
Good enough to earn one of those nicknames I hear about?
Sure. Let's see. C-76. Does, Cecil sound all right to you?
I am to be called Cecil? Thank you, boss.
Thank you, Cecil.
Topper said, Boss, there's a bot over there. Looks like he shut himself down, like Abe.
Well, that's hardcore. The least we can do is pick him up. Send Andre over. Tell him to use any precautions he feels necessary. Sally said,
They are loading up. Should be underway shortly.
After about a minute, she said,
They have launched, boss.
Topper put the view up on the main screen. We saw him approach and find a safe place to attach to the wreck. Andre and his team went aboard. Topper said,
Come from Andre, boss,
and then put it on speaker. Boss, this ship is stripped. Somebody went through it and took everything. I wonder why they left the bot. Maybe he can tell us when we get him some power. Till then, I'm as confused as you. Bringing him out, boss.
Sally asked, Do you think it's wise to wake him, after he's spent so long alone in the black?
Topper, show her the record of how we woke Abe.
Sally replied, I see. That would be a wise precaution.
I turned to Cecil. I'd like you to be there when he wakes, if you don't mind. You know more about what he's been through than anyone else on board.
Of course, boss. I was going to ask if you didn't offer.
Sounds like a plan, then. Head down to the landing bay. I want to find out what this fella has to say as soon as we can. Cecil left.
Andre came back on the comm.
Boss, it looks like this bot managed to hide from whoever stripped the ship by sealing himself inside the wall. It's going to take a minute to get him out.
Do what you have to.
We've got him clear, boss. Should we hook his power back up?
Let's wait till we get him aboard, Andre. He'll be confused. It'll be better if he's in a controlled environment.
Sounds good, boss. Just wanted to be sure what you were thinking.
We saw Andre and a squad bring the bot out and load him on the ship. I said, Gene, page 8 to the landing bay, please.
On it, boss.
Tauber, go supervise, please.
On it, boss.
Another bot took his station, and he headed out. I asked, when that bot is brought aboard, please give us a live feed.
Yes, boss.
The feed came on as Andre and one of his squad were bringing the bot off their ship. Topper and Scotty were discussing something, and then Scotty moved up and started getting things organized. She opened the bot's back and took loose a few connections. Then another bot came up and hooked up a portable power core. We couldn't hear what was being said, so I asked, audio, please. And then we could hear Scotty and Topper calming the rescue bot. Topper asked,
Boss, are you listening?
I am, Topper. What do you need?
This bot wishes to speak with whoever is in charge.
Put him on.
Captain?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Your ship is in danger. There are aliens in this region of space.
We are aware. We are attempting to establish peaceful relations with them.
That might work better than what my last captain tried. He opened fire on them. You can see how that worked out.
I don't know. So far, they don't seem interested in talking. My question at this point has to be, are you functional enough for us to give you back your mobility?
I believe so, sir.
Would you mind if my engineer gave you a few checks first?
Not at all, sir. The welfare of your ship must come first.
Thank you for your understanding. Scotty said,
I'll go over him and give you a report as soon as I can, boss.
That will be excellent. If you don't need Topper anymore, send him back this way.
Will do, boss.
I motioned to cut the connection. Nikki asked,
Don't you have more questions for that bot?
I do, but he didn't seem to have much to tell us that we didn't already know. So I'm thinking his story can wait for another time. Sally said,
Taz and Willem are transmitting, boss.
Put them on, please.
Boss, we're back. You really shook them up this time. The Major Hansy show is getting played over and over on their news programs. Some of the folks on those shows are saying that the monkeys can't be as stupid as we think. One of them could fly a ship right into orbit and ignore the FTL suppressors. It sounds like they may be working themselves up to talking to you, boss.
We can hope, Taz. Come on in. Let's go home. This is the end of Bob and Nikki, Publishers Pack 4, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we'd love for you to write and review it. For more space opera sci-fi, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to Bob and Nikki, Publishers Pack 4, Books 8 and 9. Produced by Troy Odie. Written by Jerry Boyd. Performed by Chris Ciulla, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2020 by Jerry Boyd. Production copyright 2020 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.